Ahoy hoy gang, and welcome to the compilation of every original run Futurama episode reviewed. This is my season 1 through 10 reviews, touched up and edited for your viewing pleasure so you can get them all through the gate, and a little treat for all my Futurama fans at the end. Thank you all so much for watching. This has been a huge undertaking, and I hope you enjoy. Good news, everyone! It's time for a brand new series review retrospective thing. With the new season dropping on Hulu, I thought it best to take a look at one of the most foundational adult animated series of all time, Futurama. A show that was canceled, came back, concluded, and came back yet again. It's the intergalactic epic that refuses to stay down. So what made this series so iconic and paved the way for a new kind of adult animated series? Short answer? Passion, and lots of it. But if you're looking for a much more long-winded answer, hey, you've come to the right place. It's gonna be fun on a bun here in Season 1. Obviously, I can't talk about Futurama without first talking about The Simpsons. To say The Simpsons was a cultural phenomenon is the understatement of really the millennium. And in the mid-90s, it was at one of the highest peaks of its entire viewership to date. Do the Bartman was a chart-topping hit. Michael Jackson, the king of pop, was a guest star on an episode you can never find anymore, and the show went from being just a Tracy Ullman sketch to a full-blown household media icon. The Matt Groening fire was burning very, very bright. So, when the creator of one of the biggest animated sensations ever tried to pitch a new show to Fox, they fought him on basically everything, which is very, very on brand for the channel. Even if you're one of the people that helped create one of the most lucrative IPs of all time, you were still going to fight an uphill battle to get a show made. That in and of itself would also be one of the most influential series of all time. So yeah, Matt Groening and David Cohen, who had a healthy background in computer science and mathematics and writing Beavis and Butthead episodes, got together to create the sci-fi comedy you know and love. A series crafted with so much heart and attention to detail it would maintain its cultural relevance for almost 30 years at this point. A series that still runs in syndication to this day. You can always find an episode of Futurama somewhere, and it's easy to see why. Simple character designs, much like The Simpsons, makes the characters easy to remember and inherently familiar. If I ask you to describe Fry or Zoidberg after seeing them once, you can probably remember every detail of their character pretty effortlessly. They're made to be memorable, and not just from a design standpoint either. The show is a celebration of all things nerd culture well before it was as mainstream as it is today. It's a series that references old movies like The Howling and celebrates Gary Gygax in Deep Blue, the chess computer, all in the infancy of modern internet. Fringe communities were finding a voice in a show made by the creator of one of the biggest shows of all time. A show developed from the passion of Groening and Cohen for their love of sci-fi and B-movie culture and little media hints that trust the viewer right from the pilot to get on the ride. Segway! It's a pilot, except not quite. This is probably the most important pilot of any series, but we'll get into it. We are introduced to Fry, a pizza delivery boy in the modern day 1999. And it's New Year's Eve! He's got to deliver a pizza to an icy wiener at the cryo lab. His girlfriend dumped him, he's got no aspirations, nothing to really look forward to, so yeah. The modern day has done nothing for him. Now, if you know the series, you know what I'm going to talk about. But this right here is one of the most important screenshots of all time. Right from the pilot, they're trusting the viewer. They're leaving a piece of a puzzle you don't even know exists yet. I know that sounds dumb, but think about it. How many other shows can you think of that have series-spanning ideas actually evidenced in the pilot itself? It's absolutely masterful and deserves to be celebrated. It's 1999. There were other adult animations at the time, like King of the Hill, Family Guy, and series before it like The Critic, but none really did an experimental thing like this. Futurama really did tread unknown territory, and it's all set up in one episode. Fry gets frozen and sent 1,000 years into the future, coming out in the world of tomorrow, aka 2999. It's New Year's Eve in the future, you see. It's something of a ticking clock. And yeah, Fry is welcomed to the future by one of the scientists, and we get our first appearance of Taranga Leela, a one-eyed alien who helps people get their jobs assigned and will hunt them down to comply. The computer says that Fry is assigned to be a delivery boy, and he decides to buck fate and cheese it. While running after him, Leela ends up in a cryopod set for 1,000 years in the future, and even though he didn't have to, Fry ends up going back and turning the dial to 5 minutes before running away. It may not seem big, but it's a great display of who Fry is. He's in a completely unknown world, almost getting chipped and having an alien chase him down. What does he do? He goes to make sure they don't go through what he did. No one is saying Fry is smart, but deep down, he does have a heart. He does genuinely care about people. And it's those moments that make Fry such an interesting character. He's not a dopey dad or a Beavis and Butthead class idiot. He's just some guy named Philip J. Fry. So yeah, it's Fry running around New York looking for his only living relative, Professor Farnsworth. He meets a robot named Bender in a Hee-Hoo booth, and they start to become friends when he convinces Bender that he doesn't need to take himself out, and that he's his only friend in the world. You can say whatever you want about Bender, but in my heart of hearts, I genuinely believe he and Fry are best friends. He'll do a lot of messed up stuff, but the writers are very clever about how they build this a boy and his robot brotherhood up. Bender takes Fry to the Head Museum and they meet Leonard Nimoy's head, played by Leonard Nimoy in his first appearance on the show. Leonard Nimoy, acclaimed monorail stopper and I guess Star Trek star, sure. Dick Clark would also guest star. Oh, and we get the first appearance of Richard Nixon's head. Now, one of the main reasons for why this show was such a success was its voice cast. I know, I waited this long to talk about it, but I think it's best to talk about it here. See, when Fry gets Bender to bend some bars and they make their way to Old New York, the two are caught by Leela, who takes out her chip and explains how she knows how it feels to be alone. And our trio has been formed. Fry would be played by Billy West, who you will hear as basically every third character throughout the show. Bender is played by John DiMaggio, who was relatively unknown at the time, and Leela would be played by Katie Seagal, hot off of playing Peggy Bundy in Married with Children, one of Fox's most watched sitcoms that had just finished running for 11 seasons. She was arguably the biggest star power of the show at the time, and has gone on to have an incredible career. Billy West had done cartoon work up to that point, was even Bugs Bunny in Space Jam, Stimpy in Ren and Stimpy, among a ton of other characters in the show, and Doug in, Doug. Both he and John DiMaggio would go on to have massive voice acting careers that impacted both my and I'm sure your childhoods. We'll get into the rest of the cast in the next episode, but the core three is full of just absolute talent. Like, Katie Seagal really put a lot of care into Leela, and you can tell. This was not a paycheck for her. She was having a lot of fun. And so, the three make it to Professor Farnsworth and they use the Planet Express ship to escape the police, come back, and Fry gets to travel the stars as an intergalactic delivery boy. As a standalone pilot, it actually works really, really well. It's a contained episode that is basically just a sci-fi Twilight Zone-esque comedy. Delivery boy gets sent to the future and ends up a futuristic delivery boy. And yet, it also sets up all the pieces to tell a bigger story if they wanted to. It's a perfect balance that made the series stand out compared to the other shows of the time. Space Pilot 3000 is a futuristic 8 out of 10. And here we are in the series proper, and we get an introduction to the rest of the Planet Express crew. Amy Wong would be played by Lauren Tom, who was also playing Connie and Min on King of the Hill at the time. Hermes Conrad would be played by legendary voice actor Phil Lamar, and everyone's favorite comedian, Dr. Zoidberg, would be played by Billy West, who also plays Professor Farnsworth. That's 3 characters in the main cast alone, on top of Richard Nixon and Smitty the Cop in the last episode. Like I said, the voice cast carries the show, and it really relies on about 10 actors. On top of the Planet Express crew, we'd get Maurice LaMarche in all kinds of roles, Tress MacNeille, David Herman, Tom Kenny right around when he was starting to play a talking sponge, and even Simpsons veterans Dan Castellaneta and Kath Soucie, aka Dexter's mom in Dexter's Lab, and like 1,000 other voices she's done. It's really kind of amazing to see so many big-name voice actors collected in one show, showing off all of their incredible ranges. Like at the core of the episode, the crew go to the moon and wacky hijinks ensue. Amy loses the keys, Bender gets kicked out for trying to get the keys out of a claw machine, and Fry and Leela go on a moon rover that Fry takes off the track so he can see the moon he'd always dreamed of instead of the Disneyland-esque crater of fun it had turned into. It's simple, but it's actually a really great Fry story. Imagine going 1,000 years into the future and what took years of innovation just to stand on the moon for a few minutes has become as trivial as going to the boardwalk. It shows how out of time he feels, and you genuinely feel for him. Also, something I wanted to celebrate in the series was the early use of CGI. The show began development in 1997. To give some context, Toy Story came out in 1995. Conventional CGI as we know it was still very much in its infancy, and yet the creative team behind Futurama actually did a really brilliant job with blending 2D and 3D animation for the time period. They essentially did this by wrapping all the CG models in the pop futuristic skin of the show. It's able to hide the flaws that show up when you're trying to make your content look a little too realistic, like say, Godzilla 98 that came out a year before, which, funnily enough, would also have a ton of Simpsons voice actors in it, including Hank Azaria, who would guest star in this show. It's all connected. Consume media. The Planet Express ship isn't trying to look realistic. The models are again super simple, so it makes it easier to do simple CG animations with them. And the CG has been done in a way that it's actually aged incredibly well after 2.5 decades. Bender sleeps with a space farmer's crushinator, Fry and Leela hide in the Moonlander to stay warm, and Amy's claw skill game save the day as they save the gang and fly off, and we learn about Bender's secret dreams of folk singing. The series has landed is a moonstruck 8 out of 10 that shows that the jokes are still feeling fresh after 25 years, and they're not afraid to throw in small references that you may not have noticed on first watch through. How many shows seriously reference a trip to the moon? Much less in 1999. I don't know. The show was very smart for its time. So, how I was talking about a trip to the moon in the last episode? You need to understand how important a trip to the moon is. A Trip to the Moon is hailed as one of the first sci-fi movies ever made. It's a silent movie made in France where they go to the moon. And that's the level of references you're going to get with this series. Even if you look at the episode title, I Roommate, you're probably thinking, like the Will Smith movie. But no. That movie wouldn't be made for another 5 years. No, the episode title is a reference to the Isaac Asimov collection of short stories, which you can just look that up on IMDb. Except no, you really couldn't. Conventional ideas of the internet were still years away, and even I remember still using dial-up internet in the 2000s. Access to information was way less instantaneous back then than it is today. And Futurama is a beautiful showcase of all the nerd culture that they'd consumed and appreciated throughout the years being blended into a comedy. I don't know, these aren't references you'd make to get widespread appeal. However, the jokes attached to those references were funny enough that people just kept going along for the ride, even if they didn't get the actual deeper context to those jokes. Much like the Venture Brothers, the more you learn, the more you enjoy the series. I say all this because, the episode is Fry and Bender shopping for apartments. That's it. Bender has an apartment, but it's the size of a closet, and Fry can't live there with him. They find a new apartment, but Bender would have to cut his antenna off, otherwise he'd disrupt the satellite feed of the hit robot soap opera, All My Circuits, that everyone is obsessed with. Which, I'll admit, Maurice LaMarche is amazing as Calculon, and I'm gonna say that about a lot of the characters he does, because he's just that good. Oh, look at that, wouldn't you know it, Bender's apartment opens into a bigger living space that Fry can stay in. Conflict resolved. I'm gonna be real with you, gang. I watched this entire season in one sitting and did not laugh once. Now, that's not to say it wasn't funny. That's saying I've seen these episodes, the Fox era at least, over 20 times at this point. I've seen them on reruns on Adult Swim, or Comedy Central, or on Hulu, again and again and again. They're great viewing, and if you've never seen the show, you'll probably get a kick out of the less dated references. It's just, when you've seen them so much, it takes a higher bar for them to get you. And I'll admit, there are episodes in the Fox era that still got a laugh out of me. This season just didn't didn't do that, and that's fine. iRoommate is also just a perfect example of building new things to reference like All My Circuits, while still being just a fun, standalone contained adventure. iRoommate is the least renewing 8 out of 10. Now, I've seen a lot of episodes, and I love a lot of Futurama, I really truly do, and I know I said last time that, hey, these episodes are good, these episodes are quality. This is the one episode I usually skip more than any other. Leela is feeling lonely after another failed date and feeling the crushing reality of seemingly being the only one of her kind on Earth. Professor Farnsworth sends her and the team on a trip to a collapsing planet that had all of its dark matter mined out, and Leela is determined to save the animals and make things right. However, the planet is under the watchful guard of one of Dupe's mightiest space captains, Captain Zap Brannigan. Oh, and Kiff, his much more competent lieutenant, played again, brilliantly, by Maurice LaMarche. Get used to hearing that. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Zap Brannigan was initially designed to be played by legendary comedy actor Phil Hartman, but he would tragically pass much before his time, and before he could ever don the old red and gold. I'll always wonder what could have been, though Billy West does do an outstanding job of making Brannigan feel like his own unique brand of idiot. Well, Leela sleeps with Zap to get a chance at going to the planet. Turns out Zap is pretty incompetent and absolutely just the lamest man imaginable, and sours the very idea of romance for Leela. They go and get the animals off the planet, but when they try and leave as the planet starts to collapse, they run out of fuel. Leela had saved a little three-eyed creature thing, and it ate all the other animals. Squat out some dark matter, and bingo bango bongo, Leela has her pet Nibbler now. It's our first Leela episode, and it's great that she gets enough of the focus that you can understand why she's so eager to find someone to be with, to just have a connection with. She's all alone, and she's been all alone since she was a kid. She doesn't have anyone like her, and she just wants to find a place where she belongs, even in a galaxy where there's a gelatinous goo monster that regularly shows up, and even he found love. She also genuinely cares about animals and is much smarter than Fry and Bender, and that's beautifully been established. As far as establishment episodes go, this one was absolutely necessary to set our core three up. That being said, I actually think it's one of the worst Zap Brannigan and Kiff episodes. Obviously, it's their introduction and you have to set up a lot pretty quickly, but I don't know. There's a spark missing to Brannigan that will shine way more and way more brilliantly in the next season. Love's Labor's Lost in Space is a Danger Will Robinson 7 out of 10. It's our first appearance of the futuristic sport that's sweeping the galaxies, Balloons Ball! Bender talks about some of the greatest Robot League players of all time, and when everyone judges the robots for literally being built to play Blurns Ball and nothing else, Bender understandably gets upset. This is further added to when he tries to not go on a job because it's the robot holiday, Robonica, which he absolutely made up, but alas, he, Fry, and Leela are off to a planet run entirely by human-hating robots. And since the robots actively hate humans, Bender is the one that has to do the delivery. Bender is sent down to deliver the package, but when it sounds like he's been captured, Fry and Leela go down to try and save their friend. They have to integrate into bot society, and when they find out that Bender is alive, they end up getting caught and sentenced to be hunted. We find out that the robot elders created the anti-human rhetoric as a way of giving the robots a shared enemy to hate, and Bender sees that his friends really do care about him at the end of the day. Bender is a very interesting character in the early seasons. He had these ambitions and this passion you wouldn't expect from a robot, which is inherently the joke. He wants to be a folk singer, he has a passion for cooking, and he has this sense of robot pride while also seeing himself as better than everyone else. And he regularly commits crimes. He's got a lot of angles. Say what you will about the show, but the characters are incredibly multi-layered, and while the setup for the episode is arguably dumb, it makes sense for Bender and why he'd feel how he feels. And those ideas are carried throughout the show. He wants to be liked, he wants to be rich and powerful, he enjoys doing crime, and he has insecurities about what he wants to do in his life, and has best friends he holds near and dear. Fear of a Bot Planet is also very much a celebration of the retrofuturism of the show. Something that makes Futurama so evergreen is its looking to the future while having designs that even at the series' inception were rooted in the 1960s retro future, much akin to the retrofuturism idea in, say, Fallout. The robots are never really done in like a 90s sci-fi style. They don't look like Terminators. They're not RoboCops. They're much closer to the robots of the Jetsons or old science weeklies. They're big and clunky and most look like you could fit a person in them and work them like a suit. It adds a charm to the robots that they're just these simple yet effective designs. I don't know, it takes a skill to create a bot planet and have it be both incredibly uniform and unique at the same time. There's a hint of creativity and personality to the robots that sets them apart from other robots of the time. The episode is probably one of the best episodes of the first season and is easily one of the strongest of the show. Fear of a Bot Planet is a human-averse 9 out of 10. Companies market to you in your dreams, and that's too dystopic 5 me. When Fry and the gang go shopping, he finds out he's broke and goes to check his old bank account and finds out his 97 cents turned into like $4 billion over 1,000 years. Now, ignoring the several world-cleansing wars that we saw in the pilot, sure, yeah, why not? Fry has a ton of money, what could possibly go wrong? He starts blowing it on novelties of the old world and gets his own apartment where he goes on a massive spending spree at an auction, and we're introduced to Mom of Mom's Robots and her 3 sons. She gets into a bidding war with Fry over a can of the now extinct anchovies. She wants the anchovies as a permanent lube for her robots. Fry wants them to put on a pizza. Only the greatest minds clash this day. And when she loses the auction, Mom is determined to destroy Fry and all that he holds sacred, sending her sons to take his money from him. First and foremost, Tress MacNeille does an amazing job of making Mom this multi-layered antagonist. She can maintain this loving, doting public persona while actually being an incredibly crafty corporate overlord. She got to the top through shrewd business decisions and feels like a fantastic Orwellian threat that ultimately you just kinda have to live with. She's also reinforced by the fact her sons are a whole choice. I've never been a huge fan of them, but I get their purpose. They're basically just the Three Stooges, just slightly competent, which I'm sure that alone will upset the 2 Three Stooges fans watching this. Anyway, they kidnap Fry and make him think he's back in the past at his old pizza joint where modern-day celebrity Pamela Anderson, played by Pamela Anderson, shows up. Yay! They get his pin, drain his account, and he shares the anchovies with his friends. Like, I know it's a super condensed version of the episode, but if you're watching this video, you more than likely already know all these episodes and just want to hear my opinions and judge them. And honestly, A Fish Full of Dollars is another solid episode, largely because Fry never feels irredeemable. You're given over $1 billion overnight. Of course that is going to go to your head, and he is willing to spend a fortune to feel at home. You can write a lot of Fry's ignorance off as just being a man in a foreign land. He's 1,000 years in the future. He's going through it. He just wants some form of comfort and is willing to spend any price to get a bit of familiarity back. And yet, in the end, does he sell the anchovies to get some of his money back? No. He shares them with his friends. Not to torture them, even though they don't like them, but shares something he loves with his new family. It shows Fry's priorities and why he wants to take care of those around him. He lost his old family, he doesn't want to lose this one. He's a dumb guy, but he's not an inherently bad guy, and that's a very important distinction. A Fish Full of Dollars is an extra oily 9 out of 10. I'll admit, my family loved this episode for one reason and one reason only. Elzar. We find out Bender loves to cook thanks to his love of Elzar's cooking show, which is a reference to the cooking shows of Emeril Lagasse in the 90s during the early years of Food Network, one of the most influential cable channels ever made. You wouldn't hate Guy Fieri donkey sauce without it. Emeril was such a big name, NBC even tried to give him a sitcom that had one of the most unfortunate air dates since The Amazing Race. Lasted like 10 episodes. Elzar, however, would become an institution and is a great and wonderful character for John DiMaggio to do. Again, remember, this is relatively early in a lot of these people's careers. This was showing what these actors could do, and they genuinely cared about the characters they were bringing to life. Elzar and Bender, if you listen, you can tell are both DiMaggio, but their delivery is just different enough they feel unique. Anyway, Bender is cooking for the crew, and obviously a robot has no sense of taste, so it's all atrocious. Leela calls Fry an idiot because he is an idiot and almost gets his organs harvested, and so after a high-sodium meal, he goes out onto a desert planet to deliver a letter and show Leela he's not a complete moron, and proceeds to unknowingly drink the emperor of the planet, becoming the next to rule a short-lived monarchy. The crew come to save him, and honestly, this is an away mission with everyone, and the episode perfectly showcases the dynamics at play. Unlike most animated sitcoms that are family-focused, like Flintstones, The Simpsons, or Family Guy, Futurama is much more akin to a workplace sitcom like Taxi or Cheers. Archer, Inside Job, and even arguably South Park would follow that same kind of formula. These people are a work family and they're doing everything together, and it opens them up to new dynamics you wouldn't be able to explore from a family perspective. Like when finding out that Fry will be taken out to be replaced by the next emperor, they try to get him to cry the emperor out, and you see he genuinely cares about Leela and doesn't want her to get hurt, which is juxtaposed with Leela being capable enough that she can fight an entire Hydra-powered army by herself, which I will say I love that they never take Leela's autonomy away to make her the damsel in distress. More often than not, it's Fry or Bender that needs saving. There are some parts where the episode does drag here and there, but overall, I appreciate that by and far, these are dedicated adventures. There's very rarely a B story this season, and if there is, it still blends perfectly back into the main story. So, My Three Sons is a high sodium 8 out of 10. Professor Farnsworth is struggling to come up with an invention to show at the Inventors Conference, and we see his former student turned rival, Dr. Wernstrom, who I will say, I've been critical of Dave Herman in the past, but I think he does an absolute blowout job as Wernstrom. I don't know, you can just hear his energy in every role he does for Futurama. Now, granted, this is 25 years ago, so he's going to sound different from, say, Paradise PD, but it just goes to show no one's in the show just because. They are actively trying to make this evolve. Even Ron Popeil is trying, and he was just the king of the infomercial. Farnsworth fumbles and tries to pitch a smelloscope that does not go over well, and he gets laughed out of the room. Turns out he'd already built the smelloscope, and while Fry is just sniffing past your rectum, he finds an absolutely vile odor coming from beyond the stars. A garbage ball that had been launched into space as a way to get rid of New York's trash problem. So how does the future save itself from the past? They listen to Fry and learn how to make some trash. They send a second trash ball to take out the first one, the day is saved, and there's a new problem for the people of the year 4000. Honestly, I think A Big Piece of Garbage is the best episode of the season, and a perfect example of what the show is if you're showing a first-time watcher. It feels like a parody of an old Star Trek The Original Series episode, while also having a unique angle all its own. Futurama isn't a joke series with a sci-fi skin, it's sci-fi through and through, and having Fry be the hero of this story is terrific. His old ways of thinking saved the future, and while he's still dumb, it shows that he has an importance to him. The episode is some of the best jokes of the season and is a great showcase of the ideas they're working with. If this was the season finale, it'd be satisfying and really shines on the potential of what Futurama could be. Which, if you know what's coming, you know it lives up to that potential and so much more. A Big Piece of Garbage is a freshly Febrezed 10 out of 10. Last episode, Fry saves the future with the power of garbage. This episode, Bender gets addicted to electricity. The gang goes to a Beastie Boys concert, and Bender reconnects with an old friend who gets him hooked on the devil's dopamine. That shockingly good stuff. After consuming some of that blue lightning and driving the ship into a cosmic storm to help keep his static buzz going, Bender finds salvation in the good word of robotology and converts religions, starting to be as pious as possible. The crew are determined to get him back to his old ways because he's insufferable like this, so they take him out to Atlantic City, the home of Vice, on a budget. Sure enough, Bender slips up, and when he does, he's taken by the robot devil to robot hell. Robots have constructed a realistic version of hell to keep themselves honest, and I kinda love the absolute literalness of it. The robot devil would also be played by Dan Castellaneta, who is famously everyone's favorite duff-drinking superdad, Homer Simpson. Leela and Fry go to break Bender out and end up getting into a golden fiddle contest, and hey, look at that! Bender's flying his way out of hell like he's Dante with a dream. Hell is Other Robots has a lot of really interesting angles, though you can definitely hear that Phil LaMarr is still figuring out how he wants to play some of these characters in the episode. He's still great, don't get me wrong, but his performances in this episode and even this season is just completely overshadowed by what we get next season, so it does stand out a little bit more. The episode isn't bad by any stretch of the imagination, it's just not an episode I would say beats a big piece of garbage. It's a great episode to walk away from the show at if it doesn't get a second season, but overall it's just okay. Nothing was set up and left unresolved that needed to be addressed, and it's just a perfectly solid standard adventure to wrap a season. Hell is Other Robots is a born again 8 out of 10. And there we have it, that's Season 1! Overall, Season 1 is a fantastic display of what viewers can expect without setting up anything that needs an immediate resolution. There are no cliffhangers, and each episode can absolutely be watched out of order and still give you a fun little sci-fi adventure. Between great voice acting, smart writing, and references that trust the viewer, Season 1 of Futurama showed that adult animation could be both what The Simpsons established as a new norm and something else entirely. Where Family Guy tried to warp the Simpsons setting into its own thing, Futurama does everything in its power to stand out as its own unique series, and shines because of it. It's Season 2! The longest season Futurama would have to this day. The best season? I didn't say that, but it's got plenty of that Futurama good stuff we know and love. So what worked? What failed? What Titanic Slurm Factory fiascos will be curtailed? Dated futuristic references? Oh, there's gonna be a few! Here in Season 2. Just so there's no confusion, I'm going by the IMDb guide for the seasons, which is also the way Hulu has them ordered, since that's going to be how anyone new to the show is probably going to experience it. But here we are in the season premiere, and it's a Titanic parody. Now remember, this is 1999. This episode was probably in production around the end of 97 through 98, aka sometime when Titanic, one of the highest grossing movies of all time, was still in theaters. The movie was in theaters for almost a year, came out on 2 whole VHS tapes because they couldn't fit the whole movie on one, and it was an absolute cultural phenomenon. So it only made sense that every show tried to make their own Titanic or Poseidon's Adventure references to try and capitalize on that big old boat crazy. And honestly, A Flight to Remember is one of the best. The Planet Express crew is invited on the new Titanic by Professor Farnsworth to thank them for ignoring all the safety precautions the professor doesn't follow. We also get the first appearance of Amy's parents and Hermes' wife, La Barbara, played by Dawn Lewis. Bender falls in love with a high-class robot girl, there's Love Boat references, but the main focus of the episode is Fry pretending to be Leela's boyfriend to stop Zapp Brannigan's advances, and Amy's boyfriend, so her parents stop trying to find her a man. It's mostly jokes on jokes on jokes until, sure enough, the ship is being pulled into a black hole thanks to Zapp's chest-hair-covered new course. I think Love's Labor's Lost in Space was a good introduction to Zapp and Kif, even if it's not their best showing. But this is absolutely the start of Billy West really finding his stride with Brannigan and making him shine. Also, think about it. They're referencing the fact Leela slept with Zapp. Now, if they just said that, hey, you can just assume it happened off screen and you don't think about it. But if you watch the episodes in order, you've seen it. You've seen when that happened. The timeline is maintained between seasons, and it works that much better because of it. Which, when you're throwing it on Sundays at like 7 and it runs the risk of being cut into by football, many people may not be able to experience the episodes in their proper order. They did this before the promise of a stream binging was ever a thing. It may be a small element of the show and you may not think about it, but it would be so important for animated series structuring going forward. The episode is the first time we see Leela and Fry dating and does add to that sort of romantic angle, but obviously it'll be built on later, just like the budding romance between Amy and Kif. A Flight to Remember even has a small Hermes subplot where we learn about his time as an Olympic limbo pro. It's a lot of small things that culminate in the episode being greater than the sum of its parts. A Flight to Remember is a Love Boat referencing 8 out of 10. School is in session! The professor is taking his newest creation to Mars University, and the rest of the gang joins in. Fry is determined to drop out of college, Amy is a student, Bender is going to his old frat house, and Farnsworth's newest invention is a super smart monkey who is only smart while he wears his hat and has to grapple with his primal instincts and wondering if the burden of knowledge is worth giving up everything he has. The old argument of Adam and the fruit of knowledge. Real light stuff for an animated sitcom to tackle. Oh, and Bender's old frat is full of nerds. Two very equal important ideas. Yeah, the Robot House stuff is just a reference to Animal House and like Revenge of the Nerds, and it's fine. Fry starts competing with Farnsworth's experiment and his new roommate, Gunter, and just starts embarrassing him, even showing off his actual monkey parents. Gunter gets rid of his hat and runs off into the wild, but when Fry, Leela, and the professor end up swept up by the current, he puts his little hat on, hops in, and saves the day. Futurama is a weird show in a way that you can find yourself relating to a monkey and yelling Robot House at the same time. Mars University is an odd experience. It feels like it should be vapid, like you should see it and just forget it, but you don't. You feel that sense of urgency, and sure, you know the gang is going to be safe to get to next week, but you don't know if it's going to be because of Gunter. Futurama is familiar, but especially in the Fox era, it's not repetitive. It's an episode that lingers in your head, and honestly, out of all the episodes of the season, for some reason, Mars University is one of the episodes that just sticks there. Is it the best episode? No, but you won't forget it. Mars University is an honor roll achieving 8 out of 10. Fry spills a beer on a control panel, shorting it out and taking out the broadcast of Single Female Lawyer. The story of a proud career woman who can't find herself a man while trying to win the big case. A parody of the deluge of single female lawyer shows in the 90s and early 2000s, including Ally McBeal. Sure enough, in 1,000 years, the Omicronians of Omicron Persei 8 were enjoying the courtroom antics, and so when the feed gets cut, they send an invasion force, as one does. So while the gang is hanging out on Monument Beach, they're front and center for the introduction of Lur from Omicron Persei 8, who demands to see McNeil, who has the same name as the president. Yeah, they just want to see the conclusion to the show, and the Planet Express crew have to make a 90s single female lawyer show based solely off of Fry's knowledge of the idea. I think this episode is probably aged the worst of most of the episodes of the season, and that's only because it's about something so niche that was oddly specific to the 90s. It's funny to someone like me that grew up with things like Ally McBeal, Judging Amy, and even later in the 2000s Drop Dead Diva, but it's like, I lived through that trend, so those jokes land really, really well for me. However, a new fan may not understand a courtroom drama archetype from 25 years ago. It's like the movie Airplane. Every year it gets older, newer audiences don't get that many more references. It doesn't make it bad, it's just when an episode is just topical references, it doesn't stay as evergreen. It's still an excellent episode, even if you've never seen the original Star Wars or Independence Day. When Aliens Attack is just fun. We get the Omicronians, but it's not like they're an actual threat that's actively plotting to take over Earth or anything. They just wanted to watch their judge show and they have the military might to get it done. Can you really say you wouldn't do the same? I don't know, it felt like a time capsule to me, and it's a special kind of show that can make an episode like this and make it not feel stale just from a different time in a good way. Remember, this is all based off of the series starting in 1999. They're not The Simpsons, they don't have to move those goalposts. It will always begin in 99, so they can always reference the 90s without any issues. When Aliens Attack is a strong and independent 9 out of 10. Wiggity wham wham woozle! Slurm is throwing a big contest where you can win a chance to party with everyone's favorite party slug, Slurms Mackenzie, a play on Spuds Mackenzie, the #1 party dog. And so Fry starts chugging that tooth-rotting nectar. The professor fixes Bender with an X-ray beam by finding a trapped watch, and Fry and Bender take the beam to scan cans and try and find a golden bottle cap. Oh, they didn't find it. Oh no. Yeah, he chokes on it in the can he doesn't scan, and then, you know, they do a Willy Wonka parody. They go through the factory, find out Slurm is just alien queen goo that's highly addictive. It's a very basic plot. Now, when you do a basic plot, you need to make sure it's just utterly packed with jokes. And every series does a Willy Wonka episode, so you have to really stand out against the pack. This episode is both disgusting enough and funny enough that I could never forget it. Between the frickin' Grunkalunkas and the tour director, there's a lot to love in what they set up with it, and it's the small things within that sell it. Like, okay, when Fry is eating the super addictive slurm and watching his friends suffer, he finds a way to keep eating and save his friends. He's not able to overcome the addiction, but he's also able to keep going for his friends because he cares that much. Also, Leela's in a vat that's supposed to transform her into a worm queen. It's supposed to mutate her. Yet, when she's pulled free, she's completely fine. You don't think about it till they point it out, but you're getting hints of a story even in just a dumb Willy Wonka parody. Slurs McKenzie is great, the conclusion is delightfully dystopian, and I don't know, when I was a kid, I was bored with the episode. Nowadays, I get it. I see what they were going for, and there's a charm to that party slug. Fry in the Slurm Factory is a refreshing 8 out of 10. Bender is competing with Nibbler for attention, and when he decides to bury the hatchet and make a birthday cake for Nibbler so everyone can see how great and considerate he is, Nibbler proceeds to eat the cake, and Bender naturally decides to flush him down the drain as revenge. Leela is absolutely gutted, so the professor gives Bender an empathy chip so he can experience her pain and learn how to care about others. They go into the sewers, and we get our first introduction to the mutants, with two looking very, very similar to Leela, the loneliest alien, if you look close enough. Don't think about it, it's just a dumb show from the creator of The Simpsons. It's not like they made a whole new language to add jokes into the show for the viewers to figure out or anything. They especially didn't do it twice. Alienese, it's what's for dinner. They find Nibbler, and then they find the even more terrifying El Chupanibre, and Leela has to learn to not care so Bender can put down the big bad. Honestly, I really appreciate that the resolution of the episode comes from Leela and Bender. Fry is just sorta there. Leela and Bender are developed enough characters that they can both be leads in an episode and have a unique dynamic when they do it. Again, these sound like simple things nowadays, but Futurama helped revolutionize these ideas in ways The Simpsons just could not do the same with how popular it was. It's more world building that doesn't necessarily matter right now, but will in the grand scheme, and overall the episode is fine. The jokes just didn't hit as well for me, and it does kind of drag in the middle when they first get to the sewers. It's a fine episode, and it's fun for lore and theories and everything, but it honestly feels fluffed up just to get to the end credits. It never really stands out on its own 2 feet. I second that emotion as a sewer diving 6 out of 10. The Planet Express crew is delivering ceremonial scissors to Dupe for a ribbon cutting when Zap Brannigan decides to use a laser on his ship to cut the ribbon instead of actually using the scissors, and causes mass chaos and destroys the Space HQ. After he's court-martialed, Professor Farnsworth hires him and he does a funny little mutiny. Broad strokes, it's a very simple idea, but it is so covered in solid writing and outstanding deliveries you forget all about it. I mean, I still quote the president of Neutral Planet. Tell my wife I said hello. It's just, this is easily my favorite Zap Brannigan episode, and it shows that Kiff isn't just this miserable lieutenant. He's spineless, and he needs the order of following a captain, even if it's Brannigan, just to function. Like, you see him leech off of Leela, and you truly kind of feel like there's a reason Kiff and Brannigan are together. They weirdly complement each other. Between the Midnight Cowboy references, Zap, Fry, and Bender just being genuine friends and standing up to Leela, it's just fantastic, and it really just boils down to the dumb leading the dumb. Like, yeah, it's more Fry and Bender being idiots and having to be saved by Leela, but if they learned lessons, they wouldn't be idiots, would they? The episode is really just a showcase of how good Billy West is and how amazing his range has become. I mean, he carries the episode by just playing Zap with such a grandeur, such a panache, that you can't look away. He made this character actualized, and I mean, it's just incredible how an episode from 25 years ago can still hit like it first came out. This was the first episode of my rewatch that I actually laughed at, and easily one of my favorites of all time. This is one of the episodes I will always make time to watch, and it still gets me. It's just delightful. I don't know. Tell my wife hello. See, I quoted it again. Brannigan Begin Again is a re-enlisted 9 out of 10. It's our first appearance of the Scary Door, the futuristic Twilight Zone parody. It's great. I don't know. Again, it's a reference to a show from 1959, 40 years before this show even premiered. So if you're gonna do a parody of it, you need to make sure it works on its own, and I genuinely think every time we see it, it does. It's a perfect balance of parody and just good dumb fun. It works. Anyway, thanks to a mine collapsing, titanium prices go up, so Bender sells his body since he's made of 40% titanium and starts terrorizing everyone as a head with a dream. With the presidential election in full swing, good old Richie Nixon buys Bender's body and heads back into the polls to run it back and run the world like only he can. Fry and Leela try and get Bender's body back and even break into the Watergate Hotel to do a funny little Watergate incident, and Nixon eventually does give Bender his body back in exchange for the tapes. And after a very tight election, Nixon manages to beat 2 clones and takes his rightful place as the new president. I think we only have Nixon because Billy West just really believed in his Nixon impression, and I gotta say, it works really well. It could be any president, but it's Nixon of all of them, and he's just so unapologetically evil in the best way. It's also our first appearance of the Brain Slugs. Yeah! It's just wild to me how evergreen this political episode is. An actively antagonistic force can win if you're apathetic to voting. It's an important part of the checks and balances of a democracy. It's a very poignant message that resonates no matter what year it is. Ahead in the polls is a recount-worthy 9 out of 10. The funny thing there was a recount in 2000. Google Brooks Brothers riots for more information. Ho, ho, ho. Happy Xmas, everybody. While the Planet Express crew is hanging out at a ski resort and watching Conan O'Brien's head perform, played by the Simpsons superwriter himself, Fry begins to miss the holidays and wonders what Christmas is like in the future. That's when we find out that Xmas is all about hiding from the menace of Robot Santa. Bender befriends a bunch of homeless robots and makes a caroling robbery group. That being said, the main focus of this episode is absolutely Fry feeling alone during the holidays and not considering Leela's feelings when he talks about how lonely he is. She's an orphan. She's the only one of her kind. If anyone knows Fry's pain, it would be her. And when everyone reminds Fry of that, he runs out to find her. He is willing to run out and risk running into Santa to get Leela a present and make things right. She's his friend and he wants to be there for her. He doesn't learn his lesson at the end of the episode. He learns it right in the middle, and then we get that sweet, sweet Robot Santa action. Leela and Fry are cornered by Robot Santa, who is played by a voice acting legend, the incomparable John Goodman. This is honestly why I had such a problem with John Goodman in Serpent in King of the Hill. This is a perfect character for him, and he brings so much incredible energy to Santa. He feels menacing while also having some people he acknowledges as on his nice list, and he treats them well, like Zoidberg. The episode is a perfect blend of seasonal jokes and emotional core that makes for a truly special Christmas episode. There's always the menace of Robot Santa, but it's still about the human story of Fry and Leela finding that they don't have to be alone, that they can be alone together. It's a fantastic holiday episode and wonderful benchmark that shows that Futurama at this point is greater than anything that had come before. Xmas Story is a gift received having 9 out of 10. Zoidberg is full of male jelly and needs to return to his homeworld to mate. That's right, it's a Zoidberg episode. And it's really the first time the focus isn't on one of the core 3, and of all the side characters, the focus is on Zoidberg. And funnily enough, even Zoidberg, this dumpster-living wannabe comedian doctor, has enough depth to actually be sympathetic. The gang go to Decapod 8, Zoidberg runs into his childhood friend Edna, and with Fry's help tries to woo her. She, of course, falls for everyone's favorite delivery boy, and it throws Zoidberg into a blind fury, and he and Fry end up gladiatorial fighting in the ancient rite of Klabach. A quick summary, because the episode as a whole is fine, but it's a perfect representation of one of the core elements of the show. The writers love Star Trek. This is one of the most Star Trek the original series inspired episodes of the entire show. Where Seth MacFarlane very obviously adores Star Trek The Next Generation and made an arguably excellent TNG clone, Matt Groening and David Cohen love Star Trek the original series. Leonard Nimoy was in the pilot. This episode is basically just a parody of Amok Time. Think about it. In that episode, Spock is acting off and the crew go to his home planet Vulcan, where he proceeds to fight Kirk. Which again, if you don't know these Star Trek references, you're going to just have a fun, dumb episode about Mort Goldman-esque crustaceans. But if you have seen this episode of a series from 1967, if you know that deep lore, you get an incredibly faithful parody. I say it a lot, but a great show respects its viewer. And Futurama isn't telling you have to get every element of Star Trek to appreciate the show. It's just, it's going to help you appreciate even more. You don't have to decipher alienese, but the more you learn, the more nerd culture you consume, the more the episodes will resonate with you. It's just people trying to share their passions and have fun with a series that Fox still didn't believe in. Why Must I Be a Crustacean in Love is a butter sauce complimented 8 out of 10. This whole episode is just Amy gets a new car, and when she and Fry get stranded in it, they steam up the windows. They start dating, and Bender starts an online dating service. When Fry is getting tired of hanging out with Amy, he decides to go and break up with her, with Zoidberg tagging along to third wheel it up. Good old Dr. Z takes the wheel in his crab hands, and naturally, the ship crashes. After the crash, Fry's head ends up attached to Amy's shoulder, and after they break up, he's basically just got the sneako seat while she starts looking for a date. Leela helps break off a sure thing, and yeah, it's there. I don't know. The whole episode just feels so unnecessary. It's honestly probably my least favorite episode of the season, and it just doesn't do anything. The jokes are fine, but they're just not enough to elevate the episode over just going from scene to scene. Amy is an interesting character. This is just an empty example compared to what we get later on, and even what we got earlier in A Flight to Remember. The only thing that actually elevates the episode is Bender's schemes. Bender likes doing crime. He loves doing a good scheme, and honestly, he is why so many otherwise underwhelming episodes actually have a glimmer of light to them. He is the Bart Simpson, the Stewie Griffin. He is the most quotable character in the entire show, and it's easy to see why. See, this episode would be the first time he ever says, "Shut up, baby, I know it," which is easily one of the most memorable lines of the entire show. And that's why you can't really skip any of these episodes. Even if it's not any deep lore, you're still seeing where these quotes were first thrown into the zeitgeist. The influence is undeniable, and Bender is a perfect mascot character for the show as a whole. Put Your Head on My Shoulders is a slumped 6 out of 10. Fry takes the gang to Pastorama to experience life back in ye olden 1990s. While they're there, they run into a Bender model with a black pointed beard named Flexo. Flexo and Bender get along great, and Flexo does do a lot of insult comedy, but he always follows it up with a just kidding and a compliment. However, Fry is convinced Flexo is evil, which is absolutely another Star Trek reference. It's because Fry saw Mirror Mirror that he associates that Flexo is evil because of his beard, much like the black goatee evil Spock had in that episode. We know Fry is a Trekkie. He's brought it up in the past, so it only makes sense. So when Flexo is hired as extra security while they transport an atom for a Miss Universe pageant, Fry can't trust him for a second. Bob Barker guest stars. Sure enough, the atom gets stolen, and Fry understandably suspects Flexo, except when they finally take both Bender and Flexo out, it was Bender that stole the atom. Like, yeah, how would Flexo ever be the evil version of Bender? Bender literally made a group of carolers that ransack people's homes on Christmas. He just steals for the fun of it. Of course he'd take the atom. Like, if you think about it and ignore Fry, yeah, of course it would be Bender, and the writers know that. It's actually a brilliant use of a red herring, because you actually pay attention and think, you'd never suspect Flexo first. It's not a "who shot Mr. Burns, oops, it was the baby, you're all wrong." It's set up brilliantly, and it makes me respect the episode that much more as a whole. I know I'm drawing a lot of attention to it, but it's very hard to do something like that and leave the narrative details in an episode for you to understandably know the whodunit aspect. How many animated shows have actually made a joke murder mystery that is accurate enough that you could actually pick out the culprit right from the get-go and be a meddling kid's mask pull? It makes sense right from the gate, and I don't know, that makes me respect the episode as a whole that much more. The lesser of two evils is a reflective 8 out of 10. Hermes got hooked to a brain slug while away on vacation, and that's an ongoing element throughout the episode, and it's honestly amazing. It's always there in the background. Sometimes he interjects with a brain slug being put on somebody, sometimes it's something just happening in a background scene, and if you don't notice it, or if you just shrug it off, it's still great. I don't know, I love the brain slug parts with Hermes. They're my favorite. Anyway, the gang goes to an All My Circuits movie, and Bender gets into a theater brawl with the ultimate robot fighting champion, the Masked Unit, after Bender kept insulting the Masked Unit's girlfriend. He gets lucky, takes out the champ, and now he's about to be a fighting star. Now that he's entering the ring, Leela agrees to train him, and she reflects on the martial arts master who never gave her a chance because she was a girl. A lot of moving pieces. Bender has Leela as his second, and sure enough, the whole thing is rigged. Every bit of it. Bender's popularity eventually starts to waver, and he has to fight Destructor and take a fall. Destructor is trained by Leela's childhood rival. Whoa, what a perfect lineup! Leela is able to beat the man that refused to teach her, and Bender gets crushed under an unconscious Destructor, sealing his defeat. I really love the return to Zero for the episode. Bender needs to lose. He needs to lose his title so he can go back to Planet Express next week. But Leela still gets the vindication of beating someone that doubted her. She got the satisfaction of showing that she's grown up into someone worth respecting. Even though the bulk of the episode is just Bender and fixed robot fights, there's still that very, very small emotional core that makes the episode that much more memorable. Plus, if you're paying attention in the background, you get tons of that brain slug action. It's just fantastic. It's a brilliant episode that's a perfect marriage of all the components that make Futurama the icon it is. And most of it hangs on John DiMaggio making Bender one of the most enthralling characters of the whole series. Raging Bender is a knockout, no questions asked, 10 count hitting, 10 out of 10. The gang throw on their totally not Oculus Rifts and go into the internet. It's honestly wild how evergreen the 2000 idea of the internet is. They go through ads, see speed dating, which is mostly guys, and Fry gets to show off his gaming skills when Leela runs into someone that looks just like her before Fry digitizes him. The one-eyed smooth talker slips into Leela's DMs and invites her to his planet to learn more about their people. And so Leela goes to meet Alcazar, who starts going on and on about how they're the last two of their kind, and Fry is both suspicious and sort of jealous of him. Leela agrees to help Alcazar rebuild their kingdom, and as soon as he's got her on the hook, he has her doing all the chores and cleaning and cooking for him and his friends as he sits on his couch. Leela would even change her hair and clothes so she'd look like Peg Bundy from Married with Children, and I think that's my biggest gripe with this episode. Get Ed O'Neill to play Alcazar if you're gonna do a Married with Children reference like this. It just feels so weird hearing David Herman try and be that almost exacerbated sitcom dad. He's a great voice actor, I've talked about him before, but Ed O'Neill brought a very unique energy to Al that would have lent so much to, the Married with Children reference episode that already had Katie Sagal in it. The whole episode just feels half done and rushed. Sure enough, Alcazar lied to Leela and every other would-be bride since he's a shapeshifter with a dream. The jokes are fine, it just feels so close to greatness that it just could never hit. The internet bit at the beginning is honestly so much fun that it's worth watching the episode as a whole. It's just drastically different from where the episode ends in both tone and quality. You do feel for Leela, but I don't know, it could have been something better. A Bicyclops built for two is a shoe-selling 7 out of 10. Get it? 'Cause Al sold shoes. It's a Hermes episode! When there's an inspection, Bender ends up getting beaten up for cheating in a poker game, and they rough him up in Hermes' office, so it's freshly destroyed before his inspection and he fails, getting a nice little demotion as a treat. This, of course, throws him into a spiraling depression, and the inspector that inspected him replaces him at Planet Express while he takes a mental health holiday. Hermes and his wife go to a spa planet that's secretly a labor camp thanks to Dr. Zoidberg. And honestly, I kinda love how Hermes is really, really mean to Zoidberg after this, and it just elevates that, like, yeah, of course he has a problem with him. He sent him to a labor camp. He's not gonna forget that. The replacement inspector is played by Nora Dunn and loves how absolutely filthy and unorganized Fry is, and they begin a somewhat sordid romance, while Hermes is miserable at the labor camp and helps streamline the whole operation. Hermes comes back, goes to the central bureaucracy, and shows why he's one of the best in the biz. This is one of my favorite episodes of the entire show, and I don't think anyone is going to disagree on why. Phil LaMarr is just an absolute voice acting icon. Like, if you know who he is and you're asked who your favorite performances by him are, you could say Jon Stewart, Static Shock, Samurai Jack, Ollie Williams from Family Guy, among literal dozens of other valid options. But absolutely no list is complete without Hermes Conrad, and this episode is a perfect example of why. This season, we've seen glimpses into Hermes, but this episode is only as good as it is because Phil LaMarr has gotten so comfortable performing as Hermes. The episode is amazing, and it shows why these actors became staples in the shows we've loved for decades. How Hermes requisitioned his groove back is a red tape covered 10 out of 10. Professor Farnsworth is celebrated at Mars University with a good old-fashioned roast for his 150th birthday. Everyone celebrates him, but the professor just worries about his legacy and who would succeed him to carry on his research and make sure that he had his own memorial in a way. And so he introduces the crew to Q*bert, his clone who he takes out of his tube and starts to teach about Planet Express and his ship that runs on dark matter that warps the very fabric of time-space around the ship. Turns out the reason the professor is so worried about his legacy is because he's not 150, he's actually 160, and is being taken by the robot Grim Reapers to be put in a permanent nursing home. It's a really neat idea that focuses around Q*bert learning to see the potential in the professor's research, while we see the professor actually being more than just the old man of the crew. He's lived a full life and accomplished more than we give him credit for. Like, Fry's family, as we'll come to find out, is responsible for taking the first step on Mars and helping build Mom's empire. Not for nothing, Fry's family means something in the grand scheme of things, and this actually adds a weight to who Farnsworth is as a character. You start to see that there's something behind him, that he's not just losing his mind or some mad scientist. He used to have morals, he used to have dreams and goals. And we saw some of this with a giant ball of garbage in the last season, but even in this episode, we see that his rival and former student Wernstrom does hold a respect for him to some degree. Farnsworth was someone that academia looked up to. Now he makes what-if machines. I don't know. That being said, Q*bert is fine. I personally find his voice insufferable, and I'm just not a fan of his character, but he's done well. He's just, he's meant to be annoying, and it worked. A Clone of My Own is a torch-passing 7 out of 10. Donovan guest stars. The gang is fishing in the Atlantic Ocean atop the ship, just having a good old time. However, while fishing, they're taken down by a giant fish to the bottom of the ocean and end up stranded, having to figure out a way home. While Fry is doing recon and walking the ocean floor, he runs into Umbriel, a mermaid played by Parker Posey. Turns out Umbriel and the rest of the merfolk are the soda-mutated former residents of the beautiful lost Mecca, Atlanta. Fry falls in love with Umbriel, Zoidberg gets a new house under the sea, and when everyone is ready to leave, Fry wants to stay behind to try out this new life. Turns out the mer people reproduce like fish, so he makes a beeline to get back to the ship and rejoin his friends. This episode is another just good crew episode. It's like their own version of an old Star Trek episode. It's just them going to a new locale and interacting with things around them, rinse and repeat. Though that's also a problem with the episode. Rinse and repeat. The gang are fishing. Then the gang fishing scene is over. The gang goes underwater. Now the gang has to interact with things underwater. The gang has to go home, so the gang leaves. There's never really that immediate emergency. While you can argue, yes, the crew is running out of water at the bottom of the ocean, it wasn't something they were actively panicking about. If they were panicking, they wouldn't send Fry out to fix it. They were just trying to get the ship above water again. But you can only do a story this paint by numbers if the crew that you have interacting with everything is developed and fleshed out at this point well enough that they can sort of be the commentary to the episode. You don't watch it because you're afraid that, oh, is the Planet Express crew not going to get out of this one? It's, all right, what are they making fun of? What jokes are we going to get into? You need to sell going underwater and interacting with a bunch of mer people. And you can really only do that at this point. This is after Hermes has gotten coverage. This is after Farnsworth, after Zoidberg. Everyone is currently one of their best written selves, and it makes the episode shine as a whole. The Deep South is a freshly battered 8 out of 10. The gang go to a taping of Elzar's cooking show, which is literally just Emerald Live, which, like, God, down to the scenery, and Elzar even goes BAM! It's the small details that make this series sing, and it makes it so nostalgic in the best possible way. Like, even the Iron Chef episode that we're gonna get later on is so spot on, it's crazy. Anyway, while at the taping, Bender gets Elzar to accidentally spice Leela's eye, and she's forced to wear an eye patch. Elzar offers them all a table at his restaurant to apologize, though it turns out he was expecting them to pay for their food, and when they can't pay, Bender has to be a busboy at the restaurant when we're introduced to the Robot Mafia, led by Donbot. We'd also have Clamps and Joey Mousepad as his two henchmen. These would become regular players in the show, which is good because honestly, much like Zap, this is one of their weakest appearances. That being said, I know I gushed about Phil LaMarr, but let's talk about Maurice LaMarche. Man is an absolute voice acting powerhouse that holds nothing back, and I mean the entirety of Futurama is a testament to his range. But Donbot is one of the best characters he's ever done. And like, you can hear that Calculon and Donbot are the same guy. You can hear that Morbo is the same guy. But Donbot just has this air to him and this performance to him that he feels so genuine. He feels like such a LaMarche creation. Anyway, Bender does jobs for the Robot Mafia, and when he has to rob the Planet Express ship, he uses Leela's blindness to his advantage and manages to trick everyone and get out of the game. Bender never learns a lesson this episode, which honestly, he didn't really need to. Bender isn't going to discover overnight that he wants to stop doing crime, and yet, Bender, at the end of the day, isn't an inherently bad guy. He doesn't want his friends to be endangered. Even in the end, he just sort of walks away. He thanks Donbot and then just goes back to doing his own thing. It's an episode that doesn't need to be anything more than it is. It's just good Mafia parody-based fun. Bender Gets Made is a clamp-worthy 8 out of 10. You may not remember this, but back in the 90s, KFC launched popcorn chicken, and it was a huge phenomenon. Everyone talked about how good it was, much like the Double Down and Heart Attacks. The episode is a parody of that. Leela and the gang find a bunch of delicious balls that look fried and taste delicious. When they bring them home, they make a deal with Fishy Joe to sell them, and they become a massive hit, even getting protesters to boycott Planet Express. Phil Hendry would actually guest star, and he's just the best, even if I hate the hippie character he plays. Turns out the Poplars are actually the children of the Omicronians of Omicron Persei 8, and Lur is not happy they've effectively been eating their kids. So, after tense negotiations, he decides to just eat Leela and call everything squaresies. It's an interesting angle to take with the whole meat is bad angle, and it does a perfect job of sort of satirizing both sides of the argument for the sake of the joke. I will say again, great to see Zap, and he actually does try and save Leela, even if it's all for naught. The problem with Poplars is a really solid Leela episode. Her friendship with Jur is enough to save everyone, and it shows that while the crew isn't always the best, they'll usually make the right decision when the going gets tough. Leela lets her opinion be changed by the introduction of new information, something we could all learn from. The problem with Poplars is honestly a great wind down to the season as we head towards the end. It's got solid jokes, and again, even if you don't get the reference to the food phenomenons of the 90s, there's something to appreciate and it still manages to stay super evergreen. The problem with Poplars is a dippy optional 8 out of 10. Gotta have my dippies. I'm a honey mustard man. It's Mother's Day, and all the robots are getting gifts for their beloved mom. Even Bender is spending cash money, dollar bills, to get mom gifts. Fry and Leela go down to Mom's base and take a tour of the robot museum with Bender when we find out what Mom is scheming this year. We find out that she intends to use the antenna on every robot to turn them against humanity and raise the entire world, all because she was scorned by a lover years ago, because he refused to build her robots with more weaponization. Her old love was none other than Professor Farnsworth, who still cares about the mogul. And so, as the robots run rampant in the streets and Bender is emboldened by a comrade of a greeting card, Mom's sons and the Planet Express crew get the Professor and Mom alone in a cabin so the Professor can deactivate the robots, and sure enough, their romance is re-sparked temporarily. I'm not gonna lie, I did not laugh at most of the season just because I've seen the episode so many times, but Mother's Day got me to actually break more than a few times. The wax robot part where she's like, does that confuse you? That's great. I don't know, the writing and the delivery has gotten sharper throughout just the first 2 seasons, and it's almost night and day where we've been and where we're going, and we're not even 30 episodes in yet. This episode is still one of my favorites, and I'd say one of the best written episodes of the entire show. It would be season finale worthy. It's just that good. It gives us Professor Farnsworth development while also giving us just a great dystopian adventure for the crew. I adore this episode, and I think it's got some of the sharpest jokes of the entire series and stands the test of time brilliantly. Mother's Day is a gift-giving, thought that matters, 10 out of 10. It's our first anthology of interest and just anthology in general episode. Basically, yeah, welcome to the anthology that this series is gonna have. You get 3 stories and they're just fun Futurama jaunts. Up first is What If Bender Was Really, Really Tall? It's just a kaiju movie like King Kong where he ends up fighting a giant Zoidberg and sacrificing himself to save his friend. It's fine. It's not the best, not the worst. It's whatever. Next is What If Leela Was a Little More Impulsive? Turns out she starts taking everyone out and feeding the professor to the anteaters in order to take his fortune from him. Also, pretty fine. Honestly, it's probably the best performance Katie Sagal has done as Leela yet, and I don't know, I actually really kind of mess with it. It's one of my favorite anthology bits by far. Oh, and last, but absolutely not least, Fry wonders what would happen if he never got frozen and taken to the future. When he stops himself from getting frozen, he runs afoul of a team tasked with preventing space-time anomalies. This team is led by Vice President Al Gore, Star Trek's Nichelle Nichols, Stephen Hawking, and creator of D&D, the Lord of the D20, Gary Gygax. And these aren't even people doing impressions of these characters. Oh, no. They got all the actual players. Like you had a vice president, a physicist, one of the most culturally important actors of all time, and Gary Gygax in 2000 when D&D was nowhere near the mega hit it is today, all in one anthology bit. It's utterly amazing. These were huge gets for a show like Futurama, and they're for an anthology bit of all things, and it's terrific. Basically, the entire universe will unravel if Fry doesn't go to the future, and while the other 2 stories feel just completely and utterly whimsical, as we'll come to find out later on, this is actually super important that Fry goes to the future. It's a hypothetical that could never come to pass without the total destruction of time as we know it, which is why the story ends with them all in the void beyond the idea of a universe. The first anthology of interest as a whole is a fine, relaxing way to wrap up a season. The Fry story is wild and elevates the episode from just being okay to, honestly, a super solid episode, all things considered. It gives us a ton of great jokes, wild implications, and it's just dumb fun, and sometimes that's just good enough. Anthology of Interest 1 is a What If Wondering 8 out of 10. And there we have it, that's Season 2! Season 2 was really just the perfecting of a formula. It gave us the most episodes of any one season of Futurama and really fleshed out where they wanted to take the series. We got more emotional highs and the lows were minimal at best. Some episodes just didn't feel fleshed out enough, but it's still very much in the growing pain period. But come next season, we're going to be getting some of the most memorable episodes of the entire show. From proud, independent Amazonians to invading brains, you won't want to miss our brain slug-free review of Season 3. It's Season 3! I would say this is arguably one of the best overall seasons the show has ever had, and I mean it is just packed with incredible concepts, deep-cut parodies, and so much more. So what worked, what failed, what where-car attacks will be curtailed? If the brains try to invade, don't try to flee, because it's time to review Season 3! Bender's uncle passes and leaves Bender his castle if he can spend the night within its walls. When the Planet Express gang is haunted by robot ghosts, Bender runs out and he's attacked by a car that turns him into a werecar who won't stop until he takes out his best friend. Bender has to hunt down the original werecar before he takes out Leela and Fry. You know the episode and it's a pretty decent, just solid Halloween watch. That is until you realize it's a parody of the Howling franchise and the entire thing gets elevated to the nines. It's just a deep lore parody of a relatively successful horror franchise from the 80s. If that's not comedy, I don't know what is. Again, it comes back to these aren't ideas done to stay typical. They had an idea to parody different aspects of the franchise and they did it fantastically, on top of adding in plenty of other just good horror jokes for the sake of it. Think about a Treehouse of Horror. In the beginning, it was adaptations of all kinds of different Halloween ideas, horror stories, what have you. As time went on, it's whatever most popular thing is. I don't really think they had a genuine idea for The Simpsons Death Note, yet here we are. That being said, overall, it's not the greatest episode, but it's definitely not the worst. It just sorta, spins its wheels. The Fry subplot is funny, where he's jealous Bender's attacking Leela over him, but I don't know. It feels like there was one step they could have taken that would have really sealed the deal. I don't know what it is, but it feels incomplete. Almost like it should have been a two-parter and really hammered in even more parodies, going even deeper into it. I'd almost argue that it could replace one of the movies. Do we need Bender's Big Game? Give me The Honking the Movie. I think that would have actually been a really solid watch, especially if it was a bunch of adaptations of different Howling movies. Give me a Christopher Lee-bot. You can do it. There's opportunities there. It's just, this isn't enough to really get to the top. Still not bad by any means, but definitely has untapped potential. The Honking is a Silver Spud subdued 8 out of 10. Now, where the last episode had untapped potential, this is an episode where every ounce of that potential has been wrung out of it and has been crafted into some kind of weird, pulpy diamond good stuff, because I lost track of my analogy before I even started it. It's just a really, really, really good episode. Fry and Bender want the military discount on 35-cent gum, so they enlist. And when they enlist, they get drafted. Hee-haw. Leela joins in disguise to keep her friends safe. Naturally, the invasion force is being led by Zap Brannigan, and that's the episode. The gang help invade a bouncing ball planet. MASH jokes abound, more Nixon good stuff, and a fantastic highlight on Zap and his confused feelings for Lululemon's soldier extraordinaire. It feels very reminiscent of Starship Troopers, a movie that came out in '97 and was about an invading force taking over an alien planet with massive propaganda. Which is, again, Starship Troopers famously didn't do all that great initially and has developed a cult following after the fact. This shows that they were just fans of a great movie. That's awesome. I don't know. War's the H word is just a celebration of a ton of great things. You like MASH, you like Starship Troopers, you're gonna love this. I'm not gonna get into the nitty-gritty of the episode because it's just the military parody episode, and that's incredible. It is so interwoven with jokes, and I'll admit, as someone that grew up in a David Letterman house as a kid, seeing the top 10 list really brought back some fond memories. I forgot the joke was even in the episode. It's just such a familiar episode in the best possible way. I love how quotable and almost timeless it is. It's amazing how a series like Futurama can stay more evergreen than The Simpsons, and yet in this episode, they absolutely knocked it out of the park. This is easily one of my favorite episodes of the season, and one I revisit time and time again. War is the H word is a shiny metal ass biting 10 out of 10. They can't all be winners, folks. After Fry and Bender go on a wacky little joyride, they end up fired alongside Leela and have to get new jobs. Leela accidentally switches her job chip with Fry's, and he becomes a cryogenics employee. He then proceeds to thaw out Pauly Shore, played, sure enough, by Encino Man's own Pauly Shore. Go watch one Pauly Shore movie. Biodome, Son-in-Law, A Goofy Movie, Pinocchio, whatever. It'll change your life. Flowers will be brighter, the wind will be warmer, and you'll be able to go to sleep knowing that if he can have a career, so can you. What the hell even was Biodome? Crazy world we live in. There's actually a really good documentary about Biodome too. It's odd. It's very odd. Oh, and Fry sees his ex in a cryopod and welcomes her to the world of tomorrow. His ex, Michelle, sure is a master manipulator and froze herself to rediscover herself after her partner slept with another woman. Fry is actually excited to show her around the future and introduces her to all of his friends as she's just absolutely unnerved and falling apart. When she can't handle it anymore, she begs Fry to take her to the year 4000 and they can try again. Him having to give up the only home he's been able to find in the last 1,000 years. The two end up in the dystopia that is Hollywood, and sure enough, Michelle eventually ends up running off with Pauly Shore, and Fry realizes why he was happy in the future. He didn't fit in 1999, but now he has his community. Now he has something to actually look forward to. Michelle has Pauly Shore. The episode is just Michelle in the episode would actually be played by Sarah Silverman, and she does add something to the character, but she's just so intentionally unlikable. I guess it's closure in a way, but the episode just sort of meanders along. The middle part with the kids was largely unnecessary. And that wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't like 4 minutes of the story of a 23-minute episode. You feel when things drag on for just a little bit too long. It's not incredible, it's not horrid, it's just sort of there. The Cryonic Woman is a frozen in time 6 out of 10. Fry decides to do his stomach a favor and eat a space gas station sandwich. What could possibly go wrong? Sure enough, he develops parasites and the gang go inside him to get rid of said parasites. The only problem? The parasites are making Fry his best self. They're cleaning his heart, massaging his muscles, and they're helping him be the smartest, most charming self possible. He tells Leela about his feelings for her, and it actually looks like she's starting to fall for this Fry. He's standing up for her honor, he's fighting with a sense of candor, and he genuinely seems to care for her. Fry finds out about the parasites and uses a holophone to tell Leela about his love for her. He then decides he needs to know if she'd love him without the parasites' help. He wants Leela to love him for him. It's a conundrum. The parasites weren't altering his thoughts or anything, but it wasn't his work that was making him who he was. It speaks to Fry's honesty that he would be willing to jeopardize everything just to know if she really loved him for him. Sure, the Fantastic Voyage element is fun, but the focus is definitely more on Fry and Leela, and I don't know, like I've said before, Fry is dumb. Like, dumb. But he's got a code. Good and evil is blurred in this series, and it becomes more a conversation about just inherent morality. Do you follow a code? Do you do the right thing every single time? The Planet Express crew are flawed. They're not perfect people, and that's what makes them so endearing. People can relate to flawed characters. There's so many episodes where the return to normal at the end is just shrugging and choosing to ignore anything happened. Parasites Lost is one of the most human and relatable episodes of the entire series, and it starts at a space gas station. Parasites Lost is a nerve-slashing 9 out of 10. You know the episode. Kif has been calling Amy's tiny phone and been too shy to actually say anything and keeps creeping her out. Zap agrees to take them on a double date so that he can see Leela and try again. Everybody goes to dinner, Zap mutilates Lola in front of everybody, and as everyone leaves, Zap proceeds to crash the restaurant into the planet Amazonia. A pretty standard Tuesday night. Sure enough, everyone is captured by the Amazonians, and they're all taken to the mighty Femputer, which decrees that all too familiar line. Death by snoo snoo. Femputer would actually be played by one of the great comedy legends, a Golden Girl and Star Wars Holiday Special mainstay, the iconic B. Arthur. Kif confesses to Amy, they run from the Amazonians, Bender grinds gears with the Fembot running the Femputer, and Kif and Amy eventually are officially a thing. Talk about an episode that's just ingrained itself into the very zeitgeist of humanity. Death by Snoo Snoo has lingered around for over 20 years, and think of how hard it is to actually do that. I have seen Family Guy memes rise and fall. I've seen Rick and Morty memes burn out like dying stars after only a couple months. But Death by Snoo Snoo, by all accounts, is eternal. It's just fascinating that the line comes from an episode that's honestly pretty great on its own and shows that this kind of writing isn't a fluke. There's an emotional core, great jokes, and just more Billy West having fun with Zap Brannigan. What more could you want? It's absolutely terrific, and while the opening does drag for a little bit and the cell phone hits a little too close to home, it's always worth a good watch. Amazon Women in the Mood is a snoo snoo demanding 10 out of 10. Bender is sleep bending and even bends the professor in half, who gets a whole new lease on life. With a massive inherent compulsion to bend, Bender goes across the picket line and gets a job at a bending factory where he runs into Flexo and Angeline, played by Jan Hooks. Turns out Angeline and Flexo are divorced, and while Bender starts a bending romance with Angeline, he thinks she still has feelings for Flexo. It's just Bender being jealous for 20 minutes. I don't know. The jokes aren't enough to keep the story afloat, and it just sort of bends itself in knots, to try and stretch itself to the end of the episode. I would be gobsmacked, utterly betrayed by the very idea of human cognitive thought, if Bendless Love is anyone's absolute favorite episode of the series. I will admit, this is the episode where I really started to love Professor Farnsworth's character. His little epiphany as he looks at the world from his bent angle is just fun enough for me to not regret watching this episode. It just feels like the Flexo idea doesn't work since we know Bender is the unequivocal bad guy in that situation. Remember, one of the key components of this show is that it has a timeline. We know he interacted with Flexo previously. We know Flexo is traditionally a good guy. So when his ex-wife says, no, he's just a really good guy, don't worry about it, we're just still good friends. Yeah, that lines up with everything we know, and Bender is just kind of annoying about it. It's just, it expects you to have not seen the previous episodes or to understand who Flexo actually is, even though it doesn't make sense. It is an episode in the entire season that I look at and I just go, why are you here? It's just, I don't know. Have Flexo actually do something evil or maniacal. Give us that conflict. Otherwise, it's just a lot of nothing. I don't know. It's just a slow, weak episode that makes me appreciate the episodes around it that much more. Bendless Love is a bent out of shape 5 out of 10. Now this is just some good old-fashioned sci-fi, some science fiction. The planet the crew were supposed to deliver to is completely destroyed and no one knows why. Nibbler proceeds to run off and Leela chases him just to discover flying brains, and Nibbler actually has a little spaceship. I haven't talked about it before, but now that we actually have Nibbler talking, Nibbler would actually be played by voice acting legend Frank Welker. Megatron, Fred from Scooby-Doo, and now everyone's favorite Nibblonian. The brains are invading and target the Delta brainwave in order to make whoever they're conquering really just unapologetically stupid. However, one man is completely immune to their influence. Fry. Man, it sure is convenient Fry is here to help with this incoming threat and not back in 1999. Just saying. So Leela goes back and has Fry help as she gets dumber by the minute, and they have to take down the big brain. They battle through some books, and Fry just writes some S-tier fanfiction that causes the big brain to fly off thinking he was victorious. It's part of a bigger story, sets up bigger things to come, and is still a fantastic just pocket episode. You get everything you need to know for 23 minutes, and if it's all you ever watch, you still get a satisfying one-off adventure. Frank Welker is absolutely incredible. If you go back and listen to Nibbler in the previous episodes, sure enough, it's all him. It always has been. And it's just, here he is, one of the most iconic voices in voice acting, just sort of doing the long con. When Fry is using the megaphone, that's honestly a scene I still think about to this day, and it still floors me. It's just, it's an absolutely fantastic episode that stands out as one of the best of the entire show. The Day the Earth Stood Stupid is a delta wave inhibiting 9 out of 10. We find out that Zoidberg dreams of being a comedian like his uncle, Harold Zoid, a master of the silent hollow film. I'll say this, the hollow film is kind of the perfect joke. Not like it's so astoundingly funny it changes your very core way, literally just in a no matter how you approach it, there is a joke for you to appreciate. You could genuinely enjoy the dumb antics where he clips a man's head clear off of his shoulders. You could view it as dumb as hell and still get something from it from just it's so bad it's good angle. I don't know, it's something to appreciate that they made something so one-off actually multi-layered. Zoidberg writes to his uncle who's living in a retirement home and is determined to get out and make another big movie that puts him back on top. Funny enough, Harold Zoid would actually be played by Hank Azaria. He does an absolutely fantastic job because of course he does, he's one of the best. Zoidberg and Harold get together, and when Harold finds out his doctor nephew doesn't have a lot of scratch to spare, Bender is able to rope Calculon in the hopes of being a big film actor and breaking away from his daytime soaps. I've said it before and I'll say it again, Maurice LaMarche is brilliant. He brings Calculon to a whole new level, and between Calculon, Lur, Kif, Morbo, you can't imagine the show without him in it. And having him go all in on Calculon in this episode is terrific. I mean, the jokes are incredible, the movie is terrifically horrible in the best way, and Fry and Leela get stuck in a tar pit with Sylvester Stallone. A lot happens. It's just a great little adventure that shines primarily because of the voice work, and they just happen to have some of the best voice actors in the business delivering it. That's Lobstertainment is a pie-throwing 8 out of 10. Professor Farnsworth wants to take a tanker full of dark matter oil past Pluto where the penguins are, and when Leela refuses the mission, he makes Bender the captain and Leela goes to counter-protest. We get the return of Phil Hendry as the leader of the conservationists, which I gotta say, I prefer this guy over the hippie leader back in The Problem with Poplars by a mile. This guy is great. His little isms are fantastic. Bender starts going mad with power and starts pushing Fry around, which causes Fry to walk off on him, so when Bender gets hauntingly sober, he ends up crashing the tanker, covering the penguins in dark matter. Bender gets forced to clean up after the mess and manages to slip off and hang out with the penguins when Leela and the protesters discover that the dark matter is making the penguins frisky. So they have to cull the herd to make sure they don't starve. Bender gets hit on the head, blends in with penguin society, and eventually leads an uprising, and actually has Leela to thank for coming back to his senses, as they all manage to escape while the penguins find some much-needed tools for their next big standoff. The episode is just good, dumb fun, and easily has some of the best jokes of the whole show. I don't know, this feels like a perfect setup and execution for the jokes to absolutely shine while never getting too heavy in the story. And that's the other thing, is that this isn't inspired by Star Trek or anything. This is a genuine Futurama episode. This is an episode of Futurama that at its core is just Futurama. And I really actually appreciate that. I appreciate that the show is at a point that it doesn't have to be a parody of anything to actually still have a comedy value to it. And let's be real, Futurama never really has any emotional points. It's never elicited tears out of anyone. We're all big, strong people. No one's crying over here or anything. No, Birdbot is just, it's good, light comedy that does not prepare you for what comes next. The bird bot of Ice Catraz is a tuxedo formal 9 out of 10. After a not-so-stellar day at the track, Fry believes he's truly unlucky and is determined to get his 7-leaf clover he hid away in a record safe. This is when we get Fry's backstory. We meet his sports-obsessed mom and Cold War-fearing dad, as well as his older brother, Yancey. Fry's been obsessed with stars ever since he was a baby, and ever since he was a kid, whenever he had something going for him, dance moves, basketball shots, or really anything, his older brother Yancey stole it and used it as his own. So when Fry thinks his brother stole his name and became the first man on Mars with his clover's help, he's determined to rob his grave and get his clover and right the wrongs. I've celebrated him before, but I just really want to talk about Tom Kenny's performance as Yancey in this episode. In the beginning, he makes him sound like the perfect annoying brother that just has to have everything he thinks is cool. That inherent nasaliness is weaponized just masterfully to hit the ear wrong. You really think that Yancey may have done something like that until they get to the graveyard, and as they're digging, we find out what really happened. Yancey named his son Philip and encouraged him to follow in his uncle's footsteps. We also see Fry's parents that seemed apathetic about him actually genuinely missing their son, because of course they would. Because Fry was frozen and taken into the future, his family suffered. But his nephew would go on to take one of the biggest steps in the history of space exploration. The episode doesn't have some grand conclusion. There's no major conflict that needs to be resolved. It's just Fry looking to the stars, proud of his nephew and missing his family. The Luck of the Fryish is probably my favorite episode of the season and still in my top 5 of all time. I've seen this episode easily 30 times in my life, and it still brought a tear to my eye when I was rewatching for this review. Again, if any of the voice actors were weaker, this would have fallen apart. But this showed that Tom Kenny is more than just a sponge. The Luck of the Fryish is a moonwalking 10 out of 10. When Leela is invited back to the orphanarium, she's picked on by the other former orphanage kids that have been less than successful. She runs into a successful orphan, Adelaide, and they go on a date and he offers to give her surgery so she can have 2 eyes. Fry tries to convince her to embrace her imperfections and he loves her just how she is, but she's happy with the normal life he's promising. Oh, and Bender adopts a ton of kids for the government stipend and uses them for assorted schemes and things. Yay. Leela realizes she doesn't want to be normal. Bender starts to care about the kids and eventually gives them back to the orphanage alongside the stipend check. The episode is fine. It's not the best Leela episode, but it does help build out who Leela is. She wants that normal life, but she doesn't want it forced onto a kid and have that kid believe that they're different. It's also interesting to note that there's still, orphanages in the future. There's still these Orwellian elements with like Mom. Even though the series very obviously takes a lot from Star Trek, they don't take the utopia that's presented as Earth. In the future, in Star Trek, Earth is a paradise. People don't want for anything. But that doesn't make a lot of funny interactions. You gotta make people suffer. Pain equals comedy. There's not a ton to talk about with the episode. I do like that this is our first proper look at the orphanarium, but I don't know. I feel like Leela's homeworld was good enough on its own without this episode. And it's nice to see Bender care about the kids, but overall the episode just sort of flounders. It doesn't do anything truly outstanding, but isn't hard to watch like later seasons. The Cyberhouse Rules is a 2 wide, 7 out of 10. While inadvertently getting swept up in a fun little bank incident with Bender's friend Roberto, the two find themselves arrested and being sentenced to be admitted to the robotic psychiatric hospital. Bender just enjoys it while Fry steadily loses his mind and is convinced that he's actually a robot, and everyone tries to deprogram him. It's a bunch of references. Again, it's a very simple story so they can dump a ton of jokes around it, and they absolutely deliver. There's not a ton to say about the episode other than it's just a ton of references, mostly from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. It's a very familiar episode because it never does anything too complicated. You can come into it at any point and more or less understand what's going on at even the most basic levels. I thought the Fry thinking he was a robot would get tiring for me, but honestly I think it was around just long enough to walk that very delicate balance where it feels like it was used the perfect amount. They don't take it one joke too far, and when he has that realization that he is in fact flesh and blood, it feels earned. He starts to have a genuine panic attack, and that feels very, very human. And of course it makes sense, Bender wouldn't really be affected by any of the stuff going on. It's just, it works, it has plenty of great jokes, but at the end of the day, it's the most... Where I said an episode like Mars University isn't vapid, Insane in the Mainframe absolutely is. It is the one episode that I know for like the back of my hand, but also I can look at it and go, how did that go again? It never quite materializes itself into an episode I find myself wanting to watch over and over and over again. Insane in the Mainframe is 8 Lincoln split personalities out of 10. Fry finds an old VW van and wants to take it on the road, so they need to open a can of whale oil. And after a horrific canning accident, Bender is maimed and is just a shell of a robot, unable to move. While in the hospital, he meets someone that refuses to give up on him, Beck, played by music legend Beck. And so Beck decides to take Bender on tour, and Fry and the gang decide to van life their way to each of the shows, helping create things like tie-dye and pearl necklaces for future audiences. Bender puts on an aid concert and miraculously gets to walk again, and sure enough, the gang is fleeing in their van powered on dreams. I think what makes this episode work is that Beck is all in on the jokes, and he's not afraid of making fun of himself. Again, a very basic plot that is just packed full of great jokes. It gives Zoidberg relevance, it shows everyone just hanging out and having a fun time together while supporting their buddy. There's no financial gain for Fry going out to see his buddy perform, and everyone's just willing to go along with it, just to have a good time. And it's not like Bender was faking his injury until the end. He just miraculously got to walk again, and it's just like, oh, hang on now. It wasn't his fault he got healed, though. It's another episode that I was looking forward to revisiting and see how well it aged, and honestly, it's a super evergreen episode, mostly because Beck was never like a huge pop culture icon for only a brief period of time. They didn't get Beck because he was the biggest name for the show. They got Beck because they could work with him and his music. I don't know, it feels like they were still having fun with the show, and you can tell in the voice performances. Bendin' in the Wind is a Cylon and Garfunkel endorsed 9 out of 10. When the alien Globetrotters, led by Bubblegum Tate, land on Earth and challenge them to a basketball game, Farnsworth decides to do a space jam and needs the crew to get time molecules to speed up the growth of his supermen. As they get the little chronotons, tears in time-space begin to form. They go to the game, the Supermen turn into giant mutants, and sure enough, before long, time starts slipping, and they begin to lose track of reality. Fry keeps trying to get Leela to pay attention to him, and we even get a skip that shows at some point they got married, and Fry is desperate to remember what he did that got Leela to love him enough to marry him. Turns out he organized a bunch of stars into a love message. But when it all implodes, she never gets to see it, and the episode ends. Ironically, the greatest enemy of the crew in this episode is the Professor. If it wasn't for the Professor having them break space-time for a contest with absolutely no consequences, time wouldn't have fractured how it did. It's a lot. But again, it's really solid. I think it's mostly because of Phil LaMarr just doing great with Bubblegum Tate, which will make him a constantly entertaining appearance, even though they kind of have him outstay his welcome as time goes on. But it does make him this imposing and intimidating threat, while also being super knowledgeable and willing to shame Farnsworth for what he was doing. He could challenge Farnsworth because he's just as smart, if not smarter than him. It's a fun episode that does have an emotional core, even if it does feel a little taped on. It just sort of shines and is easily one of the best episodes of the season. Time Keeps on Slipping is a globe-trotting, had to do it, 9 out of 10. And here we are, the season finale. Fry wants to do all the things he always dreamed of. They see the edge of the universe, play with dinosaurs, destroy a planet, and when he's all burnt out on adventures, he says he wants to date a celebrity. And so the gang logs on to Napster and loads up a Lucy Liu bot, played by Lucy Liu. Fry learns of the great robot uprising that wiped the humans out while he was frozen, but Fry is too distracted by making out with the Liu bot. And so Leela and Bender go down to try and shut down Kid Napster. When they do, Kid Napster sends out an army of Lubots to hunt them down, and after Fry's Lubot sacrifices herself, they're saved and Lucy Liu's head has fallen in love with Bender. And all's well that ends well. I wonder if that'll be referenced next season. Much like Bendin' in the Wind, I think it all comes down to the guest star, and Lucy Liu really did do a phenomenal job, and would even reprise her role next season. It's got more going for it than Cyberhouse Rules, but still isn't a particularly standout episode of the series. It's a great exhale after a season just packed with quality. I Dated a Robot is a Crazy 88 supported 8 out of 10. And there we have it, that's Season 3! Season 3 was just a further incline in quality for Futurama. With episodes like Luck of the Fryish, War is the H-Word, and Birdbot of Icecatraz, it's so easy to see why the Fox-era Futurama is so beloved. There's a genuine heart to the episodes, and you can really see where they had a ton of great ideas and weren't completely focused on current events and were more focused on just telling high-quality stories. And there's so much more to explore when we dive into Season 4. It's Season 4! We are sadly almost at the end of the Fox era, but it is definitely not going out with a whisper. So I have to ask those 3 age-old questions. What worked? What failed? What bungalow wrangling will be curtailed? Don't you dare snore! It's time to review Season 4! While making foil popcorn in the microwave while watching a star go supernova, the Planet Express crew end up getting taken to Roswell, New Mexico in 1947, a direct reference to the Roswell incident. Bender ends up getting blasted through the windshield and blown into a ton of pieces that Zoidberg has to collect while everyone else goes into town. Leela and the professor looking for a microwave, and Fry looking for his grandpa, with Professor Farnsworth warning Fry that if anything happens to his grandfather, he'll cease to exist. So Fry takes his grandpa Enos around and eventually runs into Meredith, who would end up being his grandmother. However, Fry takes Enos to a nuclear testing site to keep him safe, and when he doesn't have a fridge to hide in, he's blown to Kingdom Come, and Fry has to comfort Meredith, inadvertently becoming his own grandfather. The professor throws caution to the wind at that point, and they all just cheese it back to their timeline. This episode is easily one of the strongest of the entire show, and still, after all these years, is in my top 5. Like, I didn't even talk about Zoidberg getting captured and being interrogated and driving the government crazy. This episode was so good, it won an Emmy. And you know what it beat? Bobby Goes Nuts. The King of the Hill episode where that's Bobby's purse and he does not know you. The performances are top-notch, the jokes are super sharp, and there's never a dragging moment to the entire episode. It is a perfect 23 minutes and is one of the most pivotal events of the entire series. Fry became his own grandfather, and because he did that, he doesn't have a delta wave so he could stop the brain. Like, it's not just some dumb time travel episode, it just works on every single level and shines brilliantly. A Roswell that ends well is a foot-soaking bin including 10 out of 10. It's a new Christmas adventure! Yay! So, sadly, John Goodman wouldn't be back as Santa, but we do get Coolio as Kwanzaa-bot. The guy that got into a feud with Weird Al? That's true, look it up, it's hysterical. So, you know, not a total loss. I will admit it was actually touching when they did a tribute to Coolio in the new Christmas episode in Season 11. He was a part of the fabric to the show, and he is missed. But him being upset about Amish Paradise will never not be funny. Anyway, Fry, Leela, and Bender get sent to Santa's base on Neptune, and they manage to actually trap Santa in the ice, and with Santa trapped, Bender decides to be the new Santa and actually deliver toys to the children. And his kind act gets him attacked and eventually arrested and put on trial for all the crimes of the original Santa. With no other options, Leela and Fry go to free Santa, and as Bender is being torn asunder, SantaBot shows up and frees him and asks him to help him do his Christmas raid. This episode is a straight-up fever dream. It's definitely not nearly as good as Xmas Story, but it's not, I guess, bad either. It feels a lot simpler than the last one. It's totally fine, I guess. It's just, do we need a Christmas episode every other season if it's gonna be at this level? I would argue no. I would say it's okay to have one whenever you feel like you need one, and you don't have to placate anything. Like, the whole Neptunian working song was a little odd, and none of it really landed for me. I don't know. It felt off. A Tale of Two Santas is a Christmas Carol accompanied 7 out of 10. It's the new anthology of interest, and it's something else. The first story is What If Bender is Human? He'd have no self-control and would just scarf down junk food and drink until, sure enough, they're rolling him into the symposium for Farnsworth to accept his award, and then he just stops breathing. Every time they roll him, he goes woo because air's just escaping his fat folds. Kinda dark and a fine idea, I guess, but yeesh. The second one is actually one of the cooler things that's happened with the series. So Fry asks the question of what would life be like if video game characters were real? Sure enough, Earth is being invaded by old game characters and they have to work with General Pac-Man to save the day. Now, one of the coolest parts about this is that when the invaders land, they say all your base are belong to us. Which, if you don't know the reference, just sounds like a dumb thing for a video game character to say. But it's actually a line from Zero Wing, an old Sega Genesis game, and one of the earliest widespread examples of a meme. But even then, it gets weirder. The story would be part of the inspiration for Pixels, the short by Patrick Jean that would get adapted into the Adam Sandler movie, Pixels. Which, even if you hate the movie, which is understandable, it's not great, but like an anthology minisode of Futurama had that much impact. It's something to celebrate, you know? You never think that it would have that kind of impact in the grand scheme. The third story is a Wizard of Oz one where Leela wants to find a home and ends up wanting to be a witch. It's fine. It's definitely nowhere near as good as the last Leela anthology, but it's a fine cool down from the Fry story. Overall, it's a perfectly fine episode. It's not reinventing the wheel and it's not trying to. Sometimes a dumb episode is just dumb, and that's okay. Anthology of Interest 2 is a couch co-op compatible 8 out of 10. The Planet Express crew heads to Milwaukee, the romance capital of Earth, and they're sent to deliver heart candies and get a contract that can bring in some serious money. Fry is determined to sort through all the heart candies to find one that perfectly shows how he feels about Leela since he could never do it properly himself. With the new funding, the good professor gets some upgrades for the crew, including upgrading the ship with different personalities, and so Bender starts flirting with the new ship voice played by sci-fi acting legend Sigourney Weaver. Talk about a perfectly hidden guest star. I mean, she gives just an absolutely amazing performance where she just slips perfectly into the role of the super affectionate ship. Bender gets tired of the ship and so he abruptly breaks up with her. We also get him still dating Lucy Liu, funnily enough, still played by Lucy Liu. It's fun that she came back for like 3 lines, if that. So when they break up, the ship turns off the oxygen and Leela and Fry have to disable the ship AI a la 2001: A Space Odyssey. Which, wow. Sigourney Weaver does that perfect shift from super affectionate to chillingly cold in an instant. She seriously makes this episode greater than the sum of its parts. Fry tries to let Leela know she's running low on oxygen and she blows him off, so he gives her the rest of his tank. He never hesitates to make sure that she survives, even if he doesn't. That's real love right there. And you know it's not based on anything superficial. He genuinely cares about her and just wants her happy. The episode doesn't even have a deeper conclusion other than that Leela and Fry save the day from Bender. Bender is the actual active antagonist of the episode, and it's never properly addressed, and that's honestly fine. The episode is another fantastic contained adventure that hits all the notes it needs to hit perfectly. Love and Rocket is a Ripley ripened 9 out of 10. When Professor Farnsworth develops a very important machine that makes glow-in-the-dark noses, it also produces a ton of toxic waste that he pays Bender to get rid of, and he literally just pours it into the sewers. I don't know why you would think it was anything else. Leela is also honored with an award at the orphanarium, and we see how she was first discovered on the doorstep in the rain. Sure enough, Bender's dumping has the mutants yanking the three into the catacombs to enact justice. They're getting ready to dump them when two hooded mutants stop the crane, and Leela finds a shrine to herself while they run away. The hooded mutants talk to the mayor, and he agrees to let them all be exiled from the sewers instead of being taken out, and when Leela is tired of not having any answers, she dives into the radioactive sewers and risks mutation to find out who the hooded mutants are. Only, when she gets into the sewers and manages to swim across and get out, she's unfazed. She hasn't mutated at all and runs off beyond confused by it. This is something we even saw when they visited the Slurm Factory back in the second season. This is something that's actually been set up if you watch the show in order, and this episode is the payoff of all of Leela's arc to this point, and I mean, you know what's coming. You've seen the episode, I have to imagine. Fry has the professor look into the letter Leela's parents left, and when Leela confronts the two, Fry reveals that the hooded figures are her actual parents. She's not an alien. She's a mutant that her parents gave up so that she could actually have a real shot at life because she could fit into real society. We then see that throughout her life, they'd been watching her from afar. They were looking out for her, leaving her gifts, and just wanted their daughter to be happy and have a better life than they could ever provide. Leela has parents, a connection she always wanted. She's not alone anymore. Again, it's an evergreen, heartfelt story. It's something that's been set up since the beginning of the show. Leela has always felt isolated and just wanted a family. And now she actually has both her work family and her real one. This episode is beautiful, and the conclusion is what sells the entire thing as one of the strongest written episodes of the entire show. Leela's homeworld is a heart-wrenching 9 out of 10. It's a Kif-centric episode! Huh. Neat. The gang go to the Wong Ranch on Mars, where Zoidberg makes himself at home, and Kif has to prove himself to Amy's parents. He tries to smoke, tries to appear manly, and just can't compete. A dust storm comes through and steals the Bugalo as well as Amy, and Kif is determined to get her back and even leads a cattle drive of the rest of the Bugalo to attract the Wranglers and hopefully prove himself to Amy's parents. Turns out native Martians were responsible for stealing the Bugalo because they wanted their land back since their ancestors sold it for a measly bead. Kif manages to fly a Bugalo out of a dust storm, and then when he can't make peace with the peace pipe, he ends up almost being put down until we see the bead as an absolutely massive diamond, and the Martians leave Mars with their giant diamond to find some new land, and the day is saved. Again, I've said it before, I'll keep saying it, Maurice LaMarche really shines as Kif this episode, and it really hits harder if you watch it directly after Amazon Women in the Mood. It shows they can make any character really stand out, and you can tell Kif loves Amy enough that he's willing to face all his fears to make sure she's safe. It shows real dedication and honestly sells the whole thing. I also just love how Zoidberg pretends he's part of the Wong family, and it's terrific how they're turning Zoidberg into this just absolute legend of weirdness. It feels almost like how Klaus evolved from early American Dad into the Florida boy we all know and love. It really works for him, and I'm so glad they tried it. Where the Bugalo Roam is a windswept 8 out of 10. Bender feels like he's going to be forgotten one day, and he's determined to leave his mark on the world. It really plays off of his passion for cooking and music. He wants to make sure he has done something that allows him to be remembered eternally. The Planet Express crew even do a fake funeral to show that they'll always remember him, and he doesn't take their speech as well. The gang then go to an Egypt planet where they're co-opted into helping build a pharaoh's pyramid. Bender starts streamlining the building process, and when the pharaoh suddenly passes, thanks to Bender, Bender takes over as the new pharaoh, determined to be remembered eternally, and when he's just never happy with what they're doing, they end up entombing Bender with Fry and Leela, and they have to escape as his monument crumbles in on itself. Bender cries as they fly off, and I mean, you do feel for Bender, but also his hubris was something else. It's just, he's never satisfied. There's never anything they could have done that would have been good enough for him. And Bender himself questioning his mortality is ironic. Even earlier in this season, we saw that he lasted for 1,000 years. Actually, longer than 1,000 years, because he was stuck in Roswell. His head was buried, and he was still able to turn himself on and be perfectly fine. He's not gonna be gone for thousands of years. So for him to worry about this is kind of nonsensical, which also kind of works. He feels more and more human as the series has gone on. Ironically, this feels like a part 1 of a weird 2-parter. Now, I know even this order isn't like set in stone, but as a marathon in the like Hulu order, it kind of really adds to the next episode. A Pharaoh to Remember is fine. The jokes just drag a lot, and it felt like the episode knew where it wanted to end, but not how to get there. It feels rushed in a lot of ways, and I don't know. It's a very okay episode. A Pharaoh to Remember is an Entombed 7 out of 10. After a fight with some space pirates, Bender finds himself fired off into the cosmos, and after hitting a meteor, has a tiny civilization growing on him. Meanwhile, Fry desperately tries to find him throughout the entirety of the universe. It's a very metaphysical episode. The civilization on Bender starts to worship him as a god, and he involves himself in their affairs, usually bringing devastation. When he does nothing, they fall apart as well. He floats in the great nothing and encounters something akin to God. This god talks about how if you do anything, you need to make it seem like you didn't do anything at all. Fry miraculously is able to reach Bender, and the god sends Bender shooting back to rejoin his friends. Like, at its core, the episode is a very nuanced conversation about religion, and when we get the god of this series compared to, say, Disenchanted or The Simpsons, it's not some bearded man in the clowns. It's this very binary, very robotic, cosmic, amorphous entity. It's kind of artistic in a way. It makes the most sense for Futurama to represent a great creator like this. It feels very V'ger from Star Trek the Motion Picture. You know, just Voyager with some extra steps. This is such a Roddenberry concept, and I don't know, it feels like a very humbling moment for Bender that feels like yet another benchmark episode of a show that continues to exponentially grow in the right direction. Godfellas is an enlightening 8 out of 10. While Fry and Zoidberg sneak out of a stock meeting, they end up at a Cryogenics Anonymous group, and Fry runs into an 80s Gordon Gekko-esque businessman who suffered from bonitis but is ready to take over the future. And so this shark of a safety dancing man is voted in as the head of Planet Express and starts sculpting Fry into the perfect protege. I'll say this, I wish this 80s guy was a special guest star. Don't get me wrong, Dave Herman does a great job with the character and really was bringing us all to Futurama. He does it all the time. It just feels like this role was screaming to have someone in it. Just anyone. Get Charlie Sheen. You got a couple years before he got that 2.5 Men money. And so yeah, he goes in direct competition with Mom, furloughs the entire Planet Express crew, and ends up trying to sell to Mom and make amends. The episode really just hinges on this Gordon Gekko guy being this inspired and absolutely shady deal maker. It's completely and utterly fantastic. It's just an episode slathered in great jokes about corporate America that have honestly aged super well. Capitalism, it's what's for dinner. They make fun of Apple's Orwellian commercial back in the 80s, satirize the FedEx 90s rebrand, and it's just jokes that land because of the landscape, not the time period. Future Stock is just absolutely terrific and one of the most memorable episodes of the entire series, and it's easy to see why. Future Stock is a buying low and selling high 10 out of 10. Bob Uecker guest stars as himself! When a new family moves in across the way, the Planet Express crew attempt to help the new pizza joint thrive and even teach the insect aliens how to play America's favorite pastime, Balloons Ball! Leela proceeds to absolutely bean each and every last runner and starts to get a crowd going that can't stop chanting her name. The New York Mets owner discovers her and wants her to be the new attraction. She thinks she's going to be a pro player that's taken seriously, and he genuinely can't emphasize enough she is a gimmick. And I honestly really love that he isn't lying to her or manipulating her in any way. It is just pure delusion on her part. So she starts to play and is understandably the worst, and as she's signing autographs, she's approached by a woman that is actually trying to get female players taken seriously in Blernsball. I'll say this, when I first heard Jackie Anderson, I swore that was a special guest star or something. The performance just seemed so earnest, and it just had this air of a bigger name being attached. And then wonderfully enough, it was actually Dawn Lewis playing her. Someone we'd been hearing since A Voyage to Remember as Hermes' wife, La Barbara. I don't know, this really shows that the talent in the show is just that good. It's like Tom Kenny in Luck of the Fryish. You don't expect a performance that good from someone that plays a talking sponge. Remember, this was well before Adventure Time. Sure enough, Leela just absolutely sucks and is determined to not be the worst player of all time. So she decides to train with the worst ever, Hank Aaron Jr., with support from Hank Aaron's talking head, both of course being played by Hank Aaron, one of the undisputed greats of baseball. And honestly, one of the best athlete performances across any show. He was having fun with it, and you can tell. Him having fun elevates the episode as a whole. You get the little B story of the immigrant family finding success with their little pizza business, and sure enough, Jackie gets a winning game home run off of Leela and brands Leela as the absolute worst and becomes an icon for all girls that dream of going pro. At the end of the day, Leela always meant well. I think that's the key to this episode. She always wanted to have a positive impact and be an inspiration. There's something sweet there, and I think that emotional core elevates the episode as a whole. I kept expecting to be blinded by nostalgia and that when I revisited these episodes, they were going to be way worse than I remembered, and yet for most of these, I had a new appreciation for the effort that went into these episodes. Think that's just me in a post-Mr. Bertram world at this point. A Leela of her own is a home run of a 10 out of 10. All right, this is my favorite episode of the entire show. I don't care. I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to front. This is it. I apologize for nothing. Bender is cooking for all of his friends, and it's literally poison. It's just straight up acid. His friends understandably get rid of the food instead of eating it, and when Bender overhears them hating his food, he runs off. Like, if it was just bad tasting, that's one thing, but this is literally corrosive. It is destroying the floor. It is not just a matter of taste. It is a matter of Bender not understanding the concept of flavor or how humans eat food. He runs off and joins Train Hobos and trains under Helmut Spargle, the master chef that was pushed out by Elzar because he was more hip with the kids, which is really, really funny now. Fun fact, Emeril was one of the judges for the first season of the next Food Network star. And you want to guess who won that season? Guy Fieri. Talk about a passing of the torch right there. Emeril passed that torch and then went straight to Top Chef. Bender gets a vial of pure flavor, and this is when we get to the bulk of the episode. The majority of the episode is a parody of the classic redubbed episodes of Iron Chef that used to air on Food Network late at night. Transition noises and all. And like the little B story of Zoidberg lying about breaking a bottle and framing Fry is great, don't get me wrong. It's easily one of the best Zoidberg's ever been a part of. And he feels so immediately racked with guilt over blaming Fry, and it's terrific. But yeah, it's just a super faithful parody of a late-night cult classic cooking show, and it's amazing! We get the judges, Bubblegum Tate, Morbo, and Martha Never a Snitch Stewart, and this might actually be the best writing we've ever seen for Morbo, and I don't know, you can tell everyone understood the assignment and really channeled that classic Iron Chef aesthetic. Elzar and Bender fight in the Battle of the Soylent Green, and Bender wins after splashing everything with the essence of pure flavor that's just water laced with a hint of LSD. A whisper of it, if you will. Again, the voice acting is one of the biggest elements to why this show is such an absolute success. There is so much passion, and again, like it's based off something that's effectively as creatively complicated as MXC. Seriously, watch some Iron Chef on like Pluto TV and then revisit this episode and you'll love it even more. The 30% Iron Chef is a 3 out of 3 judges approved, 10 out of 10. See, I don't know if you know this or not, but Futurama has a couple Star Trek references in it. I know, it's pretty shocking. If you need a second, I understand. Yeah, the episode is told in flashbacks, much akin to the classic two-parter Star Trek episode, The Menagerie, beeping wheelchair and all. Turns out Star Trek had been outlawed when it became a massive religion, and they blacklisted all Star Trek movies and TV episodes out of fear of the series' influence. We get the return of Leonard Nimoy, as well as the rest of the guest stars of the episode, which, you guessed it, is a bunch of Star Trek TOS actors. William Shatner, the returning Nichelle Nichols, George Takei, and Walter Koenig play themselves, and we even get a brief cameo by Jonathan Frakes, who played Commander Riker in TNG. There is something odd, though. James Doohan wouldn't guest star on the show, yet would guest star on Duckman, of all things. I don't know why that is, and I'm not about to speculate on it, but it does definitely stand out. It also stands out that we see DeForest Kelley several times in the episode, but he doesn't say anything. Sadly, he did pass in 1999 from cancer and was canceling obligations from years before, so it would make sense that they'd planned to bring him on and just unfortunately couldn't. But I appreciate that they didn't have, say, David Herman try and do an impression of him either. It shows a bit of reverence in a way. Fry and the gang take Nimoy to the Forbidden Zone, and he reunites with his friends who have all been given their bodies by the ultimate Star Trek fan, Melvar, who starts a Star Trek convention now that he has the closest thing to a completed collection minus a flame-grilled Welchie. He has them do his fanfic episode, he has them fight the Planet Express crew, and when the Planet Express crew have to team up with the TOS cast to get away and save the day when they're caught and questioned by Zap mid-chase. Like, if you couldn't notice from all the episodes before it, this is your pretty over-the-head message that, like, hey, we like old Star Trek. It's a great little ride that's a celebration of old Trek, and it never feels like it's just a cash grab or like they're just trying to get star appeal. They have earned a Star Trek episode like this, and they took it and ran with it in a way no other show has been able to replicate since. I don't know. I look back at this season and it's just pretty much all solid. There's some low points, sure, but they're only low in comparison to massively high peaks. And where no fan has gone before is the K2 to Luck of the Fryish's Everest. Where no fan has gone before is a beamed up 10 out of 10. And there we have it, that's Season 4! Season 4 was the beginning of the end, sadly. With only one more season in the Fox era, it's surprising that this season was just incrementally better than the ones that came before it, and Season 5 is arguably just as good and has some of the best highs of the entire show. Season 4 just showed that they were still honing their craft and weren't running out of ideas anytime soon. They were just running out of time. It's Season 5, the last season of the Fox era. After just 72 episodes, just 7 shy of Star Trek the Original Series' 79-episode run, Futurama would not be renewed by Fox for a 6th season. Was it because the show just all of a sudden started to go downhill at a breakneck pace? Or was it because Fox has a historically bad track record with animated series? Well, there's only one way to find out. What worked, what failed, what psychedelic honey consumption will be curtailed. I feel so alive because it's time to review Season 5! Haru! Future Earth is going through something of an intense heat wave, and it's up to the Planet Express crew to mine Halley's Comet and keep the tradition of just dropping a giant ice block into the ocean to cool everything down alive. The only problem? It's all out of ice. We also learned that Bender relates to turtles because he can't get up when he's knocked on his back either. The scientists go to Kyoto, where Al Gore's head, played by returning guest Al Gore, offers some moon sapphires for any scientist that can solve this horrible issue. Turns out the robots that Farnsworth made while he worked with Mom were just pumping all kinds of exhaust into the atmosphere, and they need to be taken out. So all the robots are gathered for a righteous rager put on by the one true party president, Richard Nixon. The party being a guise for them to take out the robots without any issue. Farnsworth and the gang are determined to save the robots, and they're able to get the robots to use their exhaust to push the Earth further from the sun and actually cools it down and adds a whole week to the calendar. Honestly, it's a fun episode that never takes itself too seriously. It's also one of the few times this season we actually get a guest star, even if they're returning, and would even come back for the movies, funnily enough. It's also really funny that this episode is actually the first appearance of Hedonism Bot. I always thought he was in the whole show, but no, he really just started showing up this season. The episode is just good, classic Futurama, and that's kind of my biggest problem with this season. You would think a season before cancellation would probably have weaker writing or way more flaws than the previous seasons, but no, they're going all in. You can see they still had a ton of ideas they wanted to use, and if they're going out fighting. Crimes of the Hot is an episode I revisit frequently because it's just so well written. I mean, the jokes are super sharp, and while there's very obviously a message about global warming, even having Al Gore in the episode 4 years before An Inconvenient Truth would come out, it's never too preachy about it. They cleverly work it into the actual plot of the episode, and it never tries to be more than it is. It's just a backdrop for a fun Futurama episode that humanizes Bender. Crimes of the Hot is humid and toasty, 10 out of 10. Hey, look, it's that episode everyone knows and thinks of as the emotional core of the entire show. I know you know the ending of this episode. It's arguably one of the best endings to an episode of really anything. But let's look at the episode as a whole. The gang are taking a tour of old New York when they come across the pizzeria that Fry worked at, and with the relics of this forgotten time, Fry sees the fossilized remains of his beloved dog, Seymour Butts. Fry is determined to get his dog out of the museum, and they refuse because they need him for research purposes. He protests, and when he gives the researchers some very basic info, they just hand over the dog, and now Fry is racing around to get everything ready for when Professor Farnsworth can bring his dog back to life. He starts adding dog toys and beds to his apartment, and Bender starts to get jealous of all the attention Fry is showing his fossilized little buddy. So when the good professor is ready to harness the power of magma to bring the dog back to life, Bender chucks Seymour into the lava so he can't be brought back. Throughout the episode, we also get flashbacks to what Seymour was doing while Fry was gone, even going so far as taking Fry's parents to the cryo lab where if they just looked to their right, they'd see their frozen son. I don't know. There's a lot of scenes that just don't make sense in the episode. We literally saw Bender relate to a struggling animal in the last episode, and you could even say he viewed the turtle as a kind of pet. And even before that, Bender always seemed to relate as a friend, not as a pet, which, like, yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't have such an issue with it if continuity wasn't such an important element of Futurama. So much happens for a reason. But when Bender sees the error in his ways and how devastated Fry is, he jumps in to save Seymour. He manages to save the fossil, and when they're getting ready to reanimate him, Fry sees that Seymour lived a full life after he was frozen. Now, the only reason I have such a problem with the events earlier in the episode is because of how this episode concludes. The conclusion to the episode is easily one of the best conclusions of any episode of anything ever made because it's so effortless in how it pulls at your heartstrings. Seymour didn't go on to find a new family or live a new life. He sat and waited for his best friend to come home. To him, Fry was his whole world. And when he couldn't wait any longer, he put his head down for the last time. It's not a story exclusive to Futurama either. Pets just care that much sometimes. That bond is something you can't just wish away. And there's a true bittersweetness to this episode because of it. A tragedy found in Fry trying to rationalize what happened. Obviously, my gripes with the earlier bit of the episode don't take away from the impact here, but it just hits so much harder the older you get. The more experience you have in life, the more loss you've had to deal with. Jurassic Bark is an always waiting 9 out of 10. Like it made me tear up recording this. Like I was actually gonna give it a low score. Come on, it's still good. It needed just a little bit more tuning and it would have been even that much better. It is okay to cry, gang. Never forget that. Anyway, Qbert and Dwight poured salt on their bully and get stuck at Planet Express for the summer, while Professor Farnsworth and Hermes encouraged them to get a job. Tonal whiplash! Fry and Leela use Bender to make beer. I'm man enough to admit I cried at Jurassic Park on this rewatch and even reviewing it, and honestly, this episode was funnier to me in this rewatch than it ever was before. Obviously, I don't think this was intentional since the air date for all these episodes is all over the place, but if you're watching in order on Hulu, where the new seasons of Futurama are, I don't know, I think you'll have a better appreciation for this episode than just watching it as a one-off. It's dumb, but also that's fine that it's dumb. Hubert and Dwight do a paper delivery route and they start performing better than any of the Planet Express crew, so they end up buying the company, and while Hermes and the professor should be proud, they're stunned that their son surpassed them so quickly. Turns out they've just been leaving the papers in a moon crater and pretending they delivered it, so they need their dads to fix it for them. I'm not usually a fan of Hubert, but I'll say this is probably one of the strongest Hubert episodes ever made. It's good to see him have a friend in Dwight, and at the end of the day, yeah, they're dumb kids no matter how much they want to pretend that they're these super geniuses. It's a very human episode because, yeah, you're supposed to be proud of your sons, but that jealousy is still gonna be there. The jokes are solidly written, and it's actually pretty fun having our Hermes and Farnsworth episode where the main three just kind of take a back seat. The beer brewing is fine, but it was really just a dumb B story for the sake of being dumb, and that's totally okay. Also, big shout out to Billy West on Professor Farnsworth this season. They're making him much more of that mad scientist idea, and they're letting him have a lot more fun with the character, which really shines in this episode. He not only feels like Hubert's dad, but also just an old professional at what he does, and also maniacal in a way. I don't know. The route of all evil is a refreshingly simple 8 out of 10. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Oi! It's Freedom Day, everyone! A day where everyone is free to do whatever they want, all for the sake of being free. Nude hot tubbing? Freedom Day! Zoidberg loves Freedom Day and Earth, and so when the crew go to DC to watch a fireworks display of Charleston Chew, Zoidberg is so flooded with patriotism he eats the Earth flag in front of everyone, and they go to attack him. He manages to escape to his embassy where they keep him sheltered and he gets put on trial. It's very reminiscent of the arguments that sprang up in post 9/11 America, especially about flag desecration as protected speech under the First Amendment. Can someone be patriotic and love their nation and destroy a flag? A conversation that had existed well before 9/11 and is still debated about today. And that's kind of the magic of Futurama that makes it so timeless and evergreen. When it tackles a lot of issues, they do it with enough nuance that there's never a real specific time they're referencing, which I'm sure isn't foreshadowing at all. But it's much in the same vein as South Park's I'm a Little Bit Country that came out just 4 months after this episode. There are different ways people are patriotic, and a nation is at its strongest when it embraces all of its citizens. Anyway, because they want to take out Zoidberg for his transgressions, his embassy decides to launch a full-scale attack and take over Earth. This is a great episode and easily one of my favorites of the entire series because of not only Phil Hendry as the polygamy-supporting super patriotic soldier turned lawyer, or Hugh Man, totally trustworthy dupe cadet, but just the earnestness that's in the episode. It's just fun and oddly patriotic in the best way. Even in the end of the episode with the giant mud fortress, it's Zoidberg desecrating a flag that ends up saving the day and freeing the Earthlings. It's got great comedy. Again, Billy West does a wonderful job as Zoidberg. He's really come into these characters, and it's easy to see why. He knows what they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to act, and Zoidberg is just this unhinged lobster man in the best way. And so yeah, when he burns the flag and chucks it so that the ICBM can hit it, it circles back in a non-nihilistic way and ends on a high note. A Taste of Freedom is a flag complimented 9 out of 10. You know the line, gang. Say it with me. If I had a nickel for every male character that gets knocked up this season, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but weird it happened twice. I will admit I did enjoy the holodeck always malfunctioning and sending holograms out on a rampage, but when there's a hole blasted in the side of the ship, Leela touches Kif's ungloved hand, and that's enough to knock Kif up a notch. Get it? That's the name of the episode. The rest of the episode is centered around Amy not wanting to grow up and raise a family that was poured in her lap like a piping hot cup of responsibility. There's not even a B story to the episode, it's just all Kif all the time. I don't know. After Where the Bugalo Roam, it feels odd to have another Kif-centric episode like this where they're throwing a baby shower, and before long, they're taking him to his home planet, Sans 1 Smizmar, to do the ritualistic birth. I know it's supposed to be about the responsibility of parenthood and how you can be a parent even if you're not the biological one, but the episode ends with the tadpole swimming out and not resurfacing for another 20 years, an idea I really hope they don't take literally and somehow work Kif's kids into the overall story. That'd be a really weird thing to do, all things considered, especially if it's not just a one-off episode like Where Are They Now, and they really thought, hey, let's bring back 3 of these tadpoles as recurring characters in a season after the perfect series finale. Oh, I'm not bitter or anything. Who's stalling? You're stalling. I don't know. The episode never really found its stride for me and just kinda goes on. The jokes are very hit or miss, and after the initial holodeck stuff, it just feels unnecessarily stretched out like an AI trying to spell strawberry. Kif gets knocked up a notch is a Smizmar supported 6 out of 10. Looks like the what if machine was on the fritz for these next 2 episodes. I hate myself too, don't worry. This episode finds Fry and Leela sore after building an IKEA super collider, and Zoidberg gives them some ointment that turns out to be miracle cream. When they rub it on their bodies, they get superpowers. Bender naturally joins in when they try and be superheroes, so you have Bender as Super King, Leela as Clobberella, and Fry as Captain Yesterday. They don't have any, exclusive to them powers, but they are superpowered. And that's the whole episode. The core 3 get superpowers and hijinks ensue. There is a story about Leela getting a day pass for her parents so they can come out of the sewers for a day, but her dad also blabs about his daughter's secret identity, which puts them in mortal peril. The zookeeper is fun. I genuinely enjoy him. He's a creative villain, and I love the elephant that never forgets to kill. But the episode is very one note. It's trying to be the send-up of old Adam West era superhero shows, but it doesn't really do anything beyond that. It feels like an anthology of interest segment that was too long to put into an anthology, so they just made it its own episode. And frankly, that's a problem with about a quarter of this season. They just feel like anthology ideas that they had to stretch out. I think I would have liked this episode more if it was just 7 to 10 minutes long and they cut out all the extra padding. Which is wild considering the next episode also feels like an anthology idea, just done better. It's just, it never really sticks it. It does have a lot of good jokes, it's just kind of a grind to get to them. There's just way too much empty space in the episode. Less Than Hero is a crime-stopping and crime-committing 7 out of 10. Professor Farnsworth is on the hunt for his beloved Pazuzu, a giant gargoyle griffin thing that has escaped into the stars. He starts to show his age and drives with his blinkers on, so everyone takes him to a wellness spa where they can soak the age right out of you. However, they all fall in and everyone starts getting younger and younger until they're all kids. Leela takes this opportunity to go and have a real relationship with her parents and finally be a kid that gets to grow up in a loving family. I'll say this, no matter what, through the entire episode, none of the crew try and take that from Leela. Fry supporting her is a given, he absolutely adores her, but even Farnsworth doesn't want to tell her that they can revert their ages because he doesn't want to take the one thing she always wanted from her. I don't know, it's so small yet so important that they all really do care about each other. And she's more than happy to go with them and help them all get back to how they were, even if she doesn't want to age up herself. If there wasn't that emotional core to the episode, I think it would have been a misfire like Less Than a Hero in my eyes. But it really elevates itself by not taking Leela's character away from her. So many shows will just shrug away character development for the sake of a dumb one-off episode. But Futurama very rarely does this in the early seasons, which is tragically a very important note. The episode is greater than the sum of its parts, and it's great to see Leela actually genuinely happy. And Katie Sagal is still delivering a fantastic job on Leela. She is able to put real emotion behind the lines, and you can really tell. I don't know, I remember not loving the episode as a kid, but nowadays, I get it. I see what they were going for, and it just sort of sticks the landing, especially with Pazuzu swooping in to save the day. Teenage Mutant Leela's Hurdles is a half-shell shredding 8 out of 10. Here's a very interesting Snapple fact for you. Season 5 of Futurama would only have 2 guest stars that had not been on the show previously. I don't know if it's because they were already on the way out or if they just didn't have a place for them, but yeah, no, it's really just the core cast this season, except for this episode and another later on that I had honestly completely forgotten existed. Leela has a date with Chaz, the mayor's aide, so she asks Fry to look after Nibbler. Chaz will be played by Saul Goodman himself, Bob Odenkirk. If you're a fan of the channel, you know I adore Bob Odenkirk, and doing a marathon of the show, it was so great to hear his voice pop up. And this is early 2000s Odenkirk. This is fresh off of Mr. Show and around when he directed his first movie, Melvin Comes to Dinner, which if you haven't seen it, you really should. The amount of star power in that movie is wild. Fred Armisen, James Gunn, just to name a few. Oh boy, he's rambling, which means the episode is bad, right? Nope, easily one of the best of the show. I just really enjoy Bob Odenkirk. So yeah, Fry feels completely worthless and hates that he's just walking Nibbler when Nibbler knocks him out, packs him into his spaceship, and takes off. When they meet up with the other Nibblonians, they reveal that because Fry did do the nasty and the pasty and became his own grandfather, he doesn't have the delta brainwave that makes people susceptible to the brain's influence. So they need him to go into the infosphere that is almost complete and destroy all the brains and escape on his Scooty Puff Jr. While inside the infosphere, Fry finds out that the entire reason he was sent to the future in the first place was all because Nibbler ordered the pizza and tipped his chair back, setting things in motion. That shadow in the pilot was, in fact, the dark matter dropping space soldier. Fry feels understandably used and like his old life was stolen from him to save a future he would have never seen if he wasn't sent to it. I gotta admit, that's pretty heavy stuff for an animated comedy in the early 2000s to tackle. I'd expect it more from, say, Rick and Morty than The Simpsons. Would you doom the future to just get your old life back? I don't know, it's a very well-written episode, and as much as I hate to say it, the Leela date with Chaz is very obviously the weaker part of the episode. Still not bad at all. I could hear Bob Odenkirk go, the mayor's aide, all day, but just, it doesn't have the same weight, which, like, how could it? This had been established since the pilot. Anyway, Fry goes back in the past, tells Nibbler to give him a Scooty Puff Sr., and makes sure the timeline isn't changed. He sacrificed everything to save those he'd grown to care about, and they'd have no idea he ever did it. You could argue he was being selfish by saving Leela, but that's ignoring everyone and everything else he saved with what he gave up. And that's a perfect representation of Fry's character. He may be dumb, but he has a good heart. He genuinely is trying. I really love this episode, and it feels like a great endpoint for Fry's character if we never got any more growth from him at all, even though we're only halfway through the season. That's just how good some of these episodes are. The Why of Fry is a thought-provoking, dark matter dropping 10 out of 10. See, this is why I'm mad this show got canceled this season. If you ask someone what their favorite episodes of the show are, they're largely from this block of episodes. There really was no significant quality drop, and you could tell, even if there weren't a ton of guest stars, they were still trying. Farnsworth needs to get some space honey, but warns it's much too dangerous for the crew to do. Leela takes that personally and decides to prove him wrong and takes Bender and Fry to collect honey. Turns out the bees are what took out the last crew of the Planet Express that we found out about in the pilot, but things go relatively okay until Bender angers the queen and they have to cheese it. Back on the ship, a baby queen bee shoots her stinger and Fry stands in the way of Leela and gets impaled before collapsing. After Fry's funeral, Leela is distraught and starts eating royal honey to try and sleep and begins hallucinating that Fry is talking to her and sending messages, but always begging her to wake up even when she's very obviously awake. She starts to spiral, and before long, everyone is exploding while singing, "Don't worry, be happy," which honestly has this very bright horror element to it. This is a great idea of like a Scary Door Twilight Zone episode done brilliantly. Because as she's spiraling, she eventually does listen to him and wakes up in her hospital room next to a Fry that had been crying and talking to her to try and get her to come out of her coma, and he never left her side for 2 straight weeks. The stinger had gone all the way through him and injected Leela with all the poison. Again, it's not Fry waiting because he thinks he'll get something out of it. He's waiting because he genuinely wants her to be okay. He doesn't want to lose his friend. Granted, the twist of the sting obviously gets more and more predictable the more you watch it, and I think that's why it's so important to have that emotional core. It makes the episode stand out more than just a Twilight Zone idea. It's also great that there's that twinge of drama. It's never just joke after joke after joke. Katie Sagal plays it brilliantly, and you can definitely hear the panic in her voice. There is a weight to the death in the episode, even if Leela's the only one that seems to care that Fry is gone. The sting is as sweet as honey. 10 out of 10. Professor Farnsworth has created a box. His greatest invention yet. A box. What's in the box? Well, wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy, okay? You know what? You don't have to know anything. Anyway, turns out it's a parallel universe. Yep. A universe where coin flip results are flipped. A universe where Leela's with Fry. A universe where Zoidberg is purple and Bender is gold. It's a very simple idea where basically 2 universes collide and the episode culminates in both professors pulling their universes into their own and basically just have their own universes in boxes. It's very much another anthology segment stretched into a full episode, but I think it absolutely needed the time to make this sort of a vignette adventure. If you have a simple story, you need to drape it with jokes, and this episode is a perfect example of how you do that properly. You keep cutting from one funny scene to another and never really lose the momentum. And of course, you still have the emotional core of Fry and Leela seeing what could have been and the power of a coin flip. It's just a fun episode with a great sci-fi angle, which is just what Futurama is at its core. I don't know, the episode feels genuine and I just really appreciate what they're going for here. If Rick and Morty did a Pocket Universe episode, they'd be more critical of the idea, like calling it something like slavery with extra steps. Futurama never makes you feel dumb if you don't get a joke. They just want you to enjoy yourself and aren't trying to be the smartest show in the room. Rick and Morty is the Frasier of animated series, and Futurama is the Cheers. The Farnsworth paradox never overcomplicates itself and just focuses on telling a solid story. It gives you fun with Zoidbergs. It gives you a great idea of what 2 Benders would be like. It never overcomplicates itself, even while intermingling 2 different universes. The Farnsworth paradox is a coin flipped 9 out of 10. Okay, I adore this episode. It's easily in my top 5 of the whole series. No cap, for real, sheesh. How do you do, fellow kids? I'm hip. When good old President Nixon gives everyone 300 fun bucks because Zap beat the spider people, everyone wonders what they're gonna do with their sudden windfall. Zoidberg thinks he's super rich now and wants to be a big important fancy pants. Fry wants to drink 300 cups of coffee. Bender wants to steal a massive cigar, and yeah, it's just a vignette episode. It's just a bunch of different stories going on at the same time that all culminate in a museum fire. I don't want to get too in the weeds about the story, since the story is really just, what if everyone got 300 bucks? But what they do with that is just so dang evergreen. The jokes are really solid, and you can tell all the actors are just having fun with the lines. I kind of wonder how much of it was improvised and how much they had fleshed out initially. I don't know, there's just a ton of charm to the episode that makes it stand out because it never takes itself too seriously or compromises who a character is for the joke. These are all realistic things these characters would do. Hermes buying his son stilts he doesn't want and then uses them himself? Classic Conrad. I don't know, not every episode needs to be critically analyzed down to the absolute core of its being. Sometimes a good episode is just good. Oh, and there's a special guest star. Roseanne Barr of Mr. Bertram fame. Mr. Bertram review available right now. Shameless plug, ho! It's kind of funny hearing her in this because she's genuinely upbeat and has a lot of energy compared to her performance in Mr. Bertram, where she just sounds dead inside. Like, it's small, but if you say your lines with a smile, they'll sound more lively and energetic. And you can tell she was enjoying delivering these lines even in the credits, or was way better at hiding her disdain 20 years ago. 300 Big Boys is a properly caffeinated 9 out of 10. Fry and the gang are on the hunt for Fry's beloved Bigfoot. They go to the Duraflame National Park, and while camping, Fry goes out wandering and loses his nose after being abducted by a UFO. Turns out his nose was taken and sold to Lur of Omicron Persei 8 because it's something of an aphrodisiac. Fry tries to convince him to give him back his nose, and Lur ends up determined to take his other horn to try and save his marriage. They hunt Fry, run into Bigfoot. Lur defends Bigfoot from a park ranger that wants to steal Bigfoot's feet, and the spark between him and his wife is rekindled. I think the episode really hinges on if you care about Lur at all. If you enjoy Lur and his earlier appearances, you'll probably love this episode. And if you don't, you'll just sort of stare blankly at it until the credits roll. The episode isn't bad by any means, but it's just not all that memorable. Like, I remembered what happens in the episode, but I just never really cared about it, you know? I never quote jokes from this episode. It's not the best Futurama episode, but it's definitely not the worst. It's just kind of there. Oh yeah, it's the one where Fry gets abducted and there's a Bigfoot. Neat. The jokes are okay, the story is fine, and the whole thing is just very middle of the road. Which, like, I'll take a middle of the road early Futurama episode over a bad later Futurama episode any day. There's nothing I'd say is truly horrendous, but if you check out halfway through, I really don't blame you. Spanish Fry is a cryptid-loving 6 out of 10. Man, remember when cryptid stuff didn't snake its way to Flat Earth? Simpler times. I miss OG cryptids. Hee-haw, wee snaw. What an episode. Hermes is competing in the limbo event at the 3004 Olympics with a special swimming suit to help him get a leg up over his eternal rival, Barbados Slim. The Slim suit splits, his gut knocks a pole off, and he's humiliated. Poor Hermes. You feel for the guy. But what's the bulk of the episode about? Bender thinks he can win in the men's division of bending, but when he sees he's probably going to get trounced, he pretends to be a fembot named Coilette from Robonia, a totally real country he did not make up, and proceeds to dominate the women's division as a man-bot dressed as a fembot. But when he receives his medals, they say they have to test the oil of winners, so Bender goes to the professor for robotic gender reassignment surgery, so he'll pass the tests and keep his medals. Now, as a fembot, he goes on a late-night talk show and starts flirting with Calculon, and the two begin a romance that culminates in Calculon asking Coilette to marry him, and Bender's more than happy to marry him and take his money, even faking their own demise on the wedding day to sneak away. It's kind of funny that South Park made an episode with this same kind of idea in 2019 with Bored Girls. It shows how this topic has been in debate and is still in debate today. I don't know. A hot take. Bender-centric episodes can be pretty hit or miss, and Ben-Hur just never really did anything for me. As much as I love Maurice LaMarche, Calculon can just get annoying after a point, and having a Bender and Calculon plot just feels overdone. And we still have another one later in this season alone, and we only have 3 more episodes to go. Ben-Hur is never trying to have a conversation or take a deeper dive into ideas, and it absolutely doesn't need to. It's Futurama. But I don't know. If you hold it up to things like The Why of Fry, The Sting, or even 300 Big Boys, it just kinda drags. Again, it feels like an anthology episode that got stretched out. What if Bender was a fembot instead of a manbot? That's it. That's the whole episode. It's fine, I guess. Ben-Hur is a limbo lumbar lacking 5 out of 10. Mom's Friendly Robot Company unveils a new high-tech robot to assist everyone, and Bender hates that this new robot has effectively gotten rid of his purpose at Planet Express and made him look obsolete. So, Professor Farnsworth has him sent to a factory to get a chip installed that'll make him appreciate the new little robotic buddy. Only he proceeds to break out of the factory and goes to meet other obsolete robots and gets a brand new wood body and vows revenge on the filthy Earthlings and their high-tech world. Spoilers, it was all in his head and none of it mattered. It's literally just the bare concept of the Sting with no emotional core and with Bender as the focus. Again, Bender episodes can be super hit or miss, and this one is just pretty bland, all things considered. I will say the one thing that absolutely got me was the water-powered robot freaking out whenever she ran out of water and just starts booking it to the nearest stream to save her life. It was used just enough times that it didn't feel overused. And I don't know. I really appreciated the joke and the delivery was perfect. Otherwise, this is just a nothing episode. What if Bender was obsolete? It's sort of there. I would be surprised if this was anyone's favorite episode of the entire series. Like, they're just like, oh yeah, absolutely famous, favorite episode. Absolute best jokes, best everything. There's no one out there that'll say that. I believe that they are body snatchers if they believe that. You will have seen this episode and known it, and that's honestly about it. I don't know. It's fine. And I don't think it's anyone's least favorite episode either, for what it's worth. It's just another perfectly middling nothing experience. Obsoletely Fabulous is a splintered 6 out of 10. I promise I like the show. I really, truly do. I have talked about how great the other episodes are. It's just the end of the season just has some misses. It's like, oh, look, it's more Bender. Yay. I just want to be clear. I love John DiMaggio, and he is a wonderful voice actor who does an absolutely incredible performance and brought Bender to life like only he can and made him a cultural icon. I just feel like it's a studio note that seasons had to have more and more Bender, so they look for ways to make him the focus of episodes. Granted, he only has 3 episodes a season focused on him of a 16-episode run, but when they're clustered like this, it feels like a lot. When a robot short-circuits on the set of All My Circuits, Bender stacks the audition process so he can replace the child actor and get his big break on TV. However, when he's supposed to pretend he's in a coma, he starts putting on a giant show, and the kids love him. They start idolizing their foul-mouthed TV icon, so Professor Farnsworth and Hermes start up the Fathers Against Rude Television to get Bender taken off the air, an obvious satire of the American Family Association and other groups that would try and lobby for crass or obscene elements to be taken out of shows that might impact kids, even in shows that were not made for younger audiences. If you enjoy a show, they probably hated it for some dumb reason. So when Cubert, Dwight, and Tiny Tim Bot steal from Bender, he joins with Hermes and Farnsworth to get himself taken off the air, and then starts talking directly into the TV about how parents should take the reins and decide what is and isn't appropriate for their kids, instead of forcing all shows to follow their rigid rules. Simpsons did it, Family Guy did it, even King of the Hill touched on it. Creative freedom is important, and if you don't think a kid should be watching something, just sort of stop them from watching it maybe. It's a topical episode that stayed surprisingly evergreen, but other than the message of just letting creators create, it's just kind of there. It's the strongest of the past 3 episodes, and it doesn't necessarily feel stretched, but it's just more Bender and Calculon. It never takes that extra step to make the episode feel truly memorable. Bender should not be allowed on TV is a content warning provided, 7 out of 10. It's baffling that people found controversy in Futurama looking back on it 20 years later. And here we are, the first series finale. The show would have 2 more series finales and still keep going. It's a wild ride. Buckle up. Remember when Fry was able to play the holophone in Parasites Lost? Hey, so does the show. Fry is determined to show Leela how much he truly cares about her, and he starts taking holophone lessons so he can be as good as he was with the parasites. He keeps practicing, but when he's struggling, he makes a deal with the Robot Devil, and they swap hands with the Robot Devil, instantly regretting the deal as his new fleshy digits get in the way more often than not, and he starts scheming to get his hands back, even eventually giving Bender an air horn for a nose so he can sabotage Leela listening to Fry's opera, and use that to weasel his way into getting Fry to give him his hands back. The most important things about this episode are Fry's feelings for Leela and his inherent creativity. He made a deal with the Robot Devil not to make himself smarter or more creative, but to help him bring what he has in his head to life. He's a genuinely creative individual that just wants to show the woman he loves how important she is to him and what he thinks of her. Even his opera doesn't focus on him and trying to be with her, but rather Leela and all the obstacles she's had to overcome to get where she is today, and why he cares about her so much. And I gotta say, I do enjoy Dan Castellaneta, I really truly do, but I'll admit the Robot Devil just felt a little too involved in the episode. He didn't need to be skulking around in every scene, and I feel like that time could have been better spent focusing on Fry constructing this opera. And I honestly think that's just hindsight, and it's a nitpick note at that. It's not really a big deal. But this would be the last episode to air, and it was planned to be the last episode to air. There's even a message at the beginning of the episode that says, "See you on some other channel." This is how they wanted to wrap the story. Not with some grandiose conclusion like Why a Fry, but something much more down to earth. The story of the love between a man from the past and a one-eyed mutant. This was such an affectionate send-off that you can tell no one really wanted this to be the last episode, but if it has to end, they're ending on a high note. The episode has solid jokes, great acting, and while Katie Seagal's singing isn't amazing or anything, it's touching that both Fry and Leela are imperfect people, finding a perfect love between them, and that's okay. The Devil's Hands Are Idle Playthings is a triumphant 10 out of 10. And this is where the series was left for 5 years. This is the note Futurama went out on, and honestly, it's very, very easy to see why these 72 episodes effectively became animated gospel for a lot of people. Even though Futurama didn't hit the golden 100 episodes for syndication, it still had enough episodes that it could stay in reruns and very rarely double up. Think about it. You play 2 episodes a day like Adult Swim did, and you still wouldn't get through all the episodes in just a month. Every month and a half for 5 years, every episode of Futurama would be in full rotation. To give you context for that, The Simpsons in 2003 was celebrating its 14th season and had over 300 episodes. The chances you were getting an episode worth your time in comparison were absurdly low compared to the compact high quality that Futurama provided. I genuinely believe the show having those just 72 episodes is one of the many secrets to its long-term success. There's no episode that I'd say is absolutely worth skipping, and that's something I couldn't even do with something like American Dad. Futurama was left to be rewatched, obsessed over in DVD marathons, and ironically was canceled at the perfect time for it to thrive on cable during its absolute prime and would succeed on streaming as well. And what we get next is going to be an entirely different beast of a billion backs. Fun on a bun! Futurama is back, baby! And now in convenient home video form! Before Comedy Central would pick up new seasons of Futurama, this was your final taste of the Futurama world, brought to you lovingly crafted as 4 movies of varying quality. I'll date myself here and say that I genuinely remember going to Blockbuster and renting these movies on DVD and playing them on my Xbox 360. Yeah, feel old. Feel real old. They would later be broken up into 4-episode blocks to air on TV, but for the sake of this review, I'm just going to look at them as the movies as a whole. And this wouldn't be the only show that would turn to a direct-to-DVD movie to conclude the series. Drawn Together would also attempt this in 2010, and that movie sure did come out. Had a beginning, middle, and end. Now, obviously, these movies came out almost 5 years after the series concluded on Fox, so it was wild that they were able to make these after half a decade and have them be so well received. So without further ado, let's get into it. What worked, what failed, what time traveling, D&D playing, evil leech invading, polyamorous tentacled relationships will be curtailed. Don't worry, you'll get your criticism fixed because it's time to review Season 6! Alright, so here we are, the first movie. I will say, if nothing else, I appreciate that they tried to make it a contained adventure, while also making it satisfying for the fans. Like right out the gate, you have all the characters reintroduced, so if you don't know who they are, you get a brief idea. Also, the series was first canceled in 2003, right around when home internet had become more and more commonplace. By 2004, we'd see the switch to broadband internet, and in 2005, a little site called YouTube launched. Maybe you've heard of it. And all of this was almost 20 years ago. So much technological development happened in just 5 short years, so when Futurama came back, I appreciate that they gave it a considerable upgrade. Not only were the movies in HD, they'd also have a much better idea of how the internet was modernized. See, after the crew is introduced, Hermes has his head cut off and body crushed by the ship, so they have to go and get his head in a jar where La Barbara leaves him for Barbados Slim. And we're introduced to Leela's new love interest, Lars, played by Billy West. This is actually one of the best things about Futurama. Because it has such a small cast, it's much easier to get them all together to make new content, which as time goes on becomes more and more of a double-edged sword. Look at Billy West. He plays Fry, Zoidberg, Hubert Farnsworth, Lars, and a myriad of side characters all on his own, which that's easy to do when it's a 5-year hiatus, much less a 10-year one. I bring this up for exactly zero reason. These actors are just really, really great and have a wonderful range, you know? The crew end up going to a nudist planet, and while there, Leela sees that Fry has a tattoo of Bender on his butt cheek, and everyone signs a petition by a bunch of scrotum-skinned nudists who also ask for their email addresses. Sure enough, it's a phishing scam, and these weird abominations are able to take over Planet Express while making everyone fall for every scam under the sun. When they take over, they discover Fry's code and realize it can send someone into the past, so they program Bender to follow their every command and go in the past and get stuff for them, since he can just wait until the present day and deliver it all to them, since they can't go back and forth through time. Nibbler tries to object, saying that the time code could tear the very fabric of reality if used incorrectly, and they all proceed to just ignore him. Bender's big score honestly feels the most like a movie. You have an inciting incident, initial conflict, and everything focuses around one of the cornerstones of Futurama, time travel. If you're gonna do a story about timelines and quantum paradoxes, you need to be able to keep everything straight, and I gotta hand it to the writers that the movie actually has a lot of cohesion. The villains are whatever. I was never a huge fan of them, but I don't mind that they're just some guys instead of, say, Mom or something. Anyway, Bender goes back in time and starts getting a ton of stuff. Leela is going on dates with Lars, and Hermes has Bender get him a Hermes from the past so he can get a new body that Zoidberg proceeds to put his head onto backwards. Bubblegum Tate of the Harlem Globetrotter aliens and Professor Farnsworth discover that there is a Doom Protocol. Basically, the timeline keeps itself safe by destroying any entity that should not be there. So, Hermes' new body is doomed right from the get-go and will be taken out at some time. Lars and Leela get engaged, and Fry decides to run back to the year 2000 and live out a normal life. The Sack Men are rich beyond their wildest dreams and actually now care about the timeline, so they want to risk losing everything they've gained and decide to leave Fry alone until Bender tells them that he's obviously in the year 2000, and he proceeds to get sent to take him out. This is where things get all timey-wimey, and it's basically just a Terminator parody. Bender hunts down Fry, thinks he blew him up, and when he shows up at his own funeral, we find out that he hid one of his time selves in a cryotube while the other had his hair burned off and went on a global adventure, turning out to be Lars, who, now knowing that his time is limited, doesn't want to marry Leela and hurt her by dying immediately. We actually get to see how Lars lived his life in the year 2000, and it's honestly touching. He gets to spend time with his nephew, be with his dog Seymour, delivers pizzas, and just has a normal life, even working with animals and following a narwhal named Lilu that reminds him of Leela. The writers do a fantastic job of never forgetting about the emotional core of the series. It isn't action set piece after action set piece, or just incessant jokes until the credits roll. You can tell they had a genuine idea for what they were doing. Nixon ends up selling Earth to the Scroat Goats, and everyone heads to Neptune, where with the help of Santabot, Kwanzabot, and the Hanukkah Zombie, they plan to fight back with a very odd song. I didn't talk about guest stars much, but there are a couple. On top of Al Gore returning, we'd also see Sarah Silverman returning to play Fry's ex Michelle, Coolio as Kwanzabot, and new one, Mark Hamill as the Hanukkah Zombie. It's definitely a choice. I wish we had more Mark Hamill, but if this is it, hey, you know what? We take what we get. They go into their ultimate space battle, and Bender pulls a switcheroo with a doomsday device the Scroaties thought they'd stolen from Farnsworth, and that's when Lars reveals his terrible secret, and everyone knows that his time is limited. Bender put the tattoo back on Fry's buttocks after it was lasered out by Nibbler, and the timeline is seemingly okay now that everything is corrected. Oh, until Bender has a swarm of Benders run out of the basement and they all start exploding one after another, causing a massive rip in the universe where the movie ends. Fun fact, in the special features for this movie, they actually did do an animated Inconvenient Truth promo with Al Gore. It's the small things. Bender's big score is deceptively named, but overall super solid. I get that Bender is effectively the mascot of the series at this point and a lot of people's favorite character, but I just feel like there was a better name for this movie since he is a part of it, absolutely, but it's really more about Fry than anyone else. This was your return to Futurama after 5 long years, and honestly, it showed that they weren't anywhere near done. Controversial take, but I actually think Bender's big score is better than the Simpsons movie that came out earlier that same year. It felt more dedicated to the series and the fans, and while not a theatrical release, still holds up incredibly well. Fantastic jokes, great through lines that make the movie feel like a cohesive narrative, and some fan service just giving Fry some time back to enjoy his family again. I don't know, if all the movies are this quality, then we're in for one wild ride. Bender's big score is a well-calculated 0B1010 out of 10. One of the smartest things Bender's big score did was set up a cliffhanger that could or could not be addressed. This provides an incentive for people that saw Bender's big score to rent or better yet buy this new DVD to show that there's still plenty of interest in the series. This movie would come out 6 months after Bender's big score and is a whole experience. So there's a giant tear in the universe, and while everyone was terrified initially, after a month of it not really doing anything, everyone just starts going about their normal lives again. Fry meets a girl named Colleen, played by the late great Brittany Murphy, aka Luann in King of the Hill, who reveals that she is polyamorous, and Fry would end up being the 5th boyfriend in her little cluster of lovers, with a 6th member added later on that understandably upsets Fry, who wants all of her attention. Amy and Kif get married, and Wernstrom and Farnsworth have their crews murderball fight each other to see which one can lead an expedition into the Great Unknown Rift. Sure enough, Professor Farnsworth wins, and the Planet Express crew go to the rift and send Bender to investigate it. Bender feels like they don't appreciate him by sending him to the Void, which, of course they appreciate him, but also, he's a robot. He can handle adverse conditions. He is arguably replaceable. Of course, you can argue Bender's selfish and doesn't care about these elements, but it's annoying in this movie, honestly. They fail, discovering that only biomatter can go through the rift, and come back and try and plan again, even getting Zap Brannigan involved. Fry breaks up with Colleen, and Bender, feeling like the humans look down on him, discovers that the secret League of Robots is actually very, very real, and becomes a new member among their shadowy ranks, including, of course, their leader, Calculon. I'm just so damn tired of Calculon being everywhere. We get it, you vape. And that's honestly my problem with the League of Robots angle as a whole. It's just kind of there. Really wish they did more with it that actually felt relevant to the movie, but it's really just them not believing that Bender hates humans as much as he says he does, and I don't know. It's really just something for Bender to do while everyone else is dealing with the rift. Fry sneaks onto Zap's ship for the second expedition, and when Zap decides to attack the Void, Kif ends up squished and taken out, while Fry goes into the Void and discovers a giant tentacled beast that would be later voiced by a futuristic Fuke, David Cross. The tentacles surge through the rift and use Fry as their herald and start to attach themselves to everyone across the universe. Leela and Amy manage to escape and group up with Zap, who convinces Amy to sleep with him now that she's a widow, and when they discover that the tentacles want to mate with everyone, they start to falter in their unwavering support of the great universal entity who is ready to settle down with their universe. However, after some negotiations, the universe goes on a date with the world, and he does pop the question, with everyone getting ready to move on to their new lover, Evo. Bender is distraught that all the humans have left, and the humans are all in love with their new paradise. However, Fry missing Bender sends him a letter from the other side, and Bender uses the letter as a way to hurt the interdimensional beast by getting a robot army, courtesy of the Robot Devil, and lacing harpoons to pull the beast into the air universe where he can properly take it out. Evo finds out it was thanks to Fry's letter and proceeds to dump everyone except for Colleen and goes back into its dimensional lair. This is when the movie started to waver a little for me. Bender and the League of Robots just felt like such an afterthought. They just don't do anything, and there's never enough conflict there to warrant focusing on them so much. The Kif and Amy element was nice enough, but again, just limited by all the other pieces they had to focus on. Where Bender's big score felt like a proper theatrical movie, this one honestly felt like a 4-episode story arc. Leela and Fry don't really get along. It's just kind of ignored that they had any emotional contact before, and Fry just kind of exists as a mouthpiece. There's no real emotional core, especially compared to the last movie, and overall it's just kind of fine. As a kid, oh, I loved it. It had action and tentacles, and it felt like a proper sci-fi adventure. But as I got older and rewatched it, it just grew less and less thrilling. If it's your first watch through, I think it does an excellent job of drumming up drama and suspense, but by the time you get to the end of it and look back on it, the conclusion is just kind of bland. Which I get is the joke in very Futurama. It didn't land for me. It wasn't as blasé as the rest of those bland conclusions are. The acting is fine, the story is fine, and overall it's probably the third best movie of the bunch. The Beast with a Billion Backs is a right swiping 7 out of 10. I'll admit, I was a nerdy kid. I was renting Futurama movies from Blockbuster. Of course I was a nerd. So when Bender's Game got announced and we saw all the trailers and everything promising this medieval adventure of might and magic based off of D&D, hey, kinda about this, here we go. Yeah, this is that fantasy, good stuff. I mean, this is a show that had Gary Gygax as a special guest star. If any show could do a faithful D&D parody, Futurama could. So you rent the movie with report card good boy points, you sit down, you put it in, you chew on some 3 Doritos, and like 1/4 of the movie is actually the D&D part of it, and it's easily the weakest of the 4 movies. Spoilers, I guess. The movie is 16 years old. It could legally drive right now. Spoilers, Vader is Luke's dad. I don't know what you want from me. This is a lot. It's not even like a 90-minute anthology of interest or anything. It's kind of there. Dark matter, fuel prices are skyrocketing, and Mom says that's due to the shortage. Layla takes the ship against the professor's orders to conserve fuel and uses it in a demolition derby where it ends up, demolished. Leela gets equipped with a shock collar as punishment that will shock her anytime she has a violent thought and steadily starts to come to like it. Bender wants to be able to play D&D with Cubert and Dwight, but since robots don't have imagination programmed in, when he finally does have a creative thought, he starts to go overboard. If they can't be imaginative, how can Bender write a folk song or want to be a folk singer? How can a robot like Calculon act or hedonism bot hedonize? I don't know. It's already a loose premise and it gets even looser. The professor reveals he helped Mom develop an anti-dark matter that could potentially make all dark matter useless if it was ever paired with the ultimate dark matter, and Mom sends her boys to go and get it from the professor, with Ignor messing up. Ignor, the one that looks the most like the professor, and the professor constantly puts down. Yeah, again, spoilers, but who cares? Ignor is Hubert's kid. Anyway, when the brothers fail, they take Nibbler instead and take him to Mom's dark matter harvesting plant, where Leela and the gang have to get him back. What's Bender up to during all this? Oh, he's convinced he's an actual knight, and Fry had to stop him from taking out Leela's parents with a fake cone of cold, and now he's back at the Center for Criminally Insane Robots. Hope you enjoyed Insane in the Mainframe, because it's just more of that episode. Leela and everyone managed to get to Nibbler, who forgot to wipe their memories at the end of Bender's big score, and he reveals to them that Mom had kidnapped all his fellow Niblonians and mined out the planet Vergon 6 Leela had found him on, thinking it had a dark matter deposit, but in reality it was just one giant Niblonian outhouse. So now she's harvesting dark matter from the Niblonians by feeding them chickens and prunes. D&D adventure, everybody! Oh, the wacky hijinks that will most assuredly be afoot. It's just annoying at this point. Did anyone really care about Mom's boys? Like, I remember thinking the reveal was a fun idea, and I still don't hate it, but did it have to drag on this long? Eventually, the dark matter resonates with the anti-crystal that Hubert swallowed so that it wouldn't be taken, and everyone falls to the floor and emerges in a fantasy world with Leela as a centaur and Fry slowly turning into this Gollum-esque character. They're tasked with putting together a team and stopping the evil Dark Lord Mom, and the anti-crystal becomes a D20 that every time they roll it, it has a different effect. I don't know, it's just, yeah. Fry gets obsessed with the crystal, and they team up with Bender, who's the ruler of Cornwood now, and just sort of speedrun a fantasy adventure until they're having a giant epic final clash with Mom, where Fry and Mom battle it out as giant dragons with the power of the D20. The worst part? Mom wins in the fantasy world. She gets what she wants. And so when everything returns to normal, she goes right back to her ultimate scheme when Hubert begs for a hug from his son Ignor that swallowed the other crystal, and when they're brought together, all dark matter in the universe is rendered useless. Seems like a really big event, right? Sure would hate if it was never brought up again. It doesn't matter. I mean, sure, the end of the episode has Hubert proceeding to use the Niblonians to carry their ship home, but none of it matters. None of it. This one felt kind of like a scam, if I'm being honest. Bender's Game is basically just a spot the references fan adventure. You like Lord of the Rings? We got you, dog. You're gonna want for nothing. It's just fanfare, which is okay. It's just not amazing. The movie felt the most disjointed of the four and honestly had the most padding. The Hal Institute scenes went on for far too long and were just needlessly excessive. I don't know. It's not a bad special, but again, it feels like 4 episodes rather than an actual arc. I will say, and I didn't touch on this on the previous movies, but each movie does have some cool animation in the beginning. They do have a creative intro cutscene, and while the Into the Wild Green Yonder one is my favorite, this one is a kind of Beatles Yellow Submarine idea that actually works really, really well. There are things to love, they're just few and far between. There are good jokes, the character performances are again stellar. It's just so unnecessarily long. In the grand scheme, I'd honestly say this movie is largely unnecessary because even the show forgets it happened when we go into the last movie. Bender's Game is a fun yet forgettable D6 out of 10. And here we are, the second series finale. This would be the last movie and at the time believed to be the end of Futurama. So obviously it's gotta be this big grand adventure, right? Right? Hey, remember Amy's parents? Leo Wong is building a ton of casinos and paving over the natural land of Mars, destroying countless examples of wildlife, including a space leech that Leela tries to save even though it keeps attacking her. I'll admit the intro to this, as I said before, is my absolute favorite, mostly because it's Seth MacFarlane of Family Guy, American Dad, Brian the Dog fame, just singing as we see Space Vegas. Fry gets hit on the head and can all of a sudden read minds, Bender starts hooking up with Donbot's wife, and Leela wants to fight back against Leo's developments and save the planet, so she joins the Feminista protest group. Fry runs into Hutch, who's related to all the other hippie characters we've seen before, and he explains that Fry can read minds, but he has to keep it a secret or the Dark Ones will notice. So he decides to enter a poker tournament and win a ton of money with his newfound ability, where Bender is entering with just blind luck. Penn Jillette guest stars as the commentator. Fun fact, Penn Jillette and Raymond Teller would also guest star in the Mucha Lucha movie, The Return of El Malefico, alongside Tim Curry. Padding is your friend. Bender manages to beat Fry, and Donbot figures out that Bender was having an affair with his wife, and he makes them dig their own graves. And then in the next scene, they're perfectly fine. I get that that's the joke that robots can't get shot to death, but Leo continues his resort expansion and wants to make a planetary-sized mini-golf course, and we learn about how Amy became a mini-golf playing fiend just to impress her family. While they're scouting the galaxy for the golf course, they come across a dwarf planet that seems to have new life developing on it, but Leo paid Hubert a lot of money, so it's gotta go. Fry gets introduced to the Crazy Fellows and Number 9 Man. I know I never talked about it before, but much like Alienese, if you go back through the series, you'll see a guy with a big 9 on his robe and a tinfoil hat. He shows up quite a few times, but now he actually has a speaking role, and he warns Fry that Leo has to be stopped at any cost, otherwise the Dark Ones win. The Purple Dwarf can't be destroyed. So, naturally, Fry joins Leo's organization as a security guard to try and usurp things from within. Meanwhile, the Feministas accidentally take out the headless body of Spiro Agnew and are on the lam. But because of their notoriety, they get more members and even steal the Planet Express ship to help with their schemes. Fry idiotically tells Frida that he plans to save the Violet Dwarf and is secretly on the side of the Feministas, and so when Frida goes back to their base and the leech is able to read her mind, he discovers that there's someone else that must be stopped and takes Frida out for a trouble, with the Feministas thinking Fry did it. Bender bugs the Feministas' phone since they needed something else for him to do, and Zap is able to capture them and get them sent to jail after the Honorable Chief Justice Snoop Dogg and his most righteous compatriots find them guilty. Snoop Dogg being played by, of course, Snoop Dogg. Fry is given a device that will take out the Dark One and save the universe, and when it's up to him to blow up the Violet Dwarf, he realizes the only person that makes sense to be the Dark One is himself. I actually really love this twist for him. No matter what Fry was trying to do, he kept screwing up and thinks he's been the one hurting people. It's understandable he'd think he was the Dark One, but when he activated the machine, sure enough, it's actually the leech that's the Dark One because, of course it is. The dwarf turns into a giant space manta ray with all the previous extinct creatures in a terrarium on its back, and even takes in a now dead Hutch so it can save humanity when they go extinct. Everyone then has to run from Dupe and zap Brannigan, and as they come upon a wormhole, Freya and Leela kiss before heading into the unknown. Where Beast with a Billion Backs felt like it had too much unnecessary padding, I'll admit I actually really enjoyed Into the Wild Green Yonder. It had a very specific purpose, and it felt the most like a good 4-episode stretch of Futurama. It never quite felt like a movie and never quite like just a show. Its set pieces were much smaller, there was fewer giant space fights, and it felt like a loving send-off to the characters when they didn't know if they'd ever be back. The jokes are definitely stronger in the first half since the second half is so story-heavy, but as a movie I can obviously give it a pass on that since that's, narrative structure. That being said, Leo Wong was just in too much of the episode. The man was in like 6 episodes and now he's the cornerstone of an entire movie. It felt off. It's kind of funny that as we look at the movies, the stake of each one gets progressively smaller and more character-focused. Bender's big score had them dealing with timeline shenanigans. Beast with a Billion Backs, interdimensional speed dating. Bender's game was the conflict with Mom and the erasure of dark matter that was never brought up again. And Into the Wild Green Yonder gave Amy closure with her dad, had Leela trust Fry without a doubt, and Bender, I don't know, was there, I guess? If you marathon all 4 movies, Into the Wild Green Yonder definitely feels like a relaxing come-down. It never tries to be something it's not and just wants to take you on one last adventure with the planned express crew and give some closure to all the number 9-man discourse. While I do get the use of Fry's missing delta wavelength with the Dark Ones and everything, if it gets used again after this, I think it would probably just end up excessive. It's been a thing for too long, and it's okay to just leave it here and move on. If this is where the show as a whole ended after these 4 movies, I think ultimately I could still walk away satisfied. Was it as good as The Devil's Hands Are Idle Playthings? I don't think so personally, but again, they had to fill a lot more time here, so of course, there's gonna be more padding. That being said, Into the Wild Green Yonder is a chi-expanding 8 out of 10. And there we have it. That's season 6. Overall, honestly, as far as direct-to-DVD sequels go, this really wasn't a bad watch. Was it as strong as season 5? Overall, no, probably not. But the drop in quality was made up for by the creativity at work. They're still very much trying to make this series work, and you can tell these weren't made just to make money, but to satisfy fan theories, give fans closure, and was really just a bunch of love letters to the people that kept talking about the series and cheering it on, which is why, just a year later, Comedy Central would announce they'd be bringing Futurama back for 4 more seasons. Man, we just keep winning, right? Right? Please? It's season 7! One of the hardest seasons to rhyme. Seriously, sharpen does not rhyme with 7. Unless I am just, absolutely butchering the words. This would be the first of the Comedy Central seasons, and if I'm being totally honest, I really don't revisit these episodes often. Personally, they just did not have a ton of rewatch value, and so I just shrugged a lot of them off. But were they really that bad, or am I just a complete and utter moron? And can both be true at the same time? Well, there's only one way to find out and 3 questions to be asked. What worked? What failed? What Omicron Persei 8 marital litigation will be curtailed? I've got a confession. It's time to review season 7. Seriously, confession doesn't even rhyme with 7. What are they doing? And here we are, the beginning of a whole new chapter of Futurama. This is the episode that will set the tone for the next 4 seasons. This is how we come back to our crew after they went through that unknown portal. And it's fine. It's completely and utterly okay. Fry comes and asks the professor what's going on, and Farnsworth reveals what happened to the crew. After they went through a kind of portal, which was a sort of Comedy Central canal, pause for in the know snickering, Zap and the Nimbus followed suit, and they all got crushed and turned into just some heads on some bones that need to be dropped into stem cells to get brought back to life. However, everyone but Leela comes back, with Leela being left in a deep coma. So Fry gets a robot version of Leela made, and they go and offer the original body to a monster. The original wakes up, she fights with her robot self to get to Fry, and it's a whole big nothing. It's just nothing. Turns out Fry was a robot the entire time, so Robo Fry and Robo Leela get all Terminator and they have a thing going, and the OG Fry gets spat out ready to start the new season. And that's all fine and good, but I think Bender is the perfect example of what this new season is going for. See, Bender is overheating throughout the episode, so he has to dance or else he blows. He has to party like his life depended on it. And you know what? As dumb as the whole Leela Fry thing was overall, I kind of adored the Bender scenes. I don't know. There's elements that are really fun, and then there's just absolutely nothing. And I'm not gonna pretend that animated comedy has to be, like, inherently elevated, right? Not everything has to be a masterpiece all the time. The show is allowed to be just stupid comedy if that's what the writers want to do. Comedy Central has a much different audience than Fox, and it's probably closer to the audience you'd find on something like Adult Swim, so they have to write for that kind of audience. Episodes would also actually be shorter by about a minute and a half, which doesn't seem like a lot, but when you add in intro and outro, it adds up. And I think Rebirth is just growing pains ultimately. The voice acting is still top-notch, the animation is really solid, and ultimately the things I could hate were more personal taste than anything. Overall, though, I don't know. Personally, it just felt like the common denominator answer was always the right one in the writing process. If you're just subverting expectations for the sake of subverting expectations, yeah, it makes sense Fry was a robot too. Which, I don't know. I know Futurama does that sometimes, but it just felt like filler, all things considered. Rebirth is a stem cell reinforced 7 out of 10. Alright, here we go. First real episode of the season. Rebirth had to do a lot of heavy lifting, but this is gonna be some good classic Futurama, baby. I can feel it in me bones. There's a death sphere named Vijini that's coming to destroy Earth. Vijini would actually be played by special guest Chris Elliott, who showed up in a ton of King of the Hill and obviously had and has a long and storied comedic career, and his daughter is great in The Bear, and I'm not padding, you're padding. Don't you care about my interesting Snapple facts? They make me who I am. Anyway, Nixon has Farnsworth try and take it out, so Leela and Zap end up on a stealth fighter that gets taken out by the Death Sphere, and they crash land on a paradise planet. Fry and the gang become doomsday preachers. That's your B story. You see, Vijini's goal is to censor indecency, so it takes out any planets that might be promoting any sort of illicit or erotic ideas. Zap and Leela become the Adam and Eve of the Paradise Planet, with Leela trapped under a log and Zap taking really good care of her, even bringing her nutberries that look a lot like Fry's trail mix he gave Leela before she left. Look, if you're gonna break the rule of threes, you need to go the extra mile. You need to push it way past its limits. Leela finds out Zap had been lying about everything and even trapped her legs under the log so she'd have to count on him. Like, it's not even so absurd it's funny. It's just Zap being pretty completely and utterly kind of vile. And then the episode ends with him and Leela getting down for Vijini. Like, what? What was the joke of the episode? Zap did all this stuff and Leela thought he was just being nice, but in reality he was effectively keeping her pinned down and at his mercy, so she'd have to depend on him and love him? If you at least interspersed it with us seeing him drinking the mineral water or the snacks, yeah, okay, there's an idea there, but it's just shotgunned at you one after another all at once, so it just feels weird. I don't know. It's a very odd episode. And it's not even like it's an aged poorly argument. A censorship bot is honestly pretty evergreen, and Vigeny is not the thing I have an issue with in the episode. It's literally just that there is no jokes to the Leela and Zap story, and it just takes that weird angle. It's baffling to me. I am just not a fan. Inagata de Leela is an apple eating 4 out of 10. E-waste is bad, you guys. E-waste is very, very bad. Recycle. Otherwise, the Planet Express crew is going to have to fly to a junk planet, dispose of the e-waste, and destroy their environment. The message isn't subtle. Anyway, throw that garbage phone in the trash because Mom's new iPhone is out. Buy tech, consume, consume, consume. It makes sense they'd have to talk about Apple and iPhones, and I appreciate that they do the big e-waste message right before it as a very aware joke. Everyone gets new phones. Fry and Bender start competing to go viral on this new thing called Twitcher, and yeah. Oh, and Leela has a boil named Susan Boyle, who sings. It's a singing boil. Played by Craig Ferguson, acclaimed late talk show host, Drew Carey show scene stealer, and all-around genuinely funny guy who spends the episode just sorta shrieking. Yay. Fry takes a video of the screaming boil and it goes viral to Leela's horror, and Fry goes about trying to set it right, even diving into a pool of goat vomit, so Leela will forgive him. There are some one-off jokes that genuinely do work, and I mean, you can tell the writing is still just as aware as it was, it's just on very, very shaky ground. Made sense Mom would make the iPhone and everything, but this felt like a forced topical episode. Futurama is at its strongest when it's able to distance itself enough from what the real-world thing it's parodying is. This felt just too conjoined to that literal idea. Like they were afraid you weren't going to get it was a satire of Apple if they didn't call them iPhones. General stuff like that, almost like they were still writing for a Fox audience. It definitely felt like testing the waters, and overall is just a jumble. Bender does have some fun bits, and again, there are fun jokes, but overall the episode is just sorta empty in comparison. Attack of the Killer App is a Club Penguin band, 5 out of 10. George Takei guest stars, and I genuinely think he's the guest star that appears the most, and is definitely the guest star that appears the most in the Comedy Central era. Did I mention I really liked him in Yakuza Like a Dragon? He was phenomenal. Always great to hear him in dramatic roles. Man has a very storied past. Next to him, or I guess like he would beat him, is Frank Welker, who for some reason is always listed as a guest star, but he's in a ton of episodes as Nibbler. I don't know. I would say he's part of the main cast. Oh, you want to know about the episode? Oh, Amy and Kif break up, Amy and Bender hook up, robosexual relationships are taboo, they get sent to pray the, I guess, robo-affection away, do a march downtown and launch Proposition Infinity so they can be together, and when it passes and Bender learns he'd have to be monogamous, he bounces and Amy gets back together with Kif. That's it. You know what it's referencing, and honestly, I'm glad the episode feels as dated as it does. But when you're talking about same-sex marriage, I don't know. It's a tricky element to satirize while maintaining your show's identity. Bender not wanting to be with Amy at the end of the episode because he doesn't want to be tied down and he's just on that beach in silence. That was the first joke I thought was genuinely perfect in the entire show this season. I thought that was absolutely perfect and a brilliant way to conclude that idea. That's how you bring it right back to being Futurama for the next week's episode. It's also important that while Amy and Bender absolutely broke up, the proposition still passed and they walked that line with a masterful deftness. The episode as a whole was just sort of fine, though. There wasn't any, standout jokes outside of Bender sitting there in silence that, if Proposition Infinity is your favorite episode, I would be very, very surprised. It's topical, it's there, it did a good satire, it just was fine. I don't know. Proposition Infinity is a bad boy loving 6 out of 10. Not great, not bad, there and watchable. Yum, yum. You know what? I know I have sounded harsh. I have sounded like I've been not a fan of the series. But I will commend this episode for wasting my time brilliantly. The more I think on this episode, the more I actually have come to appreciate what it's doing. Fry gets kicked off Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and Hubert keeps calling his uncle an idiot, which he admittedly is. Then Professor Farnsworth shows Fry his Da Vinci display, and when Fry puts on Da Vinci's beard, he accidentally finds a scroll with the blueprint for a machine. So good old Professor Farnsworth is on the hunt for one of Da Vinci's greatest untold creations. See, this is why I had such a problem with Attack of the Killer app. It hung on the Apple idea, where this is very obviously the Da Vinci Code parody, even says it in the name, but it's never fully on the nose about it. They're just chasing all of these clues all over and end up in future Italy, and there's this ancient rat-powered robot, and it's just so unnecessarily complicated and meandering, which is the joke. Which is the parody of the Da Vinci Code. It's all these steps just to go, oh yeah, here's a spaceship, go and have fun on the other part of the episode. Hubert and Fry end up on Planet Vinci, which is full of Leonardo da Vinci type characters, except Leonardo da Vinci is the dumbest of them all. The man hailed as a legendary inventor on Earth was a total moron on Vinci. There you go. There's your conflict. You got 6 minutes to wrap the episode. Have fun. On the one hand, I commend them for taking so long in the setup and wasting time. The more it went on, the funnier it became, which shows so much more brilliantly here compared to, say, the second episode of the season. They're still figuring out this new style and seeing what works. Farnsworth runs off to take advanced classes, and Fry and Leonardo just kinda pal around. Oh, and Fry helps Leo build his doomsday machine so he can take everyone out and show them he's not some idiot. Then it doesn't work and he gets crushed by a gear, and bing bang boom, Hubert and Fry go home. It's such a smartly dumb episode that has Hubert learning to appreciate Fry just a little bit more. I don't know, it was the first episode of the season that I actually really got some enjoyment out of in its entirety. They really go all out on the professor in the Comedy Central run, and I honestly really appreciate how central he is to a lot more of the A stories this time around. Billy West is largely playing off of himself this episode, and you can really hear him having fun with it. I don't know, I know it's dumb, but the Da Vinci Code is an ice cream lovin' 8 out of 10. This episode hurts. This episode hurts in a way that left me gutted. The gang are doing a reenactment of the Great Sith Wars, and Hermes is a tabulating fiend. They fight the good fight, and one of the Sith utters one of the saddest lines I've ever seen typed out, spoken, anything. Tell my mom to pick me up at Quiznos. Quiznos, toasty Quiznos. There are only 153 of these endangered beauties in the entire United States. I can only hope for a second coming of toasted bread and melted cheese in this future timeline. Otherwise, I will know this is not a timeline worth living in. Quiznos slapped. That's all I'm saying. Bender doesn't listen to anyone except for Inspector 5, who was the inspector that cleared him when he came off the conveyor belt. But when it turns out that Bender isn't as immortal as he thinks he is, thanks to a factory defect that the inspector left out, he and Hermes go to find the inspector that would let a defective robot out of the line. It takes them to the central bureaucracy, and you get the first appearance of Billy West playing a Paul Lynde-style bureaucrat that would show up throughout the Comedy Central era. Mom is hunting down her defective robot, Hermes and Bender escape to Mexico and find Inspector 5's empty house, and yeah, it was Hermes. Hermes let Bender go off the line with a defective part so that he could have a shot at life instead of being scrapped like all the other failures. You hand wave away all the coincidences, and there's just a story of a young Hermes seeing this cute, beer-swilling baby robot and just wanting to help. I'm kind of upset it never really goes anywhere or was set up previously, but as a standalone episode, it's genuinely good. It knows how to pull at your heartstrings in a perfected way. I actually think it has a better lead up to the conclusion than, say, Jurassic Park, but it just doesn't have that same ending, and that's fine. It's still a really solid episode and shows that they weren't just going into this revival for the money. There were still ideas that they wanted to use, and the next episode builds off of even the high bar this episode sets. Lethal Inspection is a circle gets the square, 9 out of 10. When Fry is late to go on a date with Leela for her birthday, thanks to Bender keeping him up with some robo-hooker bumper-bumpin' shenaniganery, he vows to never be late again, only to end up testing Hubert's new forward-only time machine. Because if it only goes forward in time, it won't cause any time issues. Which, yeah, that makes sense. The episode actually builds off of the ideas in Bender's big score, and I really appreciate that kind of continuity as Hubert slips and flings him, Fry, and Bender thousands of years into the future, unable to get back to their original timeline, while Leela thinks they all blew up in the tragedy that was Hedonism Bot's nuclear meltdown devastated bachelor party. Which is easily, and I mean this sincerely, the funniest thing Hedonism Bot has ever been a part of. Just the absolute devastation around this bachelor party that was supposed to be the rager to end all ragers. It's just kind of beautiful. It's just kind of peak in the best way. I don't know. I really appreciated it. We see cuts of how the rest of the crew deal with a world without Fry, the Professor, and Bender, and we also see how those three deal with each time period, eventually making peace with the fact they'll never go back to their own time and speed through to see the end of the universe, just to have it involve a new Big Bang and an identical universe gets constructed. Hubert slips, they shoot way past the year they're looking for, and Bender has to bring the ship back around again until they're crushing their universal doppelgangers and returning everything to normal, even making sure Fry is on time for his date. Honestly, this is probably the strongest episode of the entire season and one of the strongest of the entire Comedy Central era. This is perfect. This is the evolution of all the ideas you've been introduced to from the series, and it feels like a natural benchmark episode for Futurama. You could end the show on this episode and it would be fantastic, and it's barely halfway through the season. I was frankly baffled an episode like this followed Lethal Inspection, and it just goes to show, even in this first season of a new era, they never lost that creative spark. The late Philip J. Fry is a Morlock avoiding 10 out of 10. Remember how Amy is an intern? The show does too! She gets plastered before a big presentation at Mars University and bungles it, earning herself a nice big fail grade courtesy of the cat-attached professor. Oh, and Nibbler doesn't want to be a pet anymore since everyone knows he can talk and he finds it degrading. Oh look, there's a new cat in the office and Amy's super allergic while everyone else falls in love with it. Is this the obligatory cats are evil and take over the world by manipulating people episode that for some reason is one of the most specific tropes in animated comedy? Why yes, it absolutely is. Cats have invaded Earth from a cat planet in an attempt to drain the planet's energy and send it back to their homeworld to get it to start spinning again. It's an Amy and Nibbler episode focused on stopping a bunch of talking cats. I mean, I'm happy Amy is getting more focus as an independent character, but otherwise the episode it's just kind of background noise. It never elevates the idea, and it just feels obligatory more than anything, and while that's okay, a lot of the time, I don't know. The episode just seemed largely unnecessary. You've seen it in Family Guy, Powerpuff Girls, Cats vs. Dogs, Cats vs. Dogs 2, The Revenge of Kitty Galore. It's just eh. As filler floater episodes go, if it's on in the background and the remote is 20 feet away, yeah, I'm not like rushing and tripping over myself to turn it off, but I'm certainly not paying attention to it either. That darn Cats is furball yakking. 5 out of 10. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. This is the episode that's from. I didn't talk about it in the episode itself, but the shut up and take my money meme would actually come from Attack of the Killer app, and yeah, that's a neat fact. This is the evolution versus creationism episode. Got a flying spaghetti monster in it and everything. Protesters are mad the theory of evolution is being taught in schools, so Hubert goes out to find the missing link that his scholarly rival and talking orangutan, Dr. Banjo, believes doesn't exist. They keep going back and forth on the missing link, and it is sharp satire. I do want to commend it there. They never stop making a point, and I do appreciate that. However, when Hubert does find the link, Dr. Banjo shows it on a dinosaur, and Hubert is just done with it all. So he goes to live on another planet and just sort of do his own thing and let them believe whatever they want. This is when the professor inadvertently starts an evolutionary chain of his own, and robots begin evolving at an exponential rate. The professor has become the divine creator he swears doesn't exist. On the one hand, it's an episode that stays very close to the argument it's satirizing, but on the other hand, much like A Taste of Freedom, that argument has been going on for a very long time and is probably not going to stop anytime soon. I think the satire is strong enough that it stands on its own 2 feet, and the jokes are honestly pretty solid. I enjoyed seeing the robot dinosaurs and the robot cavemen, and it's always aware of what it was saying and doing, even having the robots start to look at the humans as a completely different creature. The episode is just good classic Futurama, and I really appreciate that. And as much as he's annoying in this episode, I gotta admit, I do enjoy Dr. Banjo as a recurring character. He gets to be pretty fun, and it's nice to hear Dave Herman just find a character that he really resonates with, and it's you take those. A Clockwork Origin is an evolution challenging 8 out of 10. Alright, Futurama freaks, get out your pen and paper because it's time for the body swap episode. If every member of Planet Express swap bodies and they can't swap back into a body they've swapped from, how many swap rotations will they have to go through before everyone is back in their original bodies? Try and figure it out for yourself before the end of the episode. That's it. That's the whole idea behind the episode. Everyone is swapping bodies for some reason or another. Fry and Leela want to see if they'd love each other if they didn't look the way they did, so they get freaky as the professor and Zoidberg. Bender wants to swap with the robot prince. The professor ends up in Bender as a sort of daredevil type. Wash Bucket ends up in Amy and tries to seduce Scruffy, her one true love. And it's a lot of vignettes that go in a lot of different directions, and it's a lot. But at its core, it's them tackling a sci-fi trope idea with such care and accuracy you could actually figure out how many people they'd need to add to the swap circle in order for everyone to get back to their original bodies, even with the help of some globetrotters. The little side vignettes are fun, and honestly, the episode as a whole is a solid watch that celebrates the attention to detail that fans have come to love from the show and shows how much the creators love making episodes like this. The Prince parts drag a bit too long, but overall it was just as good as any Fox era episode, honestly. The Prisoner of Benda is a head games loving 8 out of 10. It's the Comic-Con episode. Oh, and everyone is doing Futurama cosplay, and there's a Futurama panel where Matt Groening and David X. Cohen play themselves. Ha ha! 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 Fry is making a comic book and even asks legendary comic creator Sergio Aragones what to improve when he tells him how just utterly horrible it is. He even does his own voices for it. And then Lur crashes the Comic-Con and is going through a breakup pending divorce and has to conquer Earth to try and win back Unda with Leela's help. Yeah, it's a Lur episode where Fry is doing his own thing, making a comic. Lur gets his groove back, almost sleeps with a futuristic furry, and, yeah. The start of the episode felt very obligatory. So many shows have a con element where they have to pop in and go, hee-haw, fourth wall got broken. But I don't know, it kind of sticks around for too long. It could have been 2 minutes shorter. Not to mention the Comedy Central era relies heavily on Maurice LaMarche. Like, he was a lot of characters before, don't get me wrong, but I mean, he is like every third character in this episode. Oh, look, they're trying to fake Lur invading. Quick, get Orson Welles to recreate his War of the Worlds broadcast so Maurice LaMarche can do his Orson Welles impression he's been doing for like 22 years since like The Critic, to help Lur, who's played by, Maurice LaMarche. Oh, look, Morbo is reporting. What's that? That's Maurice too? Sure, fine, who cares? Again, Maurice LaMarche, I cannot emphasize enough, is easily one of the most versatile and talented voice actors of the modern age. But give him a break. He carries so many episodes because he plays so many characters. Like, if it's not him, it's usually Dave Herman, and that's fine. But man, oh manity, it sticks out like a sore thumb in this episode. Lur-concilable differences is hard to pronounce and fine to watch. 6 or, you know what, even 7 out of 10. Alright, I'm salty about this episode. This episode is lauded as the 100th episode of Futurama. They do their 100th delivery, Bender throws a big 100 party with all your favorite characters, and it's a whole thing. The show aired on Fox for 72 episodes, and 4 movies would come out after the fact. So if each movie is an episode, that's 76 episodes. And that would make this the 88th episode overall, meaning Cold Warriors next season would be the proper 100th episode, right? Wrong. See, the reason this is the 100th episode is because the movies were broken into 16 episodes for syndication. It's a very, very Kraft mac and cheesy claim in my eyes. But this episode is admittedly the better 100th episode by far. Leela gets outed as a mutant and gets sent to live in the sewers, where she fights to get mutants their own freedom and the right to be above ground, as we learn about the mighty land Titanic that sank into the sewers all those years ago, and the noble sacrifice of Mr. Astor, a rich big shot that saved a young mutant girl who would go on to be Leela's grandmother. The mutants are allowed above ground, and admittedly, I appreciate that they never go back on that agreement, and you start to see the mutants being a part of everyday life. I genuinely really enjoyed the episode, and Mark Mothersbaugh of Devo even guest stars. It's a fun little adventure that manages to honestly turn a movie-level plot into a quick 21-minute story. I honestly wish it was a movie instead of, say, Bender's Game, especially since there's lasting consequences to it, and it does address issues that have been around in the show since the early seasons, whereas Bender's Game is effectively just written off. It's fantastic, and I really wish it was the season finale so we could end it on a really high note. It's just not, though. It's not a 12-episode season, is it? The Mutants Are Revolting is a ship sinking, show stealing 9 out of 10. For the next 3 seasons, the season finale is an anthology episode. An anthology of interest? Nope, just an anthology. And the first one is the only holiday special of the Comedy Central era, and it's there, I guess. Coolio and Al Gore come back to guest star. Yay! Story 1 is about how a bunch of evergreen trees start putting out way too much oxygen and the planet burns up when a lighter clicks on. The second is Bender celebrating Robonica and needing oil, so the crew go down to get some, get crushed alive, turn into oil, and he comes back several millions of years later to see a Robonica oil wrestling miracle. The third is we don't really know what Kwanzaa really is either, so stop asking. Each one ends with most, if not all, of the crew being taken out, and not a single one is even remotely all that interesting. It's easily the worst holiday special and kinda soured me on the idea as a whole. I'm not above saying I genuinely hate this episode. It is the null rod of episodes. It does nothing. Which is ironic because the other anthologies in the Comedy Central era actually do something. They actually have a through-line theme that runs through them. This one is just 3 stories that manage to go on for way too long and keep promoting a nut brand that doesn't exist. Which, I get the joke, it's just not funny. The Futurama Holiday Spectacular is a Christmas light accentuated banister hanging noose of a 2 out of 10. Might have been a little extreme on that episode, but that's season 7. Season 7 was a season I was hesitant to revisit. I was afraid it was going to be an absolute slog to get through, and honestly, looking back at the Comedy Central era as a whole, not only is it one of the better seasons, but it also had some of the strongest episodes that stand up against any Fox era episodes. It was genuinely pleasant until the Xmas lights turned on. Next season, though, we're going to get into some proper Comedy Central style writing. We're going to get some microscopic benders, a clamping good time, and a sneeze with some heart. So make sure to wait for when we talk about season 8. It's season 8! The season of the real 100th episode, and I'll fight anyone that thinks differently. That being said, season 8 is a lot, and I'm gonna be completely honest with you all, you're probably gonna think I had a stroke when I talk about these episodes. But I promise, if you just hear me out, you might just end up agreeing with me. Yeah, that doesn't instill any confidence, does it, huh? You won't believe what my favorite episode of this season is. So I have to ask those 3 age-old questions. What worked, what failed, what head-licking revolutionary trips will be curtailed? Check the ice before you skate, because it's time to review Season 8. I'm gonna be real with you, gang. I had not watched most of the season before. I'd swear I had, but with each passing episode, I realized this was completely uncharted territory for me. And talk about a first episode that I'd never seen before. With Planet Express struggling, the men decide that they should do a pinup calendar, and they even hire La Barbara so they can get more women to fill out the calendar. Oh, and then they start an airline. They end up running out of gas and crash on a barren planet where they run into a rock monster who does a battle of the sexes, switches everyone's sexes, and then neuters everyone after that, and they start to live in harmony for a time until, they want those parts back. Positives? It feels like a genuine Hermes and La Barbara episode that shows that they do care about each other, even if La Barbara is willing to invite Barbados Slim to Kwanzaa dinner and will divorce Hermes at the first opportunity if he slips up. The negatives? The episode is just sort of there, I guess. The guys get turned into women, and then they do the pinup calendar, and all get turned back to normal by the new recurring character, the Borax Kid. Played, of course, by the man of many voices, Maurice LaMarche. I will say they at least used the Borax Kid sparingly enough, and admittedly I do kind of appreciate his design. The episode as a whole is just sort of okay, though. The rock monster part kinda drags in a lot of spaces, and it never really makes a lot of sense. I will admit, the rock monster's delivery is not my favorite Dave Herman character. It's not even at the same level as, Rebirth in the first season. It's just sorta there. The jokes feel stale and the writing is just simple, oddly enough. No one really wanted the side characters that are presented either. I was never going, wow, I really wish we got more of old hooker or crazy cat lady or even old grizzled how's yous guys doin's guys. Like, I don't care. None of it really mattered at all. It's another trope episode about swapping sexes that didn't even feel like their hearts were in it when they were writing it. Newtopia is a low-hanging and saggy 4 out of 10. Bender gets a copier that'll make a smaller copy of himself if it consumes matter. Patton Oswalt plays a giant with a skin condition. That's the entire episode. I'm really kind of upset Patton Oswalt isn't in more episodes or even just, in a better one. He's actually trying. I just wish it was for something more. But I mean, again, he tried in MODOK and look at where that got him. Sometimes, no matter what you do, no matter how hard you try, you just can't win. And that's okay. He's won in other things. He's a blip on an overall whelming episode. The Benders keep multiplying till they're able to break down water into alcohol and turn all of Earth's water into basically vodka. I can't. I perked up when I heard the giant played by Patton Oswalt and then completely zoned out for the rest of the episode. It is genuinely one of the worst Bender episodes I've ever had the displeasure of watching, and worse yet, there are way better Bender episodes in the Comedy Central era, even in this season. This is just nothing. It goes on for way too long, is predictable to a fault, and it just manages to spin its wheels till the credits roll. I was genuinely ready to give up on this season after this episode, but I stuck it out. I tried to keep fighting, and I had to believe the next episode was gonna be something even better. What's that? The next episode is a Bender episode where he's a ghost? I hate this timeline. Benderama is a divergent, yet dull, 3 out of 10. I really can't. I told you, this season is weird. It's so weird. Anyway, the gang go to a parade while they wait for their insurance to renew, and when a globe starts rolling towards a robot and a human, Fry jumps in to save the human and leaves the robot to get crushed. Bender, seeing that Fry cares more about human life than robot life, gets upset. Remember in Lethal Inspection where Bender himself says that robots can just have their consciousness re-uploaded into another body and everything is good to go, making them effectively immortal? You don't get to do an episode all about that idea and how Bender feels not having that option available to him because of a defect, and then try and do a human and robot lives are equal story idea. At that point, it's just sort of tired and dull right out the gate. Oh look, Bender dated a hee-haw booth, so when he goes to pretend to whack himself, she makes sure he actually finishes the job this time, and he has to go and make a deal with the robot devil to scare Fry out of his body, and ends up getting Fry to go to an Amish planet where he can't be haunted by robo-ghosts anymore. It's just a compilation of all the different ways Bender can try and scare his best friend to death, to teach him what lesson exactly. It's just, I mean, Dan Castellaneta is really fun as the robot devil in the Comedy Central era, and he seems to be very much more loose with the character, which I appreciate. But overall, yeah, still pretty whelmed this season. I had a mission to review every episode of Futurama, and honestly, this was the hardest part of the entire journey so far. Was I just burnt out on the show? I don't think so. This was just really nothing. It just kept cutting to one scene after another, and the jokes just weren't there. It takes a lot for me to be just plain bored with an episode of Futurama, and yet here we are. The jokes are fine, the plot is nonsense, and there was never a point where I really cared what I was looking at. Ghost in the Machines is a wish upon level 3 out of 10. Remember Smitty? Remember Smitty the cop? He's been around since the pilot. What, you telling me you don't remember Smitty? Well, Smitty retires from the police force. Don't worry, it's literally just for this episode. Fry is tired of being a delivery boy, and when he gets pranked at the cryogenics lab yet again, he leaves Planet Express to go back the boys in blue and joins the police force. Oh look, an episode based off of Minority Report, Tron, Police Academy, and so much more. And you know what? I'm fine with it. What's that? The grizzled police chief O'Manahan is a woman? Sure, fine, whatever, I'll take it. Fry and his new partner Earl stop Schrodinger and his magical box full of wondrous surprises and maybe an alive or dead cat after they have a good old-fashioned car chase Tron race. Fry gets put on future crimes, and when he sees a future crime where Bender steals booze and almost takes out all of his friends, he decides he has to find a way to stop him. What? Turns out that the Oracle bot was actually the bad guy the entire time? You know what? I don't even care. I don't care at all. This episode was such a breath of fresh air compared to the last three that I will overlook anything at this point. The jokes felt fresh, the episode was fun, and overall I moved on from the episode with an actual sense of hope. I also appreciated that they focused on Earl, which I did not think I'd ever say. He was actually really enjoyable in this episode, and I don't know, I would revisit this episode more than a few times. Though I will say the Pandora part made my eyes water, and it is rough for a second. Law and Oracle is a future crime preventing 8 out of 10. Remember how last season I said that Maurice LaMarche is like every third character and they need to stop relying on him so much? I'd just like to take this time to slap myself for ever thinking something so preposterous, because this episode is like 80% LaMarche and 1000% incredible. The gang deliver to Donbot's daughter Bella's wedding, and Bender sees Donbot brutalizing Calculon, which brings me Marie Kondo levels of joy. Bender goes into wet sack, Clamp joins the Planet Express crew to hunt him down, and I love it. I love that Clamp swears, I love that Zoidberg resents him for taking his role away from being the snipping guy, I love Moonbender, I love it all. It is all near and dear to my heart. It feels like a true Blue Comedy Central episode. This is a brilliant episode overall, and I bask in the life-giving moon sun that it provides. I love that Clamps makes this entire episode just that much angrier, and they really, really lean into that more just extra raunchy Comedy Central energy this season. I don't know, the early episodes felt very Fox-ish, but now it feels like it's coming into its identity proper, and it is glorious. The all-you-can-eat lobster special being a limited time offer? Perfect. Absolute chef's kiss. I was laughing so hard I was crying in some parts of this episode, and it even got me to laugh at Calculon because even the show sort of hates him at this point. It's so aware and so strikingly comedic that it frankly left me baffled that the season started the way it did, and looking at the rest of the season, it's just kind of perfect. Once this season hits its momentum, it does not stop. The Silence of the Clamps is a Maurice LaMarche showcasing loving father deleting 9 out of 10. I know you're probably saying to yourself, wait, he said every episode for the rest of the season is good. Isn't this the season with the Yo Gabba Gabba episode? There's no way he actually liked that episode, right? Well, thank you, accented individual, for pointing that out. But what if I told you this episode, this blatant Yo Gabba Gabba parody, is one of my favorite episodes of Futurama? What if I told you it's not just in my top 5, but it might actually be my number 1 favorite episode of the entire show? It's okay if you unsubscribe. I don't even blame you. You're not alone. But if you give me a moment, I'll explain. I love this episode. I think it's one of the best Leela episodes and has some of the sharpest jokes because It's just a Yo Gabba Gabba parody, and I've never even seen an episode of the show. Because when this episode came out, I was comfortably a grown-ass man, that's right. I don't know if it's just subversive comedy or what, but this episode is gold. Leela goes to the orphanarium and tries to tell the kids a story, and the kids are in sheer and utter agony, so she leaves defeated. She takes the Planet Express ship and flies off. She later comes back when Abner Double Deal, one of the best side characters ever, shows up, who is just played brilliantly again by Tom Kenny. Leela pitches the Humplings from Rumbledy Hump, and the kids love it. Abner loves it. Everyone adores it, and so of course they go to make a live-action show about it. Fun fact, Mark Mothersbaugh of Devo would actually be a frequent guest on Yo Gabba Gabba and would show up in this episode about Yo Gabba Gabba exactly 0 times. I love dumb comedy. I love absurdist and meta comedy a lot of the time. So when they're filming a live action episode about how you should never lick another living thing and how you should poke something with your stick before licking it, that got me. That floored me. The stick just being jammed into Zoidberg's eye, it's so quick, so stupid, and yet so effective all at once that I could only gawk at its brilliance. Is the episode dumb? Oh, you better believe it. Bender finds out that the Humplings are real aliens that Leela just watches and writes what they do, and proceeds to blackmail her into getting what he wants. But by the end of the episode, the Humplings are making money off the show, the orphans get adopted to work on the show, and Leela faces 0 consequences for her actions even though she feels so guilty about it all. Maybe it's because comedy evolves so quickly, but I love this episode. I don't understand how its rating is so low, and I encourage everyone to revisit it because I sincerely think Yo Leela Leela is a lick stick poking 10 out of 10. Fry has a night job at the head museum where all the presidents boo and hiss in an attempt to get him to bring them some beer and a party most hearty. And naturally, Fry obliges and gets the Planet Express crew to come on down and party with the presidents until they're drinking head water and licking heads and taking trippy trips back in time. I just adore how dumb this episode is. I love that all the conflict comes from them testing the limits of how crazy they can get with licking president heads. While partying, George Washington informs Hubert of a colonial betrayer of the Farnsworth clan, and he's ready to pluck this toxic branch from his family tree. And so they lick good old George Washington's head and go back to the Revolution to stop that felonious Farnsworth, only for Fry to ruin Paul Revere's ride and make sure the British win, so they have to go back and correct everything a second time. It's like an episode of Magic School Bus, Wishbone, or a really trippy version of Our Friend Martin. Don't worry, I remember that little movie too, and it was very real. No, I know what it is. It's what if Liberty Kids dropped acid. Want me to blow your mind a little bit about Liberty Kids, by the way? Liberty Kids had Sylvester Stallone, Liam Neeson, Ben Stiller, Michael Douglas, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Whoopi Goldberg, and Billy Crystal in it, and that's not even everyone that starred in this educational kids show. It's wild. The British future was whatever, but I really loved the rest of this episode, and it was just more excellence that I couldn't get over just how unapologetically yet masterfully crafted and how dumb it was. It was like watching an Adult Swim show, and I think that's what makes these episodes stand out. These are appealing to that new audience. You think Fox would have let them lick the president's heads to trip and go back in time? Nah, that's the power of cable, baby! And it's glorious. All the president's heads is a scalp slurpin', 9 out of 10. Hubert is reflecting on the loss of his first crew 50 years ago in the Bermuda Tetrahedron, and so he sends his new crew to grab a memorial for them to put at Planet Express for the honoring ceremony. No one knows what's happened to the original crew, even though Zoidberg was on the mission and came back with white hair and was absolutely frozen in place by the horrors he saw. When the crew pick up the statue, Leela decides to save time and goes through the tetrahedron instead of around it, and they find out what took out the last crew. A giant 4D whale that feeds off of obsession. Not gonna lie, love the episode. Obviously, it's just a Moby Dick reference, but so? It's fun, and I enjoy not only that Zoidberg is being shown more and more and actually getting some proper attention, but also that this is just a solid adventure. Leela's obsession with a job well done supersedes her obsession over the whale, so she's able to take over the whale and take it home. And frankly, that's great. That's a creative way to spin this. There's so many things to love about the episode, from the oddly endearing animation, the fantastic jokes, and yeah, it's just another absolute banger. It really seems like these seasons need to hit their momentum, but once they do, that quality is always there. I mean, we're 21 episodes into the Comedy Central era, and you can still see all the passion at the core of the show, and it's really beautiful in a way that flame has never truly gone out. You don't have the 4D whale dipping in between dimensions like it does because it's just some sort of filler episode you're writing to stretch out for 20 minutes. You do that because you had a creative idea and a spin on a classic story. It's not topical, it's not trying to make reference to an iPhone or anything, it's just a good sci-fi adventure. And Leela being the one that's obsessed with capturing it is phenomenal for her character, and it makes sense. There's a lot to really love. Mobius Dick is a dimension harpooning 8 out of 10. This is an episode I encourage everyone to watch. Not because it's good or anything, but if you've never seen it before, but you've seen Futurama, pause this video and just go and watch and pause every 5 minutes and see if you can guess what's going to happen next. This is the most paint-by-numbers episode of Futurama ever, and I really kind of love it because of that. Leela hates eating fast junk food, so she takes everyone to a farmer's market where they get some eggs. Fry finds out the eggs are fertile and could actually hatch into a living thing and decides to protect the egg and wait for it to hatch. Knowing Fry's history and what the funnier joke would be, does it hatch into a cute little wisecracking Alfran named McHooters with a little bagpipe on his little shoulder, or B, a hideous bone-sucking, screeching chupacabra-esque creature? Obviously, yeah, it turns into the bone sucker. But is it friendly towards Fry and just inherently violent, or absolutely hates him even though he showers him with love? Funnily enough, the pet actually loves Fry and they do have a bit of a bond. The episode is predictable, but never lazy, and I think that's what I really love about it. It's just another trope idea turned into this Scottish Scooby-Doo whodunit by the end of the episode that has a kind of endearing conclusion. Seriously, animated series have the weirdest tropes. Hatching an egg that turns out to be a freakish monster that's either A, super into you, or absolutely hates you. So frequent and odd it happens so many times, but the episode itself is really fantastic. It's genuinely funny, has a charm in being just a quick little adventure, and you walk away wholeheartedly enjoying what you watched. Sometimes dumb for the sake of dumb is good. Fry-Am the Eggman is a Benedict accentuating, perfectly seasoned 8 out of 10. Alright, now this is a whole episode. The crew is tired of Zoidberg messing everything up and keep pushing the professor to fire him, and yet Hubert absolutely refuses to. We're then told through flashbacks how Zoidberg and Hubert met on an expedition organized by Mom. They're hunting for a Tritonian Yeti in poisonous swamps that infect the rest of the crew, but Zoidberg is actually kinda competent in the past, and I really love the spin on his character. Having him be an old friend of the professor and being able to get away with anything understandably would make Hermes adamantly hate him, while also explaining why such an incompetent doctor can hang around as long as he does. I don't know, it's an episode that really makes you appreciate Zoidberg as a character. We kind of got it in Mobius Dick, but here it's definitely way more center focus. As the professor is dying, he asks Zoidberg to take him out, and when the gang stops Zoidberg, the professor lets them in on what's going on, and they decide to take out the professor in his stead, while Zoidberg realizes what's going on and goes to talk with Mom. Even Mom talks to Zoidberg with some amount of respect and care that she doesn't even show her own sons. She actually genuinely feels for Zoidberg. And so, Zoidberg realizes that Hubert isn't poisoned like the rest of their squad was with super malaria, but rather is turning into a Yeti, and so he tries to turn him into basically a super Yeti as the rest of the Planet Express crew come up with this giant complicated device so that none of them have like explicit guilt in taking out the professor, and they can all feign ignorance and believe that they didn't do it just so, they don't have guilt, which I absolutely adore. It's just, I don't know. The episode is so smart and so dumb at the same time, and it's just utterly delightful. I remember this episode fondly, and it really just speaks to Billy West's versatility that he can make Fry, Farnsworth, and Zoidberg all feel like thoroughly fleshed out characters. It's just absolutely great and one of the best episodes of the entire series. The tip of the Zoidberg is an extra hairy 10 out of 10. The true 100th episode. I will stand on this. The funny part is both the 100th episodes are honestly really, really good. The episode opens with Fry and his dad going to an ice shack to go ice fishing, and Fry falls into the ice and has to be pulled out by his dad after his dad tried to tell him not to do it, and Fry starts shivering. Back in the future, Fry is taking everyone ice fishing, and they don't get anything except for a tiny little fish, and Fry catches a cold, spreading it to everyone, reintroducing a virus that had gone extinct hundreds of years ago. I don't know. With the parasites that fix his body and all the reincarnations, you'd think the virus wouldn't have survived that long to reintroduce itself, but I don't know. You wave it away. I'm sure I'm thinking too much about this futuristic sitcom. So yeah, the future has to get rid of the common cold, and in the past we get flashbacks focusing on Fry and his relationship with his dad, even having Fry entering a competition to have his science experiment sent to space. The problem? Fry, much like his future self, is a moron. He wants to send his hamster to space and starts training him and proceeds to lose to the smartest kid in class who shot the common cold virus into space, leaving it perfectly preserved for centuries, which conveniently allows the professor to make a vaccine and save everyone. The future part of the story is used very sparingly, and I appreciate that. Much like Luck of the Fryish, the writers knew how to perfectly balance these two stories and really give us a focus on Fry and his dad. His dad had always been presented as the stern veteran doomsday prepper that never really said or did anything nice to Fry. He missed Fry when he left, absolutely, but you never saw him as a positive influence in Fry's life until now. We also see Fry's genuine love for space, and I kinda love that he loves space and isn't the smartest kid in the room. You don't have to be a genius to appreciate the vastness of the universe. And they even have Buzz Aldrin in the episode, played of course by Mass Effect 3 voice actor and man puncher Buzz Aldrin. And while Fry's dad is never under the illusion that Fry can win the science fair, and openly tells him that, he never outright stops him. He lets him see it through to complete his mission. And at the end of the episode, we see them in the shack as Fry is shivering. His dad tells him that he's hard on him because he loves him, and he wants him ready for threats and dangers that he couldn't even imagine. He wants his son to be able to stand on his own and face the unknown prepared. The episode earns those heartfelt moments, and by the end, as the father and son are sharing a beer, you get a much more rounded out idea of who Fry's family was. They were flawed, but they loved him in their own ways. And that's just family in general. I would argue this is a pretty flawless Futurama episode. It's everything you'd expect from a good, solid, core episode of the show. Emotional element, sharp jokes, and just a genuinely fantastic flow. Now, is it big 100th episode energy? No, absolutely not. It would feel like doing a whole weekend marathon of Naruto leading up to the 100th episode, just for the 100th episode to be filler, reminding you that Rock Lee was a broken man after getting sandboxed by an emo kid. Actually happened, fun fact. Look up the Naruto Hundo Marathon on Cartoon Network. Cold Warriors is a cozy, familiar episode of Futurama that shines through in a season of later quality. Cold Warriors is a frosty and fun 10 out of 10. Alright, so Bender sucks at video games, and after he gets the squad taken out by Mom's boys, Cubert decides to overclock him and push his processing power to the limit, giving Bender a serious upgrade. Mom finds out and has Cubert and Hubert arrested, so people don't think they can just upgrade their robots instead of having to replace them, and demands that they reset Bender. Bender goes on an upgrading spree and runs off, even stopping Mom's robots by now being able to see into the future. That's the A story. Bender getting turned into this almost omnipotent supercomputer and effectively close to the binary god he saw back in Godfellas. He develops a sense of empathy and sage wisdom as he upgrades beyond what was ever thought possible, and as things go on, steadily grows ambivalent to the smaller goings-on of the world. That's pretty heavy. What's the B story? Oh, Leela doesn't know where things are going and just isn't sure that she's happy anymore. Fry wants to know what'll happen between them, while Leela just goes off to be a space realtor to get her mind off things. Bender gets convinced to save the day and gets Cubert and Hubert out of court thanks to Double Jeopardy, and gives Fry and Leela the ultimate prediction of their relationship. Which, while it would be rocky in some parts, it would ultimately end with them both being happy together. Even though Bender becomes the giant supercomputer, the story is honestly incredibly human. It's very down-to-earth in a lot of ways. There's absolutely jokes, but as Bender gets smarter and smarter, the jokes are less and less, as he seemingly loses a part of his sassier personality, which is funny because one of the last jokes is about Fry talking to somebody else. And honestly, I will say, I haven't really gone into it at all, but John DiMaggio really is a one-of-a-kind voice talent that has done an expert job at bringing Bender to life. There has never been a moment where a single line has sounded off, and that speaks to his absolute talent. And remember, before Futurama, John DiMaggio hadn't done a ton of work. Now, though, I could name 10 projects he's been in without mentioning Futurama or Matt Groening off the top of my head with no problem. Easy. Chowder, Kim Possible, Batman, Jake Long, Adventure Time, Brickleberry, Samurai Jack, Waka in Final Fantasy X, Marcus Phoenix in Gears of War, and hey, why not? Let's do Ben 10 for good measure to finish it out. This show is truly made up of a genuinely next-level cast, and this episode is a brilliant showcase of how John DiMaggio made Bender the cultural icon he is today. Overclockwise is an overclocked 10 out of 10. And here we are, the season finale. The last season finale made me want to scratch my eyes out and cry into the abyss. This one doesn't. So, already an improvement. The episode is 3 separate stories, like usual: an old Steamboat Willie, Cuphead black and white adventure, an 8-bit video game on the graphical level of E.T., and the obligatory anime segment based off anime of mostly the 80s. Series came out in 2010. You could update the anime references just a bit. That being said, the cool thing is that the episode has a through line of a Dimondium comet. In the first episode, it's broken, and Fry uses it to propose to Leela. In the second part, the shards of the comet have been used to make a lens for the professor to solve all of life's mysteries, and the third has a bunch of dancing aliens upset the comet was destroyed in the first place. No nut ads, no bank sponsorships, just a slip from one animation style to the next, and it's absolutely, perfectly fine. I think the first episode is probably the strongest of the 3 and definitely had the most creative direction attached to it. The other 2 almost feel like hangers-on, just a way to hit the 20-minute mark, and honestly, at this point, that's fine. Neither is particularly bad, and I didn't dislike the 8-bit one, but it was definitely my least favorite of the 3. I'm the anime academic. I'm gonna go like, oh wow, that's the how to draw anime style. I'm kind of about that really dumb gimmick. party on, dude. Like, the anime part was dumb, didn't really have a lot of anime tropes to it, but neither does the Simpsons adaptations, but we take those. We absolutely take any references. I genuinely didn't dislike any of the bits, and the episode as a whole was a great come down to an otherwise pretty stellar season. Reincarnation is a dance fight winning 8 out of 10. And there we have it. That's season 8. Yeah. Season 8 was probably the one I'm going to get the most flack for defending the Yo Gabba Gabba episode, but genuinely I think it was an overall improvement on the last season and a pretty winning formula. While it started a little rough, it ended on some of the best episodes Futurama has ever had, and continues to prove I was wrong for not really giving the Comedy Central era a fair chance. And hey, next season we'll have a bag-headed egomaniac, an icy Oktoberfest, and so much more. It'll all be fine when we talk about Season 9. It's Season 9, the third season of the Comedy Central era, and honestly, my least favorite season overall so far. Maybe this is where the series loses its momentum, or maybe it's just a blip on an otherwise flawless timeline. Either way, there's only one way to find out and 3 questions that must be asked. What worked? What failed? What bureaucratic upgrades will be curtailed? If you're making a pickle, make sure to throw it in a good brine, because it's time to review Season 9! Wanda Sykes guest stars as a drink machine that Bender sleeps with, and she ends up having a kid named Ben. Fry drinks a ton of Slurm Loco and starts to glow green and meld everything around him. Bev, the drink machine, abandons her son with Bender, and he has to learn how to be a parent and starts to genuinely care for his little buddy, who dreams of being a bending robot like his old man, even if he thinks it's never possible. Bev takes her son back, Bender breaks him out of the trailer park he's living in, and the professor offers to put a bending chip in Ben, but he'd lose all memory of his dad. Ben goes forward with it, and Bender takes Ben to sign up for Bending University, with Fry leading the way on a foggy day. Controversial take, I'm sure, but I think I would have liked the episode more if Bev was in it less. Have a baby Ben dropped on the Planet Express's front step and have Bender just instantly have to deal with being a dad. It gives us more time to really see his growth as a character in that situation. That being said, the jokes are okay, but it is a really solid Bender story overall. He's willing to be completely selfless to make his own son happy. There's a genuine care there. It just feels like they could have navigated the story a little bit better. It never feels like Wanda Sykes gets to say anything funny, and her character is just not really redeemable. It does make Bender look like the better parent, sure, but in the context of the episode, her elements just sort of drag it all down. Didn't really need to see Earl all that much either, but hey, John DiMaggio does a good performance with him, so let's put him in as much as we can. I don't know. Wanda Sykes is an incredibly talented actor. It's just, much like John Goodman in King of the Hill, it just feels like a misuse of her acting. I don't know. It's not amazing, but it's definitely not the worst either. The Bots and the Bees is a bent on higher education 7 out of 10. Remember the Mayan calendar in 2012 being the end of the world? No? Just watch the disaster movie 2012 starring John Cusack and Woody Harrelson. It'll get you caught up on everything. So, of course, Futurama had to do its own 2012 episode, but instead of the Mayan calendar, it's the Martian calendar. After a weather balloon incident, the gang end up discovering an ancient Martian prophecy that Earth will be destroyed and they need to get off it. But when a solar flare fries all technology on the planet, they're left to choose who gets to get on the ancient Martian spaceship and survive on Mars, and who has to perish with Earth. Fry gets on the ship since his pants help them find the ship, but Leela doesn't since Zap is the captain, and in an attempt to save her, Fry swaps his ticket with hers and gets her onto the ship towards safety. Only it turns out the Martian calendar indicated when Mars would be taken out, not Earth, which, when you say it like that, kinda makes sense. And the group has to jump back onto Earth when Mars flies past it. However, because Leela broke her leg listening to Fry earlier in the episode, she can't jump, so Fry tries to grab her off of Mars, and they end up ripping their arms off, and Scruffy has to save her instead, off camera. Where the mutants are revolting, worked as an episode and could easily be a movie, this episode feels like it needed to be a movie and got shaved down way too much. It rushes from one element to the next and just feels so jam-packed, but nothing has enough depth to really stand out. It's just a whirlwind that hopes you care enough until Scruffy just saves the day and credits roll. Usually they're pretty solid about working Leela and Fry's stories into the episode, but this one just feels sorta tacked on. It's just an afterthought. Leela gets hurt when she trusts Fry. If we got some previous examples showcased, I think it would have been better, but otherwise it could go on to any episode and just didn't feel unique here. I don't know. The episode's okay, but that's just largely the season. It's not absolutely abysmal, but each episode is just sorta there. A Farewell to Arms is a fine but predictable 6 out of 10. Remember when people demanded that President Obama provided his birth certificate and began the whole birther idea? Remember that election? Well, that's what this episode is. Leela starts campaigning for a small candidate that's challenging Richard Nixon's continued rule of Earth, Chris Z. Travers. Chris has a lot of good messages and adamantly wants to believe in the good of humanity, but people keep asking for his birth certificate thanks to Bender and Nixon running a smear campaign. Leela and the gang go to Kenya to find it. Get it? Do you get it yet? And they find out that Chris is actually a time traveler from a future where there was a robot uprising led by Bender, and he had to go back in time to stop it. His actual present-day self being born the next day. Sure enough, through Leela's hard work, Travers wins. But because he won, he erased the timeline where he needed to go back in time in the first place, and Nixon wins again, with everyone forgetting the episode as a whole. A long-time commenter on the channel, Matthew, brought up an excellent point that it would have been fun to see someone like Hedonism Bot replace Nixon, and I'm honestly kind of inclined to agree. Have the timeline jump have Hedonism Bot be the sudden winner now or something completely outlandish. To have yet another election episode focused around Nixon winning in a landslide in the last minute again just feels lazy after a point. I get the satire and what it's trying to do, but it's just a little too on the nose to be effective. It's like this was set up by like a New Yorker writer. It's like, this is how you get them to laugh. And it was just, it's just fine. The birther debate is creative with the time travel and everything, but I just feel like the ending upends what the rest of the episode was setting up in an unsatisfying way. You can subvert expectations well, and the show does, just not here. Decision 3012 is an independent-leaning, brainworm-infested 6 out of 10. After everyone goes to the aquarium to see the exhibit that has all kinds of Jurassic wildlife in the tank, Bender becomes a paparazzo, taking pictures of celebs on Zoidberg's recommendation. I genuinely love the Jurassic tank just because they have this Tyrannosaurus Rex just sort of flailing in the water like he's always just treading to stay alive, and it just, I don't know, the imagery of it is fantastic. It was the first time this season that I genuinely just started cracking up. I am a very easy person to please, but it was genuinely one of my favorite sight gags of the whole Comedy Central era. I don't know. It's the dumb things, especially in an episode like this. Anyway, Bender starts taking pictures of all kinds of actors and gets introduced to his new white whale, the paper-bag-masked Langston Cobb. An actor that can never show his face to anyone or else it will melt their very being into nothing, but feeds on the attention of others and has a loyal ego pet that he feeds the energy into. Bender manages to get a picture of the elusive baghead, and Calculon is determined to beat Langston Cobb and get an award. Calculon proceeds to poison himself so he will take his last breath on stage in a performance to snub Baghead of the award and finally earn his place at the top. He is willing to go to that extreme to be forever memorialized, and Langston still wins. And if nothing else, this season did the greatest service to the show of any season before it. It canonically killed off Calculon. I'm all for it. And full disclosure, it leads to one of the best episodes of the entire show, and honestly made me appreciate and reevaluate this episode in hindsight. If you look at it just on its own, it's perfectly fine. Bender saves the day by making Langston Cobb fall in love with a picture of himself. That's really about it. But if you look at it even just as part one of a two-part arc, it has so much more charm. Watch this and then Calculon 2.0, and I don't know, they work because they're so separated and yet work so well together. The Thief of Baghead is a show-stealing, robot heart-stopping 8 out of 10. Leela's parents get into a fight and split up at their 40th wedding anniversary, with Munda moving in with Leela and Morris following his dream of being a sewer surfer. Fry and Bender go sewer surfing with Morris, who really starts to find himself and gains a bit of courage and confidence that he didn't have before. He starts to really discover who he is, and for once we get to see who Leela's parents are as actual characters. What's Munda doing, you ask? Oh, she helps Zap Brannigan set up a peace treaty and becomes his translator for intergalactic affairs, and yeah, they start swapping spit and other assorted fluids. That's the episode. Zap banging Leela's mom. Leela tries to get her family back together time and time again, but Zap ends up proposing to Munda, and on the day of the ceremony, Morris jumps in to take back his wife, and Zap marries them again after Munda discovers that, surprise, surprise, the peace treaty she was setting up with Zap at the beginning of the episode was actually a secret declaration of war. What? Zap being a bad guy? Say it ain't so. I don't know. I miss when Zap was just kind of an idiot. I mean, this is leagues better than whatever Inagata Dalila was, but it's still just kind of okay. You know, it just never really got there. Munda gets a lot of the focus, which is fine, but having Leela try and seduce Zap after the last Zap episode just feels odd. I don't know. You had to forget that whole adventure for this one to make even an iota of sense. Like, you could have Munda get together with anyone and actually focus on Munda and Morris's characters. But Morris is the only one that actually grows, and we see who he is as a character. All we know about Munda is that she was educated and didn't get to do much with it. Have her go out with a new guy and experience a bunch of firsts. Appeal to the weebs and have Fry take her out and show her all the things she's missed out on in the sewers and have her fall for him and she and Leela fight over Fry. Appeal to literally everyone else and do literally anything other than that. There's a lot of things you can do in between there, that's all I'm saying. Zap wasn't the play. Zap Dingbat just sort of spins at wheels and surfs on nothing. Zap Dingbat is a mistranslated 5 out of 10. Highlight of the episode? Jill Talley, aka Karen, Plankton's wife from SpongeBob, guest stars. Fun fact, she's actually been married to Tom Kenny, the voice of SpongeBob, since 1996. She's an incredibly talented voice actor that you've heard in all kinds of shows, from Billy and Mandy to the Boondocks and everything outside of the bees. She's in this episode for like 4 scenes and is the best part simply because she wasn't a familiar voice. Tom Kenny would also show up in the episode as Abner Doubledeal, and he never really misses. I have not heard a bad performance by him in this show. There you go. There's your value in the episode. The rest of it, Leela and Amy get into the ultra-competitive world of Butterfly Derby, where you wear butterfly wings and crash into other women wearing butterfly wings. It's like that one Barbie movie where they turn into fairies and spin off into fireplaces. Naturally, to keep up, Amy and Leela start taking some all-natural steroids to compete. Fry and Kif cheer on their partners, and when Fry ends up covered in the nectar that gives Leela and Amy their super strength, they find Fry just utterly irresistible. He proceeds to turn into a horrific butterfly at the end of the episode and tries to save them from themselves. Yeah, it's a lot and not much of anything I'd really call entertaining. One of the appeals of a competition episode like this is having the protagonist fight different opponents. Back in Raging Bender, you saw Bender take on all kinds of different robots that were jokes in their own ways. And Abner Doubledeal was in that episode as the one running that ring. In this episode, it's really just Leela and Amy versus the punk murder moth Dami Mommy squad, and that's it. Which means they better be worth focusing on so much if you're gonna just have this one team, have them be involved more in the story, and they just sort of aren't. They're empty characters that progress an empty story. It just goes nowhere, and thanks you for your time. The butter junk effect is a snipped-winged 3 out of 10. Hermes is doing his efficiency check as an excuse to get rid of Zoidberg. However, at the end of his efficiency report, he discovers he's the least efficient because he was only doing an efficiency report and not actually getting any work done. Hermes fires himself and he gets replaced with a robot and goes home to enjoy some of his wife's extra spicy goat head curry. That night, he and La Barbara get held up by Roberto, who quickly gets arrested, and Hermes starts to upgrade himself with more and more robotic attachments so he could become the best bureaucrat he could be. It's basically the entirety of Cyberpunk Edgerunners in 20 minutes. With each new upgrade, Zoidberg takes that human part of Hermes and starts creating a weird flesh puppet for his stand-up routine, and actually starts doing really well. We also find out why Zoidberg considers Hermes his closest friend. Because when everyone else largely ignores his existence, Hermes actually takes the time to insult and berate him. Now, of course, he thinks he's joking and just, that's what the bros do, they give a little ribbon. But no, he genuinely hates him. But it's actually kind of sweet and showcases just how earnest Zoidberg is. And when Hermes is more machine than man, he's determined to replace his brain with a robot one. Only it's Roberto's brain, and Roberto ends up in Hermes' overdeveloped robot body and implodes when he eats some of Hermes' skin because it's way too spicy from all the goat head curry. Sure, why not? Why not have a potato peeler that just shaves off arm skin? That was the most revolting thing I've ever seen, and I loved it. I don't know. The agency they've given Zoidberg in the Comedy Central era really works for him, and I think this episode is as strong as it is because Hermes has been so harsh to Zoidberg, and sometimes, especially when he got sent to a labor mine, justifiably so. I genuinely enjoyed the episode, and it felt like an excellent palate cleanser after Butter Junk. This was a proper Futurama episode that gave us a really solid Hermes adventure. No more implants, Hermes, please. The $6 million Mon is a fine-tuned choom 9 out of 10. Professor Farnsworth decides to take everyone to Oktoberfest to treat the crew, and everyone celebrates! However, Fry is bummed it's not the wild Oktoberfest of his youth, and Leela calls him childish and stupid, so he runs off while Bender aspires to make the best sausage possible to win a contest, and wants to get some of that sweet, sweet woolly mammoth meat to sausagify. Let's sausage! Fry falls into the grinder, and everyone thinks that they've been eating Fry sausages when he's actually been encased in ice and gets broken out by cavemen still living under the ice sheet that have wanted to go above ground and haven't been able to figure out a way to. Leela, in her trauma from thinking she consumed the person she loved after fighting with them, has all of her memories of Fry zapped away, and the crew avoid bringing him up lest she get hurt again. Meanwhile, Fry has memory loss and a giant concussion that gives him a giant bump on his head that makes all the cavemen think he's one of them, and they proceed to march on Oktoberfest when everyone returns for Bender to compete in his sausage cook-off. In the chaos, Bender proceeds to steal all the trophies of the other winners to make sure he can claim the first place, and when Fry and Leela see each other, even though they don't have any memory of each other, they start to fall in love yet again and reunite. I don't know. I'm sure I'll get flack for it, but I really like this episode. It felt very much like a Fox-era episode of Futurama where the writing was at its absolute best, and it's just good, steady fun. The jokes are on point, the emotional core is touching, that no matter what, Fry and Leela could never truly forget each other, and it really shows that the Comedy Central era was when a lot of the ideas of Fry and Leela as a couple came from. It's just good, classic Futurama, and probably the best episode we'll have until the next season. Fun on a Bun is a Stein toasting 8 out of 10. Bender goes to college, drops out, joins a gang, and when he goes through some gang violence and addiction, he ends up in court where his lawyer argues that Bender can't be guilty of anything because he's a robot. He has no free will to decide to do anything, and he's just programmed to commit the crimes he commits. Bender then starts to spiral and searches for the idea of free will and an answer to the age-old robotic question, even going back to the bot planet and asking the robot elders, what is our purpose? How do you have free will? How do you make decisions? How do you justify your authority if you're just following some greater directive? And that's really the whole episode, just Bender finding the secret to the existence of robots that have some autonomy. He even gets a free will chip from Hubert that may or may not work before he guns down the good doctor, having no idea if the chip was what motivated him to do any of it. That's kind of why I love and hate this episode. It's a great philosophical quandary for Bender and for the idea of robotics, but the episode doesn't take it all the way like it did back in Overclockwise. Bender is just anxious to figure everything out, and it just goes so fast that it never feels like it properly resolves itself. If it was a two-parter or even had like 8 more minutes, I think it could have been something really special, but it feels like it was just trying to tackle too large of a subject with not enough time to effectively do it. It's fine, I just wish it built on itself a little bit more. Give us more time with him as a monk. Let him understand things. I know it would have to get a lot more deep and philosophical and slow way down, and that's not who Bender's character is, but as we've seen again back in Overclockwise and even in Godfellas, Bender can take that slower moment. He can learn when he's being taught things that better help him realize who he is as an AI, as a constructed identity. And you can argue he got that when he was found guilty of a crime at the end of the episode, determining that, yes, it was evidence that he had free will. It's just, I don't know, it should have been a little bit deeper. Free will hunting is an existence pondering 7 out of 10. After the professor doesn't care that Fry won an award, Fry and the gang go to the near Death Star to visit Hubert's parents so Fry can meet more of his family. Estelle Harris, probably most famous for playing Dave the Barbarian's talking sword in the hit Disney series Dave the Barbarian, would also be known to some people for her highly acclaimed role as George Costanza's mother in a little show called Seinfeld, and she would play Hubert's mom in this episode, Velma. Ned is just Dave Herman. I don't know. Could have been funny if his dad was Jerry Stiller or something, but alas, what can you do? They bring Velma and Ned back to Planet Express, where Hubert doesn't even want to see them, saying that they never spent time with him, and he runs off into the street naked. Turns out his parents didn't play with the professor because they were too tired from having to take care of him when he would have his night terrors that would make him thrash in his sleep all night long. They also moved him out to the farm so that he wouldn't be a danger to anyone or himself, and then sent him off to the Institute so that they could take care of him, and he eventually was able to test out and go on to have a career. It's a weird backstory for the professor, and just, I don't know, I guess it felt off to me. They take Ned and Velma back, and Hubert gets to go into their virtual home and play as a boy like he never got to with them when he was a kid. There's blips of an emotional core to the episode, and Estella Harris does do a great job playing his mom. It's just sort of okay, I guess. There's never that genuine heart-to-heart moment. There's always that idea that Farnsworth is this mad scientist. Give us wholesome moments. Give us some flashbacks where we actually get to see him and his parents having some sort of connection. They were masterful with it with Fry and his family, even slowly peeling back that Fry didn't hate his family. It's just, I don't know. It was so close yet so far from greatness. Sure, Farnsworth is a mad scientist, but give us something more to him. It just never takes that last step forward to be something truly spectacular, and at the end of the day, that's just okay. It's a perfectly there episode. Near Death Wish is a head reattaching 7 out of 10. Alright, I'll admit it. Silence of the Clamps reinvigorated my love of the Robot Mafia and Donbot. After the Robot Mafia robs a Binks truck, Misa So Sorry, They have to dump their winnings and proceed to dump them into Zoidberg's dumpster while everyone else is going to Amy's parents' casino on Mars that's worked mostly by Martians, including Blind Joe, the head of security, whose nose is next to none. Can you see how this is going to play out? Zoidberg gambles, loses it all, the robot mafia takes over the casino, and Amy plans a heist to get even. That's the episode. The Futurama obligatory casino heist episode. I'm genuinely surprised it didn't happen in the Wild Green Yonder, especially with how much focus is on, like, Mars Vegas. But this episode is just fun. Hey Big Lobster is great, and I really genuinely love that Zoidberg is such an institution at this point. And while I've complained in the past, Maurice LaMarche is an absolute legend for good reason, and he crushes it as Donbot yet again. I'm not going to spoil the heist or anything because that's what makes an episode like this so entertaining, but the episode as a whole is a solid watch that never tries to overcomplicate itself. Am I being biased because I genuinely love heists? Of course I am, but that's okay. Futurama is at its best when it is adapting ideas that they are having fun with. Mobius Dick worked because they had an idea and they took it all the way. Blind Joe is great. Now, do I like the ending of it? Not really. It's a little hokey and sort of forgets the whole point of the episode where the Bugalo roam, but I can shrug it off for the sake of a good heist. None of it ever really mattered to begin with. None of it'll really matter again. It's just good, dumb fun. And if that's done well, that can be a really great episode. Viva Mars Vegas is a Lost Wages loving 8 out of 10. The gang get new outfits and Bender gets a posh British hunting outfit instead of the usual Plan Express getup and decides to join high society. Oh my word, it does appear that the gang are going on a fox hunt. The fox is given a 30-minute head start before the huntsmen chase after it, but Leela is understandably upset by how barbaric the whole ritual is. The leader of the hunt doesn't really have a name, but he would be played by Patrick Stewart, a legendary knighted man who has never done any voiceover whatsoever. American Dad Season Reviews available now, plugged for absolutely no reason. Leela defends the fox until she finds out it's a robot, then Bender has a problem with it, and tries to free robot animals from captivity, but, like, without free will or animal behavior having to be coded in, does that really work? And that's the episode, is questioning, is this wrong? Is this the bridge too far? And I do kind of appreciate that. It just sort of drags to add suspense. Like, it all culminates in the hunters hunting Bender for the ultimate sport, and sure enough, the Huntmaster is also a robot. So it's robots hunting robots, which in the grand scheme is just kind of okay. They're just following their programming after all. If you have Patrick Stewart in your episode, really use him. He just felt so underutilized in this episode, and I just wish we had more of him. Granted, I'm sure I'm biased being an American Dad fan and having entire plots focus around him, but still, he did not have time to properly shine. It just felt like a lot of half ideas that they never really stuck with. I got it, I got what they were going for, it just kinda stumbled towards the end and never needed to be that long to begin with. 31st Century Fox is a horn-blowing 7 out of 10. And here we are, the season finale. This would actually be our last season finale anthology, and it's perfectly okay. It's the Mutual of Omicron nature documentary focusing on 3 stories of nature. The Tale of the Salmon, where Fry Fish defies all biological coding to be with the Leela fish in their final moments. The Tale of a Tortoise looking for his old love that's just Hubert and Mom. And finally, the story of the elephant seal and the male seals fighting to get some seals away from the alpha fattest seal, Seal Bender. It's the same framing as the Holiday Spectacular, just done better, and still just kinda fine. It's not an episode I'd revisit a lot, and the jokes are pretty non-existent, all things considered, but it's still fine structurally, and Phil LaMarr does a great job of being the exacerbated narrator. It is a perfectly lukewarm end to a perfectly lukewarm season. It never overcomplicates itself and just makes a dumb nature documentary because why not? And honestly, why not? Hasn't been done before with the show, so do it to it. It's been done in plenty of other shows to okay acclaim, and if anyone can do it right, it would be Futurama, even presenting some nature facts that you may or may not have actually known. Salmon is definitely the strongest, and Elephant Seal just sort of feels rushed, but I don't think there was much you could really do with it either, and it's all just perfectly, again, fine. Naturama is a Mutual of Omicron funded 6 out of 10. And there we have it, that's season 9! Anything you think I was right on, wrong on? What was your favorite episode of the season? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, subscribe, and tell your friends. We're out here. Overall, season 9 was okay. It never had any truly remarkably great episodes, but it didn't have any absolute duds either. It was perfectly serviceable. I think season 9 ironically suffers from preceding season 10. That's right, not only do I think season 10 is the strongest season of the Comedy Central era, but it might be the strongest season of the entire show, and I wish I was kidding. There will be fourth dimensional drifting, dreamscape surfing, and an ass comes home. So there's a lot that's gonna happen in season 10. It's season 10! The last of the Comedy Central era and the last bit of Futurama we'd have for a full decade. And honestly, I would say this is the strongest season, pound for pound, that Futurama would ever have. There's a lot to love and little to hate, and we've got a lot on our plate. So there's 3 questions that must be asked, and I don't want to wait. What worked, what failed, what actor redemption arcs will be curtailed? How are you doing? How have you been? It's time to review Season 10. Leela wants the ship towed for being unsafe, and the professor doesn't want to lose his sweet Bessie. So he goes to the dump and works on saving his beloved ship. When he flies the ship out, he's challenged to a street race by a bunch of rebels, one of which having serious emotional abuse issues that may or may not be addressed this episode. As the junk falls off of the Planet Express ship, he turns it into a souped-up dragster and blows past the competition, even using dimensional drifting to blaze his way to victory and earning his keystone nickname, the Professor. Leela gets a cool super safe cube ship and they go on a dumb, normal, safe delivery while the professor hangs with his new crew and learns about their complex lives and the hurt someone can feel from what wasn't said to them rather than what was. Leela challenges the professor to a street race around the Mobius Strip, and they end up colliding into each other and going to a 2D world. They have to escape or they'll starve, and when they use the ship to dimensional drift again, Leela appreciates how the professor feels about the ship and just how effective it can really be. I mean, what do you need me to tell you? This is a wonderful Professor and the Ship episode, and it's really the only one we've had throughout the show. You put this in the last season as a celebration of the ship that's been around since the beginning, that's taken them on all these adventures. Bessie is effectively the Going Merry of the Futurama crew. You give the professor time to shine with the youths, and it's an absolutely amazing conclusion to their story ideas. I really truly love this episode and think it's one of the best of the show. It's got terrific writing, and while the 2D part feels jarring and a little bit of filler, the rest of the episode around it is just phenomenal. 2D Blacktop is a driftastic 9 out of 10. Even the last part where the girl gets the call from her dad and she gives this tearful thumbs up. I don't know why it works for me. It is the dumbest joke. I get it's a Too Fast, Too Furious like reference and whatever, but it's just so dumb in the best way. It's so honest. It's so just genuine, and I adore it. After Fry tries to go all out on the romance with Leela after work and they end up spectated by Scruffy while trying to enjoy dinner, the two start running around to try and find an escape, and Leela offers for them to go on the same retreat she went on with her ex-boyfriend and acclaimed musician from back in the Fox era, Sean. They go to the retreat, and sure enough, Sean and his wife are there, and Sean tries to hit on Leela like he did all those years ago, while Fry wallows with his robot hand sidekick. Leela quickly gets bored of Sean and his sax, and the two eventually make up. Aw, isn't that sweet? Even has a little narrative weight just packed in there for you, everybody. Look at that. Throughout this season, Fry and Leela are actually a bona fide couple. They are growing as a pair, and it's brilliant. And Sean is back from the devil's hands or idle playthings, and he's actually given an identity. We've seen this referenced in the past, and here he finally is. And he's not even the only reference we get, because the other story of the episode is Amy, Bender, and Zoidberg delivering a package on a monkey planet where they run into Gunter from Mars University and discover that Fry and Leela are actually part of a human habitat at the Monkey Planet Zoo, led by Dr. Banjo. They paid to be there, they get a perfectly delightful vacation, and monkeys get to look in on them. It's complicated in a fun way, and I gotta be honest, it's such a good final Amy-focused episode. She gets time to really shine in the spotlight, and I mean, they never have to try and save Leela and Fry. They're really not in any danger, and they could leave at any time, but they still go to these extremes to try and save them for no reason, and it's just the best. I don't know. You can really tell Lauren Tom is going all in with Amy here, and it really feels like an incredible conclusion to her story in the series. Fry and Leela's big fling is a monkey see, monkey do, 9 out of 10. Remember Jer from the Problem with Poplars episode? Which, just putting this here, I do know and did not mention at the time that Problem with Poplars is also a play on the TOS episode The Trouble with Triples. Anyway, Jer's back, and he's a little scout trying to earn merit badges. So naturally, his father takes him to Earth to take it over and get his invasion badge. However, when he's got to take something out, he accidentally takes out Nixon's headless Agnew, and Nixon cuts all ties with Omicron Persei 8, which is not good. See, the professor needs the crew to go to Omicron Persei 8 to get a special agent that helps his arthritis. Omicronian Devil's Lettuce. I have never seen Hermes move so fast. The gang uses the buddy system, and Bender abandons Fry, who wanders off and ends up in Jer's shed, and it's literally just an E.T. parody where Bender has to come up with reasons Fry isn't around and tries to keep everyone tricked as he gets more and more racked with guilt until he's flying out to save Fry from the Omicronians. It's really just the story of Jer standing up to Lur and being his own person. He doesn't want to conquer or maim, and that's okay. He's coming into his own, and when he stands up to Lur, he actually starts to earn Lur's respect. Which, like, it may not seem like much, but that's kind of a perfect conclusion to the Omicronians. Lur is a loving father and husband who is lazy from time to time, but does genuinely care about his family and wants his kid to be okay. Jer has grown up from the almost consumed poplar all those years ago and is finding his place in the world. You get to see a callback to the earlier seasons, and that's what this whole season is. It is a remembrance of what got us to this point, and it absolutely shines. The Omicronians used to be just invaders, but through the show, they've become fully realized characters, and it's a great final note for them to go out on. T the Terrestrial is a piece of candy, 8 out of 10. The gang are delivering an evil super scientist trapped in carbonite to prison when Bender sees his folk music hero, Silicon Red, who refuses to teach Bender everything he knows or even give him his precious guitar. The absolute audacity to not give the stranger everything he wants. Bender proceeds to go and get a 3D copy of the guitar made and begins his folk music journey. Also at the prison, the scientist got out of the carbonite, and Fry keeps referencing how horrible he was and how he just kept stabbing him. And I love how Fry is just so bothered by it because, yeah, it's great. It's a great callback, and everyone is performing genuinely. Billy West has some of the best deliveries of this season, and it's incredible. But the rest of the story is about Bender wanting to be a folk singer and trying to live a folk life. He goes to work on a railway and meets a robot called Caboose. He has a Jezebel, and he's doing all these things to make his song more authentic, but as he comes up with more and more of the song, more and more of it begins to come to life. Because when Bender went to get a 3D copy of Silicon Red's guitar, they never unlinked him from the machine, so he's been 3D printing the elements of his song the entire time. Fake Bender gets railroaded, and the real Bender takes the show on the road with Caboose and Silicon Red. Bender has wanted to be a true and proper folk singer since season 1. Bend It in the Wind was great, absolutely, but it wasn't really what Bender wanted. I'll consider Beck a lot of things. Folk artist is not one of them. It wasn't the folk songs that Bender wanted to write. This is the realization of Bender's greatest dream, and it's brilliant. Bender has been a cornerstone of the show, and he'll have a few final episodes, but this one does a brilliant job of closing the bookend on his dreams of being a folk singer. He got what he always wanted, and got to perform alongside his hero as they both sold out together. It's a perfect conclusion. 40% Lead Belly is a prime and printed 8 out of 10. After saving a bunch of miners on the sun, Bender is seen as a hero, and the Planet Express crew become Earth's greatest firefighters. They keep saving the day, but start to get suspicious when they realize every place they go to, Bender had been previously, and start to think he might just be an arsonist. Turns out there was actually a sun criminal from the sun, Flamo, that tagged along inside Bender and has been burning things down in hopes of getting strong enough to take over the world and make it a better sun to beat out the Aldermen. Bender has to keep Flamo hidden away, and even goes to Antarctica as a means of keeping the flame away from the center of the Earth and stealing all of the Earth's power. Bender is selflessly being a hero without anyone around him to acknowledge it. He is just knowingly doing the right thing to try and help everyone, and that's fantastic. Flamo manages to sneak away on Fry when Fry goes to confront Bender, and he ends up burning Planet Express until Bender goes to stop him and he's arrested by the Aldermen of the Sun. The Bender of the first season would have never worked this hard to stop Flamo. He wouldn't have done this in general. This is a result of his growth, of his journeys to find meaning. He understands what it means to do the right thing and willingly makes the choice with his free will to do it. It's brilliant, and I legitimately loved the episode. It is a testament to how they were able to add in these small elements season by season that makes each of the Planet Express crew members that much more realized. Look at where Bender is now. The jokes you laugh at in this Bender are because you have laughed at the Bender of the earlier seasons so many times. You have seen him grow and mature, and they do this without there being any obvious through lines through seasons, because they were still using it for broadcast TV and for very early streaming. They had to juggle both ideas. The Inhuman Torch is a clean burning 9 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Best episode, no question. Forget the Yo Gabba Gabba episode. This is the one that stands above all others. This is the chosen one. It's our final anthology episode, and it's just Nixon and his third body of Spiro Agnew watching Saturday morning cartoons. The first one is a Scooby-Doo one that's completely fine and features George Takei, who is honestly the only reason to care about it. But I will say, with the Globetrotters and everything, it is fun. It is a loyal Scooby-Doo parody, and the Larry Bird bit is really kind of great. It's fun, very tongue-in-cheek, and feels earned after all this time. Easily one of the best anthology starts yet. The second one is a Smurfs parody that basically keeps cutting over to commercials that show off different ads and snacks that kids can go out and buy. It's fun, it's got some charm to it. I think the commercials were what they really wanted to do, and I think if you cut into more commercials or even have it just be a chain of commercials, like a proper ad break between the first and third stories, it would have worked better, but it's still good. That's all fine and good. But throughout the episode, Nixon has to respond to everyone's demands and even issues apologies here and there, and it all comes to a head with the third story, which is an overly violent G.I. Joe parody that might be the funniest thing I've ever seen Futurama do. Nixon is live redubbing the episode and editing anything where it might seem too violent to try and dial it down, and it is absolutely glorious. I mean, Billy West Nixon is perfect for this, and you can kind of tell he was improvising some of it, and it's just that natural delivery that makes the whole thing so great. You could tell they were having just a ton of fun and just saying whatever came to mind. You're like, oh, he's fine. I landed it next to this naturally occurring explosion. I'm okay. Like, beautiful. 10 out of 10. Easily the best anthology episode, bar none, and one of the best episodes of the show, and my absolute favorite. Saturday Morning Fun Pit is a sugar-loaded 10 out of 10. I hate Calculon. I've hated him for a long time because of his character and because of what he represents. He's just this loud, over-the-top, hammy actor, best seen in daytime TV, and he's just the worst, shoehorned into so many stories, and I was so elated that the show took him out. They did me an absolute solid back in Baghead. But you know what? This episode is brilliant. Fry and Bender hate all my circuits now, so they go down to the Robot Devil and demand that he give them back Calculon's soul. The Robot Devil absolutely can't stand Calculon, so he practically just gives him back without a fight, so he's finally free of him. And I gotta say, huge props to Dan Castellaneta making one of the last appearances of Robot Devil one of his absolute best. When he gives Calculon over, doesn't even care. He's like, yeah, sure, the number I was thinking of was W. Just leave. It's just, but that's okay. Calculon is back and he's ready to reclaim his stage. He goes to audition and gets the role of Calculon, who is basically just a complete and utter hack. Leela calls Calculon out and actually tries to push him to be open and real and show who he actually is, to leave himself raw. But he keeps refusing, always going for this bigger and bigger identity. He was meant to steal the show! And so when it's time to go on, he hams it up like he usually does, and they go for a second take. Something that's never happened to him before. His ego had been getting in the way of him actually appreciating the craft of being an actor, and when he'd lost everything else, he finally lets go, and he lets himself act from the heart. He gives a true and genuine performance that captivates the audience and proceeds to get crushed and taken out again to go harass the Robot Devil some more. But the key element is that he was able to grow and become a better robot, and more importantly, a better actor. This is a wonderful conclusion to Calculon's character and everything he represented, while allowing Maurice LaMarche to give a career best performance as he makes the gold-plated moron actually feel genuine. He's been an integral part of the show for so long, and to have a celebration of one of his most prominent characters only makes sense. Calculon 2.0 is a show-stealing 10 out of 10. The crew have to deliver to the Blips, who have a color-coded enemy in the Cruds, a mix of blood and crypt, and let that be your last battlefield from Star Trek TOS. Sure enough, they're delivering weapons, so Leela has Bender bend the barrels of the so-called weapons so that they can't be used, when it turns out they were actually a gift from the Cruds to help fight their uniting enemy, the giant spiders. Good intentions and all that. Bender's body gets chopped, and the crew have to go around and get his pieces back from all sorts of assorted callbacks. You gotta go and see the human horn dealer again. Get the arms from the Borax Kid, use them to swindle again. get his legs back from Tiny Timbot and make him go back to hobbling. And when all he's missing is his glorious metal ass, they go into the no man's land of the Sargasso Sea and work with a lighthouse worker to try and find his missing cheeks in the wreckage. They find the delightful derriere, and when Fry hits it with some light, it illuminates the sea better than any other material in the known universe. Bender's ass could save countless lives if he's willing to part with his most iconic part of himself. However, when Bender is struggling to deal with the separation, his ass flies home to his rightful hips, and finally our folk-singing swindler is back in one piece. Bender is nothing without his ass, and his ass is nothing without him. It's dumb. It's so dumb. But it's so earnest and so wholesome, you just don't care. Bite my shiny metal ass has been added into the public lexicon, and it stands as his trademark catchphrase. Imagine Bart having an episode in The Simpsons where he confronts having a cow man. It'd be odd, but Futurama does it right. This episode just feels perfect. And sure enough, Bender gets to make peace with his ass and wraps the total ideas of Bender pretty succinctly. We'll still get one last Bender and Fry adventure, but as this stands, this is Bender as a character. And it's beautiful. Assy Come Home is a cosmic well diving, boy saving 9 out of 10. Leela gets stuck to a robo-bugalo at a redneck bar because she's developing squidification, where her mutant DNA is turning her entire body into tentacles. She goes to the sewers to live with her parents, and the professor gives Fry the ship to try and sell so they'd be able to afford Leela's surgery to turn her back to normal. He sells the ship for giant beans, because Fry is that guy. I gotta appreciate how much the professor cares about his crew, and he's even willing to sell his beloved ship to get Leela the help she needs. Well, Fry plants the giant beans and they grow into a beanstalk that Leela climbs up to a sky palace ran by Mom called Mom Santo. Get it? It's the GMO episode. Mom captures Leela and begins looking at her DNA. Fry and Bender are able to find Leela and they head up to the flying sky base to get her back. While they're climbing her tentacles Rapunzel style, we actually get a fun throwback in one of the last few guest stars we'd have, and the throwback is to the old 60s Batman, where they'd have Batman and Robin scaling a building, and ex-celebrity would pop out of a window to see how the Cape Crusader and the Boy Wonder were doing. This time, though, it would actually be Adam West and Burt Ward played by themselves. If they weren't played by the dynamic duo, I think it would have really bothered me, but I really kind of love it. I don't know, it was just fun seeing them. Anyway, they get to Leela and get her home, but Mom comes down and offers to fix Leela since her squid DNA was able to perfect her giant bean. Mom is maniacal, absolutely, and wants total control, but she's not a complete and utter monster. Honestly, they kind of soften the image of Mom here and shows that she's also a scientist at the end of the day, even if she's concocting giant city-destroying beanstalks. Genetic altering on its own isn't a bad thing. It's just, when there's diabolical things you do with it. The episode is just, a very roundabout fairy tale parody. It never undercuts the seriousness of what Leela is going through, though, and it does start to have Leela make peace with herself, and Fry supports her no matter what she looks like. Throughout the season, Fry and Leela have been an incredibly strong couple, and it really kind of stands out compared to previous seasons. This shows Leela making peace with her mutant identity and realizing no matter what, she'll never be alone anymore. She has a family. And even more importantly, she has Fry. Leela in the Jeanstalk is a gigantism averting 8 out of 10. This is a toss-up for me, honestly. A ship is going around playing a repeating noise that makes planets crumble in on themselves, and it's coming towards Earth. Fry recognizes the sound from 1999, but can't place it, and since he and Nibbler were from 1999, they send Fry into the dreamscape to try and remember what the sound is from. Fry walks around his old neighborhood and still can't find the sound. They wake him up and we see time moves way slower in the dreamscape as 2 weeks have almost passed in the outside world. He gets thrown back in and instead of looking for the sound, decides he wants to spend the day with his family. This is where he realizes he only thought he hated his family because he thought he'd never see them again. That it would just be easier to just think they never liked him. When we see him with his family, his dad is gruff yet smiling. His brother Yancey gives him a noogie, but you can tell he cares and loves his little brother. And his mom is even making his favorite meal and lets him lick the beaters. He's got his little buddy Seymour by his side, and life is good for this one moment. Everyone goes into the dreamscape to get Fry to look, and by the end, he remembers the beeps, and they're literally just from another Niblonian trying to find the car he took Nibbler to Earth on. He's been destroying planets to find a company car. Fry gets them to the relic of the car, ignoring the fact that the building should have been destroyed over the last 1,000 years and the countless Earth-cleansing fires and wars that happened, and for his trouble, Nibbler gifts Fry with one chance to go into his mom's dreams and talk with her, giving him some amount of closure with the last member of his family. See, this is why I'm torn. The Fry stuff in this episode is excellent, and he has this super mature moment where he recognizes why he thought he hated his family. He did it to protect himself from the pain of never being able to see them again. This is a show where Bender's ass flies through galaxies to be with him again. You don't expect this kind of depth. Like, that's wild. That's something they could do in Futurama, and yet, if you look back at it, it feels earned. And the last scene of the episode is wonderful. The problem is the sound being a Niblonian looking for a company car and destroying planets to do so, which is just so bafflingly dumb. Like, build another one. You had 1,000 years. It makes no sense, and I just feel like there could have been an easier answer. Have it be a sports team chant that his mom would always hum, that an alien race got broadcast to their planet and couldn't remember what it's from, so they go planet to planet trying to see if anyone remembers it and blows the planet up if they don't. Maybe they think it's a war chant. It's not that much better of an idea, but it's definitely not "Dude, where's my car?" in the year of our Lord 2013. I don't know. Everything up to that last bit of the episode was fantastic, and the writing was still super sharp. This was Fry making peace with his family and getting that last bit of closure. This is the last of Fry's past we'd experience in this run, and it's beautiful. Game of Tones is a cheese serving 9 out of 10. The crew can't trust one another, so the professor hires Dan McMaster's life coach to get them shipshape. And when they're on the ship, he even picks up a space hobo, who then proceeds to eat him and run off into the vents to hunt everyone one by one. You know the episode. What do you think the Futurama twist would be? Of course, Dan McMasters is in on the alien scheme the entire time, and of course, Fry and Bender accidentally off him because they don't believe him that it was all a setup. That's just what Futurama would do. But the episode is really kind of amazing because of that. This is our last crew episode before the end. This is when they all have to fight a common enemy and work together. This is just them on the ship one last time. They're fighting for their lives, but you know it's just one last space adventure. More importantly, one last Fry and Bender adventure. They've been friends since the pilot. Fry talked Bender down from the ledge because he was his best friend, his only friend in the future. And now, sure, they can't trust each other, but this is after years of adventures. This is after years of different things they've seen together. And it's amazing. Even if it ends with them not able to trust each other, it works because they're still going to be friends in the end. I don't know. The episode itself isn't all that complex. The jokes are super solid, and if you look at it in the context of the series, I think having just one last dumb adventure episode right here before our last 2 episodes is perfect. It's just perfect. And if you really wanted to say it's something, you could say it's Dave Herman's last send-off episode. Scruffy has a son in this episode. Dan McMasters is an icon. Like, he gets a proper goodbye. And it's just, I'm sorry. Season 10 of Futurama has been an incredible journey, and I was smiling the entire time I was watching Murder on the Planet Express. I thought it was absolutely brilliant, and it just felt right. You can tell that they mapped this season as a best of greatest hits of Futurama. Murder on the Planet Express is a familiar and fun 9 out of 10. Bender really wants to win a tap dance contest and win week after week while fighting his maniacal tiny girl rival Tanya, played by Tara Strong. Week after week, they clash with all the other dancers to be crowned the tap champ of this tiny dance hall. Oh, what a glorious clash it will be! And Bender ends up saving her life, and he's got a young rival for life. Woohoo! It's all very entertaining and fine. But the main focus of the episode is actually Zoidberg. Zoidberg's got a hot date and goes to get some flowers with the last of his money from a flower girl named Marianne, played by Amelia, the Mother of Dragons, Clark. Wild final guest star, I gotta admit. And she's just so earnest in the episode. She's really genuinely trying, and man, oh man, it's good. Like, I don't know. She has a brilliant voice acting career if she ever decides to go that way. Her voice is fantastic, and she is delivering top notch. Truly an underappreciated legend. Zoidberg's date falls apart and she can't stand his putrid odor, so he goes back to the flower girl to return his flowers and finds out that the flower girl can't smell and starts to romance her. Marianne seems to genuinely care about Zoidberg, and Zoidberg genuinely cares about her. But when he finds out that he could give her an operation that could return her sense of smell, he makes peace with the fact that she won't want to be with him afterwards. So, Zoidberg does the operation to give her sense of smell back, and he's willing to make that sacrifice and give up his happiness just so the woman he loves can have the one thing she wants most in the world. And when he gives her flowers to smell for her very first smell, she yaks. But she can't get enough of smelling Zoidberg. She never knew what things smelled good or bad, but she knew that she loves Zoidberg, so she loves his smell. She gets a job as a garbage man, and the two ride off in her truck together. Zoidberg gets a woman who loves him and he loves back with no strings attached. She sees who he is underneath his shell. Zoidberg gets his happy ending. He's still the joke character, but if this is the last we see of Zoidberg proper, he gets a happy ending. Stench and Stenchability is a fresh, never frozen 9 out of 10. And here we are, yet another series finale. This is the third series finale, so they have to be pretty good at it, right? Look, most shows wish they had a finale as good as this one. If this is how your show goes out, you can hold your head up with pride knowing you did a great job. The episode opens with Fry and Leela delivering to the moon where they did their first delivery together. They spend time at the park, and after Leela gets sucked out into the vacuum of space and somehow manages to survive in her stuffed animal with a balloon animal of herself, Fry is determined to propose to her because he doesn't want to go another second without being married to her. The professor made a new time machine that every time you hit the button, time goes back 10 seconds. Fry takes the device and uses it to get as many diamonds as he can to make a giant engagement ring for Leela, and even uses it to take out the clam at Elzar so it doesn't clamp on her hand when he proposes. He tells her to think over her decision, and if she shows up at the Vampire State Building at 6:30, he'll know she wants to marry him too. He goes to the top of the building, and as he keeps checking his watch, he sees that it's 7:02 and jumps off the balcony, not wanting to live in a future without Leela. However, it turns out his watch was fast and it was only 6:25, so he's falling towards Leela, ready to make a fresh Pollock on the sidewalk. He pulls out the time button and keeps going back 10 seconds on a loop, falling endlessly as the gang try and save him with the help of the time dome that keeps them unfazed by the button's effects. They finally manage to run out and have Bender make an airbag to save Fry, but when he bounces, he lands on the time button and time freezes completely, trapping Fry and Leela unfrozen in time. The two begin to walk the world knowing they're stuck in the pocket between seconds. They get married and grow old doing all the things they wanted to do. They spend every single day of their lives together and slowly begin hobbling up the Vampire State Building to enjoy a final toast when the professor appears. He was able to burrow through time and find the two. He fixes the time button, but he warns, if he resets time, it resets everything and they'll have to do it all again. It'll go back to before he had the concept of the button. Fry and Leela press their heads together, their lives lived, and agree as the episode ends and flashes white to signify where it repeats directly into the pilot. I remember watching the live broadcast with my friends in college, and to see that transition so seamlessly to the pilot, I gotta tell you, there wasn't a dry eye in that lounge. It was masterful, and this is a masterful episode. You could say it's ambiguous and then it just goes back a few days. You could say it goes back to the pilot. Who cares? This is how you wrap a series that transcends the idea of time and space. That has survived Fox, direct-to-DVD movies, and now Comedy Central. Futurama's story was definitively concluded here in a way that everyone could walk off with their heads held high. This is easily one of the best episodes of any show ever. This was, from any perspective you view it at, a perfect episode of Futurama that encapsulated everything you needed it to be satisfying. Meanwhile is a Frozen in Time 1,000 out of 10. And yeah, that was Futurama. A series that began before the turn of the millennia would conclude in one of the best ways imaginable after 2 cancellations and years of dedicated love from its longtime fans. This last season was a celebration of all the characters you'd come to know and love, and honestly, I can't think of a show that has this many seasons and has a season this unequivocally perfect to wrap it up. It's a season largely without flaws and showed that the creators loved what they were working on. They loved the characters they'd brought to life. They were passionate and wanted to make this something truly spectacular. A final testament to those brave workers at Planet Express. So if they were to come back from this, from a perfect season in some way, they'd have to have a pretty incredible reason to do it. But alas, that's a story for another video. And yeah, that was the original cycle. This is where, if you ended the series now, it would end on a high note. Now, if you look at the timestamp, you can see that I'm not going to be rambling for another half hour or anything like that. Or, in some ways, I am. Just not about these 10 seasons. See, I did watch season 11, and I do have thoughts on it. So, you can find the individual video, which will be available tomorrow, or watch it right here in this video as one final push to get everyone ready for season 12 that at the time of recording this is still ongoing. Thank you all so much for watching, and enjoy. "10 years Futurama had been over. 10 years it's sat with a perfect series conclusion that most shows would be lucky to have anything close to its greatness. And so after 10 years, good old Fox Disney-owned Hulu decided, hey, you know what? Let's make some more Futurama good stuff. Everyone was coming back, all the same voice cast, and even some new members. So obviously they had an idea for what they wanted to do with the series that was worth bringing it back from a perfect conclusion, right? Right? Please? Let's just, you know what's about to happen. Let's just get into it. What worked, what failed, what Zap canceling will be curtailed. Well, at least something rhymes with 7. Let's just review season 11. Remember how Meanwhile ended on a somewhat ambiguous note? Sure, it said that it, was before the button idea ever came to Professor Farnsworth and whatever, but let's not worry about that. On Comedy Central, they reset the series all the way back to the beginning. You could read the dialogue as just going back to when the time initially stopped. It's dealer's choice. But regardless, it was a conclusion to an otherwise perfect final season. If you come back after 10 years to a series that was perfectly wrapped up, you have to have some really cool ideas you just never got to do, right? You want to show off that after 10 years, you're even better, even stronger as creatives than you were before, right? This season came out after the entirety of Disenchantment came and went and was perfectly fine. Even sort of signaled to a new era of creativity. So to go back to Futurama wouldn't just be a cash grab, right? Well, time restarts back to where it initially froze, and Fry realizes he has no life goal and decides to watch every show he can on Hulu. He gets put into a binge suit, and Leela and the group have to get more episodes of All My Circuits made so Fry has stuff to watch and doesn't burn up. Rebirth centered around the crew coming back after the conclusion of Wild Green Yonder. You didn't really need to do a continuation idea going from the Devil's Hands to Bender's Big Score, but to just resume time, to canonically pick up after season 10 and not just make these some random stories is a bold move. Fry has no life goal after season 10. He's won awards, he's been to the moon, and there was an episode where he finished his bucket list. He feels like he's done nothing, which isn't in his character at all. And what does he do? He decides to watch everything on Hulu. Look at that. Funny show names. Ha ha ha. Also, this is 10 years later. Vocal degradation is a real thing. The older you get, the harder it is to maintain all the voices that you used to do. Billy West is struggling to keep doing all the characters he does, and it's understandable. He's been doing them for literal decades. Maurice LaMarche and Phil LaMarr are also noticeably more muted, which again, makes sense. Just let these guys end on a high note. When they were used in Disenchantment, they were used somewhat sparingly and actually relied on a newer cast, Dave Herman not permitting. Which is what you do. Just make something new. This didn't need to happen. The Impossible stream is nothing. Oh, and Fry and Leela are just boyfriend and girlfriend now. Just sorta passive, I guess. He'd already proposed at the end of the finale, and they don't address that at all anywhere in this season. But that's okay. Maybe these are just side episodes that have nothing to do with the continuity of the show. All I know is it was an episode of Futurama, and I'm frankly baffled by everything on display. Meanwhile, made me cry. It genuinely brought a tear to my eye and felt like a true and proper send-off. The Impossible stream made me gaze into the void. Also, the episodes are the longest they've ever been at about 24 to 25 minutes on average. So you're getting even more jokes, right? Right? The Impossible stream is a binge ending 2 out of 10. Oh good, okay, I think I convinced myself that these are just non-canon adventures that really don't matter. Oh, remember when Kif gave birth on a bog 20 years ago? Well, this is a continuation of that idea, because it's been 20 years. No one's aged or anything. I guess you could say it froze for like 20 years, so it's 20 years in the future when the series picks up. I don't know. I just address it, That's all I'm asking for. Just a little, confirmation one way or another. Anyway, everyone goes to the bog, and after nature runs its course, 3 of Amy and Kif's tadpoles survive and come on land. They all think Leela's their mom, and she doesn't remember any of it. I'll also say Leela is way dumber this season than usual, and just genuinely dim. It doesn't make sense and just feels weird. Oh, and Kif has to leave the kids with Amy since he has to go on a mission with Zap to check on an outpost that stopped reporting because its communications were taken out by giant water bears that the researcher watches. The researcher being the whale biologist from 300 Big Boys. Remember him? Also from 20 years ago, I guess. Amy gets challenged for custody due to not being their biological mom, and she's frustrated that the kids love Leela more. They go back to the bog, and the bog maiden asks Amy if she loves the kids, and she gives an emphatic yes, and that's good enough for her to be their mom. It's a genuinely heartfelt moment, and I'll admit, while I don't love that the kids show up more and more, I think I'm more upset at what they are a showcase of rather than them themselves, because this episode, all things considered, might actually be a better conclusion to Amy's story than what we got in season 10. She has her family. She is matured to this point where she's able to finally raise her kids. And Lauren Tom does a beautiful job in this episode. This episode is arguably the best episode of the season and shows the real forces behind this revival. Tress MacNeille and Dave Herman. They are absolutely giving their all to play as many characters as possible, and they're still able to give some genuinely solid performances. I'm gonna celebrate what the series does right, and Lauren Tom gives her all this episode, and it's definitely one of the strongest episodes because of it. Leela could be just a tad bit brighter here and there, but it is what it is. It's not that bad yet. Another odd thing is Leo Wong was recast from Billy West's performance, which, having seen it, I get it, but I don't know. If you have to recast characters so they're not controversial, maybe just, don't bring the show back? Just let it end where it did and exist in its own little pocket of time? The Simpsons can't do that. It never ended. They've got to work them out steadily. They just have to work around them or recast them, much like in Family Guy. It's just, why bring them back though? It's odd. Children of a Lesser Bog is a heartfelt, Bog Hag approved 8 out of 10. It's the crypto mining episode. Yay. Remember crypto? Mining? Let's do a gold rush episode. Saddle 'em up. The professor owes the robot mafia because he invested in Bitcoin and lost it all during a crash before a Bitcoin spike, so they head west to mine thallium, which is used in microchips for mining computers to make their own fortunes off of the crypto mining. But they gotta do Wild West things now because they're broke. Leela works in a tavern with a confusingly bipolar shop owner. Fry meets the Borax Kid and apprentices under him. The professor pans for thallium, and Bender does a folk song with a mule. Oh, and Roberto is back as an outlaw, and Dwight, Hermes' son, thinks Roberto is so much cooler than his dad and wants to be just like him. Okay, so let's just go through this. Dwight canonically was a part of all the stuff where Roberto tried to take out his family. He was there in $6 Million Man. It makes no sense for him to idolize Roberto. Have him idolize Bender? Oh, absolutely. Have him run off and sing with him or something. You got a story there. The Roberto plot just absolutely makes no sense. Also, Dwight's playing a Nintendo DS or DSi the entire time, and it's just really interesting to see. It makes me wonder that this episode came way before even like Newtopia. But I mean, hey, great console. Can't fault him for that. A lot of good games on there. And you could say I'm being unnecessarily critical, but like it's never been this big of a problem in the show before. And here's where another big continuity issue is. Bender's guitar is the same one he copied from Silicon Red back in season 10. So we know this happened after season 10, so it just doesn't make any sense why Dwight would be like this. Not to mention, Fry acts like this is the first time he's seen the Borax Kid and is just completely and utterly oblivious to him. Not only has he been introduced to him and had his gender returned thanks to the Borax Kid, but he also saw him swindling with Bender's arms, and he's been around for most of the Comedy Central era, which you're encouraged to watch because the only way to watch the Hulu episodes of the show is to scroll all the way past 10 other seasons of this show. If you binge the show, like they even jokingly recommend, it just makes this season look that much worse. All the characters just feel so dull compared to where they were just 10 years ago, just one season back. I wish I had something positive to say, but even the CG used in this episode is noticeably bad and they hang on it for way too long. I can't figure it out. Oh, and robots are being taken hostage and their heads are being ripped off to be crypto miners for the tavern owner. She does this to the robot mafia and Donbot threatens to leave her a very bad Yelp review. Oh, okay, sure. How the West was 1010001 is a mining hard drive corrupting 2 out of 10. It's the Dune parody. You like Dune? Ego Wodim and Kyle MacLachlan guest star as Dune Beatles. This is fun because Kyle MacLachlan was in the David Lynch Dune, and fun fact, David Lynch, for some reason, was in a ton of episodes of The Cleveland Show. Don't worry about it. The guest stars are fine. They're genuinely trying. None of the guest stars in this season are the problem at all. Leela is bonding with Nibbler, and he just straight up eats a guy while acting like a pet. But when they're home, he's her best little bud, helping her with Wordle and whatnot. Nibbler gets parasites that are taking away his intelligence as they bore their way through his body. He gets put on ivermectin, a famous dewormer. Get it? Ivermectin specifically? Yay! Turns out the parasites are in Nibbler's litter box as well, so everyone has to shrink down and use squirt guns to comb through the sandy waste and take out the parasitic threat. Why couldn't they just spray ivermectin on the litter? Why do they have to shrink down? Like, give me a reason, any reason at all that's valid. I know it's just to get the Dune episode, but you could let them literally just go to a Dune world and make the same references. It's not hard to do at all. There's odor-eliminating crystals that when you inhale them, you trip, and it's very much like Spice from Dune. They find the parasites clustered as a giant dune worm, and they find out they're making Nibbler dumber instead of smarter, and better because they're riddled with mites that they get rid of, and the circle of life is all copacetic. If you love Dune, you'll probably love all the references in this episode. It's really just Dune reference after Dune reference. It's wholly fine. Nibbler getting dumber until he was just a normal pet idea was okay. Just never really stuck any sort of landing and kind of imploded on itself. But life is balanced. It genuinely sounds like people are just reading their lines. There's no enthusiasm to the episodes anymore, and that's the part that hurts the most. It just feels so empty. Parasites Regained is a 1 with the world, 4 out of 10. Amazon is bad. Mamazon is worse, but you can order anything. Fry and Leela move in together, and Bender feels like a third wheel. Alright, sure. That sounds like something. You could absolutely make that work if you focus on it. Maybe have Bender looking for other places to live. Maybe introduce Fry and Leela getting their own place. Like, this is streaming. You have encouraged viewers in the first episode to watch it all in one sitting. Have narrative through lines. Have little mini arcs. Disenchantment was a full story only on streaming. It was progressing a narrative with almost every episode. They know how to tell season-long stories and have the security of knowing people will come back week after week to see what happens next because they can watch the episodes on their time. And there isn't a single thing that carries from episode to episode other than Kiff's kids. Literally, one of the benefits of the streaming age that even a show like Paradise PD, also starring David Herman, would do. You had a chance to capitalize on something that would help so much here, and they just never do. Like Solar Opposites even does it, another Hulu original that focuses itself purely on being a streaming adventure. Fry and Leela buy a ton of Mamazon stuff as it steadily puts delivery companies out of business. They go to the moon and discover that the Mamazon AI is growing the factory exponentially until the entire universe is enveloped in one giant Mamazon factory. Oh, and Bender works at Mamazon with all the other robots. Sure, yeah, fine. I don't know. I enjoyed the concept of the factory enveloping the universe, but they just didn't do enough around it to really justify it, you know? It just felt stale on arrival. Related to items you've viewed is a Temu quality 3 out of 10. Oh boy, a Christmas adventure where Bender and Zoidberg go through time to stop Santa. I'll say this. I appreciate that they did a little Coolio tribute since he did sadly pass, and that was a genuinely nice touch. For better or worse, Coolio as Kwanzaa was an incredibly memorable part of the Futurama viewing experience, and he'd genuinely be missed. Taken too soon. The rest of the episode is fine. It's interesting to have a Zoidberg and Bender episode, and ironically, it's like my third favorite Christmas episode overall. You don't have to do anything fancy with it. Sometimes it can just be a dumb little adventure. John DiMaggio is still absolutely doing his best with Bender, and he's definitely going as high energy as possible, which just speaks to his absolute skill. I don't know, this was an episode I was perfectly fine with watching, and I'd say you could add to any Christmas Futurama marathon over the Christmas Spectacular by a mile. Honestly, even liked it more than the Christmas with Two Santas. That's what makes this season so frustrating. There are little blips of that original formula that made the series so good, but it's just not enough to justify the season as a whole, much less the 30 more episodes they have contracted? I Know What You Did Next Xmas is a delightful 7 out of 10. When a rage pandemic sweeps the planet after an outbreak in the sewers, everyone has to go back on lockdown right after special guest Bill Nye had officially called lockdown over. Get it? Get the reference? Oh, you had to jam a Q-tip all the way up your nose and really get it up there to see if you test positive or not? Get it? Leela has to quarantine and everyone works from home. Yeah, it's the pandemic episode. And it really shows that maybe the longer runtime for episodes wasn't a great idea. So many of these jokes just linger for way too long. The gloom call is like 45 seconds too long and just keeps cutting to the thing after thing. Oh look, the professor has a new filter now. Do you get the jokes? Make it some quick hits, one after another for a couple seconds and move on. Futurama was great about having background gags that you didn't notice or just quick jokes that you'd catch on a rewatch. Not here, though. What you see is what you get. And what you get is Hermes going to New Orleans to try and find a cure for everything with the power of voodoo. La Barbara warning him about the powers and to pick her up some beignets. He goes down there, has a delightful time, deals with a bone robot in Barbados Slim, now voiced by voice acting legend Kevin Michael Richardson instead of John DiMaggio. Obviously, I love Kevin Michael Richardson. He's been in everything and is even Principal Lewis and Billy in American Dad. But again, if you gotta recast these characters, just don't include them at this point. Who's really gonna miss Barbados Slim other than La Barbara? The episode just sort of drags to the ending where they use voodoo to vaccinate everyone because why not? It's just so hollow. You can tell they probably wrote concepts down through the years and definitely during quarantine, but when they actually had to extrapolate on any of them, they didn't have anything, and it just sort of falls apart. I'm not even trying to be overly critical. This is with a casual viewing comb. I'm not pointing out every single inconsistency, but if you go from season 10 to season 11, it's just a massive faceplant. Rage Against the Vaccine is a fake news watching 1 out of 10. I'll admit, when I saw the title of this episode in the week release was on Hulu, I can't tell you how excited I was to watch this episode. Zap gets canceled? Oh my god, that's the most forced topical thing imaginable. It'll either be really, really good with some sharp satire and great jokes, or really bad. And hopefully, bad in an enjoyable way. It isn't. Zap takes a shower on the bridge of his ship and uses Kif as a loofah while exposing himself to the crew. Kif gets fed up and reports Zap for again using him as a loofah. He then has to wear a giant red C and go through sensitivity training because he is hereby canceled. I mean, it makes sense Zap would get canceled, and I think him giving the head of Dupe a back rub and telling her to smile more was definitely a necessary addition to the canceling, but like, his shower somehow used up all the water they had for their water cannon, and they failed their mission. You'd think there'd be more consequences than just sensitivity training, but nope, just canceled and thrown into a class with special guest star Kathy Griffin. Get it? 'Cause she was canceled. They all have to work a faux mission with their sensitivity guide, who pushes them around and harasses them like they've harassed others. So who replaces Zap on the bridge? Leela, Fry, and Bender, obviously. They go to a planet where the aliens greet by groping, and the leader of Dupe wants them to sign a peace treaty. But she proceeds to reveal to Leela they really want the super clean air on the planet, and Zap would do anything to make this treaty happen, even if it's just manipulating the aliens. Oh wow, the head of Dupe is corrupt. Neat. I mean, it makes sense why they wouldn't punish Zap since he had all the skeletons in the closet, and he's basically a useful idiot, but I don't know. Take it an extra step further. Really have fun with the idea. Oh, what? The sensitivity counselor is really just a disgraced, canceled dupe officer who's gonna drop a durian in their wind hole? Oh, yay. Well, Leela saves the day, Zap gets reinstated, and nothing really happens. This felt like a very safe episode. You're on streaming. You can go as far as you want, and yet it's pretty tame, all things considered. It's like they wanted to make an episode about a character being offensive, but didn't really want to offend anyone. I don't know, this felt like lazy execution of a concept that actually could have worked. Zap also feels way more low energy. Again, I know Billy West has to play a lot of voices, but give some of his characters to younger actors so he can just focus on a few. The less he has to do, the more he can focus on those individual voices. It's just his bass voice now is so much closer to the Professor voice than it is Fry, and you can really hear it. And it stands out when you hear Zap, even just compared to the last season. It's been a decade. Let these characters rest. Zap Gets Cancelled is a full of hot air. 2 out of 10. It's our anthology episode of the season. Last time, it was probably my favorite anthology of all time and had Billy West just having a ton of fun with the idea, and I genuinely loved it. I miss that Nixon. So high energy, so just, Haru, I hope you're okay. It was beautiful. I don't know why it turned into Ronald Reagan at the end, but I don't know. I'm just thinking about it, and I'm all giddy. This time, Fry and Leela are delivering a macaroni painting to the King of Space, and Leela falls in love with the Prince of Space, devastating Fry. What? What? The drama is intercut with commercials for different toys. Wind-up toys where Wind-Up Fry searches for a meaning to life, a Hot Wheels story where they put a new track on Saturn and speed around abandoning Zoidberg, who starts harvesting their parts, and rubber ducks who travel a bathtub and encounter egg toys. Uh-huh. Cool. Well, at least the framing device largely doesn't matter, right? It's only in the beginning and just a gag. Nope, it's a huge focus too, and would actually cut into the time of the shorts. Why? Fry is adamant that Leela is good enough for the new love of her life and is willing to joust the King of Space for the ability for Leela to be with the one she truly loves. Leela fights on Fry's behalf, and the Prince fights on the King's behalf as his champion, and Leela unknowingly takes out her new Space Prince lover. You literally could do anything. I get that the joke is a super dramatic episode intercut with toy commercials, but it's just not funny enough to work. You could have just as easily had it been, say, Qbert and Dwight watching new All My Circuits episodes and watching toy commercials that they commentate over in between this soap opera. This was just a fumble all around and didn't do anything. None of the toy stories are particularly good, and the overall framing device was, frankly, just horrid. Everyone sounded boring doing it too, which is just a shame. I don't know. This isn't it. The Prince and the product is a defective 1 out of 10. And here we are, the season finale. The gang wonder if their reality is real or if it's digitized, and they keep going down and down, observing more and more universes and trying to witness the end of the universe to find the answer. It ultimately boils down to, I think, therefore I am, and you make the most of your reality even if you don't know it's real. Even ends with an emotional scene where Leela and Fry almost kiss. It's a Futurama episode that feels like it never left the table read. Everyone reads their parts, and then the episode was made around that, leaving most of the heavy lifting to the visual. It's not particularly funny, and really just a debate around the table about what it means to be alive or if we're just living in a simulation. It's fine. No one really delivers any impassioned dialogue other than John DiMaggio. And yet, it's probably the second best episode of the season behind the Bog episode, but still doesn't really hold a candle to something like Meanwhile. Looking back at the season, I would have enjoyed if each episode was just a universe that this group was watching. Have this and the last episode be a two-parter where they actually work the anthologies in as pockets from other universal interpretations of Planet Express. You can leave that whole Leela and the Space Prince story out and actually give a through line that encourages people to rewatch the episodes and notice any inconsistencies or any small Easter eggs. But they don't do that. Every option this season is the most basic one imaginable. It's the most paint-by-numbers season Futurama has ever had. This isn't a necessary season, and it definitely doesn't justify itself or any seasons after it either. All the way down is a fine, like 7 out of 10. And there we have it. That was season 11. Anything you think I was right on, wrong on? What was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, subscribe, and tell your friends we're out here. Overall, yeah, if I didn't make it obvious before, I do not understand what they were doing with this season. It never justified itself and only made me appreciate the hard work they put into the 10th season so much more, even though it came out all those years ago. I gained a new appreciation for Futurama through this journey, and having seen season 11 through a fresh lens, it just feels disappointing more than anything. I wasn't particularly excited for the show to be back, and now that it is, I don't know. Maybe this is just a rough patch. Maybe the ongoing 12th season will be better. I haven't watched any of it to wait and watch it all at once, but from what I've heard so far, it's been a bit of a toss-up. And this is going to be the true end to this video. I know it's been an absolute beast, but it has been a wonderful journey this month being able to make these videos. I've made 12 videos, 13 technically, in 1 month, going through Futurama, Caped Crusader, just a ton of, just thank you. Thank you. I didn't script any of this. I just wanted this to be me talking to the viewer, and thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to entertain you. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you enjoy the other videos on the channel. And yeah, no, that's really all I have. I love Futurama. Season 11 was abysmal. And I don't see the purpose of the Hulu seasons. But who knows? Maybe season 12 is better. And who knows? Maybe you have completely valid reasons why you enjoy the Hulu era, and that's totally fine. You are not any lesser for enjoying these episodes. These are just my thoughts. Thank you all so much for being you. If you see this, if you get this far into the video, please consider telling your friends, share it somewhere, you know, get this out there. It would really mean a lot. Or, you know, even just subscribing and liking the video helps in its own way. Thank you so much for being you. Thank you so much for taking the time to invest in a little channel like mine. We'll see you next time with another big video. It should be coming out relatively soon, probably within the next couple weeks. It will be my last big video for a minute, but I am going to be wrapping up some loose ends with everyone's favorite super spy. Goodbye, everybody.